I have kidnapped an alien civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726. Facing the indifferent Chen Shuxian, the guard also became anxious and shouted loudly, "The divine magician is over 80 years old." He said his name is Chen Shuxian. This name echoed in the air, frightening Chen Shuxian so much that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Although he never asked about worldly affairs, he was a divine magician who graduated from the Black Tower after all. He knew that Chen Shuxian was one of the three giants of divine magicians. He had been hiding in the void to practice for many years and rarely came out of the Divine Magician Club. Now he actually appeared in Shuxian City and was offended by his own men. How could this be tolerated? Oops, you people only do bad things. Chen Shuxian didn't care about his little wife who was warm in the quilt. He quickly jumped on the big red horse and ran towards the Shuxian hotel. The people along the way saw Chen Shuxian and quickly dodged to the side. Although this old divine magician rarely appeared in front of everyone, as long as he was a divine magician, he would have a good temper. The pedestrians on the road made way for God Shuxian to run to Shuxian Hotel in just 10 minutes. When he saw the divine magicians guarding outside Shuxian Hotel, he was stunned. There were no low-level divine magicians. All of them were level 8 and level 9 divine magicians. They stood at the door of Shuxian Hotel with expressionless faces. The leader was the level 9 great divine magician. The door of Shuxian Hotel was closed tightly, and all the servants withdrew into the hotel. Damn, this is a rhythm of letting the great divine magicians be rejected. God Shuxian's heart jumped, and he quickly flew off the horse, staggered to the great divine magician, and knelt on the ground with a thump. With a tearful nose, he cried loudly, "Master divine magician, please forgive me. The level 4 divine magician God Shuxian is late, and you have been wronged." Hiss. The shopkeeper and the waiters hiding in Shuxian Hotel saw this scene, and were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, knowing that they had just caused a big disaster. Just now, when they saw the guards at the gate running away, they thought they had encountered robbers, so they quickly ordered their men to close the door and wait for the divine magician Chen Shuxian to come to support them. Unexpectedly, when Chen Shuxian arrived, he actually knelt down directly in front of the old robber, which really surprised them. Chen Shuxian had never suffered such humiliation since he became a divine magician. He wanted to slap Chen Shuxian, the blind guy, to death, but considering that the team still needed supplies and there was no time to delay, he could only frown and say in a cold voice, "Damn guy. Quickly let the hotel open the door. We need supplies immediately," and then rush to Shuxian Mountain. Chen Shuxian was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly got up from the ground, ran to the front of the door, and shouted heartbreakingly, "Zhang Da, open the door quickly." Just kidding. It was originally a serious crime that was punishable by beheading, but now he only needs to prepare food for the army of divine magicians, like climbing up the shore from the bottom of the valley. The shopkeeper inside the door saw the horrified look on Chen Shuxian's face and immediately realized that something was wrong. He rolled and crawled, trembling with his hands and feet to open the door. "Quick, let the magicians prepare the food." After saying that, he turned and ran to the back, ran to Chen Shuxian and said, "Sir, the hotel is ready. Please go in and have a meal." Chen Shuxian said with a stern face, "Just prepare some simple food for us. No need to bother." Simple food. Chen Shuxian couldn't understand. These were all great magicians. How could they only eat some simple food? Are they going to settle accounts with me? He fell to his knees with a plop, crying, "Sir, please don't do that. You are like my second parents. Only with you can I become a divine magician and own such a large industry. Everything I have is given to me. Please don't abandon me." God Shuxian was helpless to see this 1,000-year-old divine magician kneeling in front of him. He could only sneer and say, "You misunderstood. We are going to Shuxian Mountain. We can't delay. Are so many people in Shuxian Mountain going to kill the beasts?" God Shuxian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around and told the shopkeeper of Shuxian Hotel to light a fire and cook. Fortunately, there were various dishes prepared for the birthday banquet in the hotel, so the shopkeeper could tell the servants to bring out the dishes quickly. The divine magicians also knew that time was urgent, so after wolfing down the food, they set off again. God Kingpin ordered Kingpin Hotel to bring all the supplies to the magicians. He was hiding quietly behind, but was pointed out by God Zukong. You can turn spring water into water, right? It's just right for you to follow us to the Shuan Mountains. It's also good to turn spring water into water, to quench everyone's thirst on the way. Although God Kingpin was reluctant to go, he was impressed by the majesty of the great magician, and had to say goodbye to more than 100 wives, and joined the team of magicians. In view of the fact that the accident in Kingpin City delayed the journey, God Zukong had to review the marching strategy again. He ordered a team of elite soldiers to form an advance team to the Shuan Mountains. So in the subsequent journey, whenever they encountered a town, before God Zukong appeared in the town, a large number of local officials had already come out to greet him. This is the great magician of the Magician Club. How can he be treated slowly? In this way, a large team traveled day and night, changing horses but not people, and finally rushed to the Shuan Mountains in just 10 days. Of course, on the road, the hardest one was still God Kingpin. Every time they walked for a while, he would use magic to conjure up spring water for everyone. When he arrived at the Shuan Mountains, he was exhausted and out of breath. It's already evening, let's rest for a night, and prepare to formally attack the Shuan Mountains tomorrow morning. At this time, the sun had already set in the west, and God Void ordered the magicians to set up tents and rest on the spot. At the same time, he did not forget to arrange 2 patrol teams to prevent attacks from the beasts in the Shuan Mountains. Those high-level beasts have long been intelligent, and there are many masters who can arrange troops and battle formations. As the leader, Captain Umazlara naturally did not need to arrange the tents himself, because God Void had already left the luxurious carriage to him. The carriage of the carriage was as big as 2 rooms, and it was fully equipped with all the facilities. There were also murals from Western countries, and the murals showed girls in cool clothes, which made Huang Mingzu blush. Gaystar is a very conservative planet. Girls usually stay at home, even if they have no choice but to go out. They will be accompanied by their family members. If they have the conditions, they will ride in a sedan chair. The general family needs to cover their faces with black gauze and even wear gloves on their hands. Usually, they cannot talk to men. When they go to a place where men gather, they must quietly retreat to the side to prevent being discovered. Once an unexpected situation occurs, and the exposed part of the body is seen by a man, the man needs to invite a matchmaker and bring the dowry to propose marriage. Whether the man is an old man in his 80s or a teenager, he needs to do so, otherwise he will be thrown into the well. Under such a harsh system, Huang Mingzu has never seen such bold clothing. She blushed, lowered her head shyly, and was shy. Captain Umazlala made the bed very considerately. There was no words all night. At this time, in the deepest part of the 10,000 mountains, in a huge cave, the floor of the cave was covered with animal skins, the walls were covered with gold foil, and a nightlight pearl was installed on the top. The dim light made the wall sparkle. A monster with a lion's head and a human body sat on a chair with a golden dragon relief. Below him were a monster with a tiger's head and a human body, a monster with a leopard's head and a monster with a dog's head and a monster with a crocodile's head. These 6 beasts were the 6 demon kings awakening in the 100,000 mountains. There were a total of 9 demon kings in the 100,000 mountains, and each of them had the ability of a great magician. In the great battle 100,000 years ago, 3 demon kings were seriously injured, and had to enter the 1,000-year-old ice pool in the back mountain, to use the extreme cold in the ice pool to relieve their injuries. So in normal times, these 6 demon kings jointly handle the affairs of the 100,000 mountains. The Shuan Mountains cover an area of more than 20 million square kilometers. There are 10 million registered level 3 beasts and 10,000 level 5 beasts. In such a large area, these beasts are usually under the unified management of the 6 demon kings. They are like human officials, issuing orders and instructing the beasts on what to do and what not to do. They are also responsible for resolving disputes between beasts. Once a beast violates the rules and secretly devours other beasts, the 6 demon kings will send their law enforcement teams to punish these beasts. After all, although there are many beasts in the Shuan Mountains, each one is very precious and cannot be wasted. The 6 demon kings who are usually busy with all kinds of affairs, gathered together to wait for a message. 2 days ago, the scouts sent out reported that traces of human divine magicians were found outside the Shuan Mountains. Although the beasts have been hiding in the Shuan Mountains for many years, they are still very alert to the situation outside. Once they find any disturbance, they will prepare in advance to meet the upcoming enemy. After finding traces of human magicians outside the mountain, the 6 Demon Kings sent a fierce beast named Bat Demon to scout. Bat Demon was born with the magic of invisibility and was extremely fast, faster than ordinary lightning. Oh no, adults, I found that human magicians have already set up camp outside the mountain. The 6 fierce beast leaders were silent when a bat flew in. The bat was 6 feet long and had a wingspan of 5 meters. It opened its mouth and showed a mouthful of barbed teeth. His face was covered with black hair and he looked terrified. Hearing the report from the Bat Demon, the 6 fierce beast leaders were shocked. The leader, the Lion Demon, looked surprised. This is impossible. After the mutually destructive war 100,000 years ago, we signed an agreement with human divine magicians. Normally, we only allow small groups of ferocious beasts to sneak out of the mountain, and human divine magicians are only allowed to send a few divine magicians to sneak into the mountain to collect herbs. Both sides are not allowed to launch large-scale attacks on each other. The agreement of the year was carried out under the witness of heaven and earth. How can human divine magicians violate it maliciously? The second leader, the Tiger Demon, has stood up excitedly. A ball of light emerged from his furry palm, glowing blue and spinning non-stop. This is the Tiger Demon's unique skill, the world-destroying Rasengan. The Tiger Demon once used this Rasengan to kill a 9th level divine magician in a war 100,000 years ago. This achievement also made him the second leader. The Tiger Demon grinned and sneered. You've come just in time. 100,000 years ago, I slapped the 9th level great magician named God Shuxian to death. I have long wanted to show my skills again, but I have always had no chance. In the past 100,000 years, I have always wanted to break out of the Shuan Mountains and kill another magician. This time I finally have the chance. I must not let it go. The Lion Demon had long understood the second leader, the Tiger Demon's intentions, and knew that it had always wanted to be the leader, but had no chance. In the Shuan Mountains, leaders cannot fight each other, and elections are entirely based on their respective achievements. In the past 100,000 years, because the Shuan Mountains and the human world signed a non-attack agreement, they have always been in peace, and the Tiger Demon has never found an opportunity. The Lion Demon sneered twice. Second brother, don't be impulsive. This time, the magicians are out in full force, and they must have big plans. How can you wipe them all out by yourself? This was intentionally or unintentionally provoking the Tiger Demon's anger. Although the Tiger Demon was impulsive by nature and murderous, he knew his own weight, and knew that, if he rushed into the magician camp alone, he would only die. He clenched his fists, and sat down again. At this time, the Leopard Demon who had been observing silently stood up. He was the third oldest, and was the think tank military strategist in the 10,000 mountains. Boss, the magicians are out in full force this time. We must be on guard. We need to mobilize all the beasts immediately to fight the enemy. Finally hearing a reliable idea, the Lion Demon stood up and roared. The third oldest is right. Facing so many magicians, we must gather all our strength into one fist. After saying that, he glared at the second leader, the Tiger Demon, and walked out of the cave. On the ground outside the cave, there was a stone altar, on which were densely carved strange runes. The Lion Demon took a steel knife from the little minion, and cut a hole in his hairy arm. Drops of blood flowed out of the hole, and ripped directly into the altar. A dim flame burst out from the altar. After the flames were bright for a while, they suddenly turned into a beam of light, and rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, there was a booming sound in the air. The entire Shuan Mountains were instantly thundering and lightning, and the sleeping beasts in the cave were all startled. The leader has sent an emergency signal. We must go to support it immediately. The emergency signal has not been on for more than 100,000 years. Something must have happened. Quick, bring my hammer and rake. I want to go to the back mountain to help the leader. So, the level 3 and above beasts in the Shuan Mountains went to the back mountain with various weapons. At the same time, in the magician camp, God Zukang saw this scene and his face turned pale. He intended to use magic to block the emergency signal, but found that the signal was extremely stable, as if it was blessed by magic. God Zukang was extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known this, he might as well launch the attack at night. Chapter 727. The next day, when the sun shines on the 100,000 mountains, the whole land is immersed in the glory. The magicians are in formation, and the beasts on the opposite side have already gathered. The war is about to start. Captain Umazlala takes Huang Mingsu with him, and walks towards God Void, and explains with a serious expression, "This time, we must wipe out all the beasts. Don't worry, I will collect all the blood of the beasts, even if I risk my life." God Void patted his chest, and promised that he had to attack the Crusoe space this time, which was related to the future survival of the Magician Club. If it succeeds, Captain Umazlala will naturally do good deeds, and the Magician Club will have no internal or external troubles within 10,000 years. Things are just as God Void expected. Although there are tens of millions of beasts in the 100,000 mountains, the 6 demon kings have the ability of the 9th level great magicians, but they are not in harmony with each other. It took less than 3 days for all the beasts to be wiped out. There were countless corpses lying in the forest. The divine magicians held sharp blades and demon killing pots with spells on them, and walked to the corpses. They cut a hole in their throats one by one, and the bright red blood flowed into the demon killing pots through the wounds. The air was suddenly filled with a bloody smell, and the blood splashed on the ground, covered the entire ground like a red silk cloth. Soon a group of divine magicians came to the front of God Zukang with demon killing pots filled with blood. Their faces were full of fear and reluctance. After all, it was not something that ordinary people could do to slaughter tens of millions of ferocious beasts at a time. God Zukang's face was normal. He had seen even more tragic scenes in the war 100,000 years ago, and the murderer was the man standing behind and watching everything quietly. God Void carefully suppressed his fear, turned around, strode to Captain Umazlala, and folded his hands. "My lord, the materials needed for the blood sacrifice are ready. We can go to the altar now." The altar is located in front of the colorful barrier, floating on the backflow river. The surface reveals the ancient antiquity, and it is engraved with dense runes. The materials used in the altar are also extremely rare. It is made of 10,000-year-old sunken wood and 1,000-year-old stone wall. 10,000-year-old sunken wood is a kind of evergreen tree that grew in the 10,000 mountains a million years ago, and the 1,000-year-old stone wall is the crystallization of underground rocks. It will only be a little bit of palm every 100,000 years, and the 1,000-year-old stone wall used in the altar is as many as hundreds of square meters. Captain Umazlala knew that Huang Mingsu must have worked very hard to collect these rare materials and build the altar in just a few days. He walked to Huang Mingsu, stroked her hair, and said tenderly, "Madam, you have worked hard." Huang Mingsu had been running around for several days. When she heard these tender words, the tiredness on her face immediately disappeared. She pursed her lips and smiled. "It's not hard. It's my honor to help my husband do something." Huang Mingsu was 100% satisfied with Captain Umazlala. Not only did he not find hundreds of wives like most divine magicians, he also had a lofty ideal, that is, to become a real god. Who in this world doesn't want to be a woman of a god? Big things are important. Captain Umazlala didn't care about talking to Huang Mingsu. He walked to the altar, waved his hand, and cast a divine spell. The originally dark surface of the altar gradually emerged with a few small bright spots, which gathered together to form a regular triangle shape. "Now, pour the blood of the beast into the altar." Captain Umazlala saw that the bright spot had stabilized. His expression was stern, and his voice cut through the void and reached the ears of every divine magician. Those divine magicians who were immersed in the bright spot suddenly woke up and exclaimed in their hearts that this bright spot was too strange and had a breathtaking power. They didn't have time to think about it, so they picked up the demon killing pot with a spell and poured it into it. The bright red blood rushed into the altar. It was also very strange. The altar was not big, but so much blood was poured in, but it didn't overflow at all. A curious divine magician took a sneak peek inside and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. At the bottom of the altar, there were snake heads emitting light blue and green light. These snakes opened their mouths wide and swallowed the blood, just like monsters that couldn't get enough water. As the magic pots with empty spells were thrown into the backflow river by the magicians, the colorful barrier suspended in the air gradually dimmed, and the light particles scattered into the air, just like blooming colorful light, colorful and charming, making people intoxicated. However, this beautiful scenery made God Void and several 9th level great magicians take a step back, while those magicians of lower levels had already evacuated hundreds of meters away. They all knew that the barrier was a zero-dimensional space, hiding countless crush creatures. Crush creatures were their gods, and each of them had extremely powerful strength. Captain Umazlala saw them retreating one after another, but he didn't care. Anyway, these magicians would be useless after entering the zero-dimensional space. It would be better to stay outside and help guard the door. As the last drop of the beast's blood dripped into the magic pot, the light of the colorful barrier flickered twice and finally dimmed. A dark cave entrance appeared above the backflow river. Gusts of cold wind blew in the cave in trance, and there was a faint smell of blood. Captain Umazlala was about to walk forward, but Huang Mingsu held his hand. "Husband, be careful. My child and I are waiting for you to come back." Her tearful look made Captain Umazlala feel very distressed, and he reached out and gently stroked her hair. "Be good. Stay here and wait for me. I will be back soon." His gentle look made the divine magicians behind him bow their heads one after another. Just like in the past, they always treated their wives as tools, calling them to come and going at will, and never had such gentle actions towards them. Although Captain Umazlala was eager to enter the zero-dimensional space, he still comforted Huang Mingsu for a long time, until she burst into tears and laughed, and then he was relieved and stepped into the zero-dimensional space under Huang Mingsu's reluctant eyes. Huang Mingsu stood outside waiting. Day by day, night by night, and half a year passed unknowingly. 10 days after Captain Umazlala entered the zero-dimensional space, God Void saw Huang Mingsu standing outside. Her legs were shaking, her face was blue and purple, her lips were chapped, and she didn't even have the strength to speak loudly. Although the body of a divine magician is much stronger than that of a normal person, he still needs to eat regularly to maintain his life. God Void knew that Captain Umazlala was fighting a battle with the Crusu creatures in the zero-dimensional space. This battle must be thrilling and time-consuming. It is hard to say when he can come out. By then, Huang Mingsu might have turned into a stone waiting for her husband. Captain Umazlala found that his wife had turned into a stone waiting for her husband, so how could he spare Huang Mingsu? Worried about being held accountable, God Void had a luxurious house built on the prairie. The house was fully equipped, and he specially invited more than a dozen excellent maids and 20 chefs from Guyana to serve Huang Mingsu. Even so, God Void was still worried, and he sent 3 9th level great divine magicians to guard on both sides. Every day when Huang Mingsu got up, the first thing she did was to go out the door to see if Captain Umazlala had come out of the zero-dimensional space. Then she would dress up with the help of the maid. After dinner, she would go to the door of the zero-dimensional space and sit down. There was a soft couch there, which was specially customized for her by God Void. In this way, the days passed one by one. God Void and all the divine magicians gradually fell into disappointment. They believed that Captain Umazlala must have been killed in the zero-dimensional space by the terrifying Crusu creature. But Huang Mingsu was full of confidence. She knew that her husband would be able to come out of the zero-dimensional space alive. A year later, the dark cave suddenly flashed a few times, and a burly figure stepped on the light and walked out of the cave. Huang Mingsu's heart trembled, and the flowers in her hand fell to the ground in shock. She stood there in a daze. "Why don't you welcome me back?" Captain Umazlala's face was full of vicissitudes, and his black eyes were full of longing. "Welcome, welcome." Huang Mingsu couldn't help but get excited and threw herself into Captain Umazlala's arms. The tears in her eyes dripped onto Captain Umazlala's blue clothes. Captain Umazlala gently stroked Huang Mingsu's hair and explained to her the dangers encountered in the zero-dimensional space. After entering the zero-dimensional space, Captain Umazlala met her boss, the Goddess of Night. The Goddess of Night was quite surprised by the appearance of Captain Umazlala, because she had set up a spell in advance, and without her summons, Captain Umazlala could not enter the zero-dimensional space. The goddess of night rolled her eyes and knew that Captain Umazlala must have betrayed her. She did not hesitate to launch a divine spell to bombard Captain Umazlala. Although Captain Umazlala was already a 9th level great divine magician, equivalent to a god on Gaystar, he was not a real god after all. He was beaten by the goddess of night in just a few rounds. At this moment, the pyramid creature that had been hiding in Captain Umazlala's body broke out of his body, and it rushed towards the goddess of night with a roar. For the pyramid creature, Captain Umazlala's life or death was not important. It wanted to use the goddess of night to end its own life. Unexpectedly, the goddess of night launched the most powerful divine art, but failed to kill the pyramid creature. The pyramid creature realized that it could not end its life with these Crusoe creatures, so it had to kill the goddess of night. The goddess of night never thought until her death that this believer she had cultivated would dare to betray her. At the same time, when her consciousness dissipated into zero-dimensional space, she also realized that the end of Crusoe creatures had come. The goddess of night was horrified, but Captain Umazlala was overjoyed because he found that after the death of the goddess of night, the grey mist emitted gradually condensed on him and then penetrated into his body. The grey mist turned into an inexplicable force and traveled along Captain Umazlala's body and finally gathered in his heart. Captain Umazlala felt that his power and magic had increased exponentially. If he was only at the level of a high-level 9th level magician before, he had now surpassed the level of a 10th level magician. Of course, there had never been a 10th level magician on Gaystar. This was just Captain Umazlala's guess. Afterwards, Captain Umazlala ordered the pyramid creatures to launch a massacre in the entire zero-dimensional space. Those Crusoe creatures, who always regarded themselves as gods, could not even take a move from the pyramid creatures. They fell to the ground and turned into dots of grey mist. These grey mists undoubtedly floated into Captain Umazlala's body and turned into his power. Level 10, Level 20, Level 30, Level 50, Level 999. Captain Umazlala had forgotten what level he was, because when the huge energy poured in, Captain Umazlala fell into a coma. This coma lasted for a whole year. When he woke up again, he found that he had swallowed all the Crusoe creatures in the zero-dimensional space and became the only god in the world. Huang Mingsu was not excited after hearing all this. In the past, she would be happy that Captain Umazlala became the only god in the world, but now she thinks that only an ordinary husband can accompany her for life. However, at this point, she still congratulated Captain Umazlala with her laughter. At the same time, God Void, who received the news from the gods, also tore through the void and rushed to the Shuan Mountains. He had already prepared for Captain Umazlala to be killed by the Crusoe creatures, but he didn't expect Captain Umazlala to come out alive. This can only mean one thing, that is, all the Crusoe creatures have been killed, and Captain Umazlala has become the only god in the world. Facing a real god, God Void knelt down on the ground without any hesitation, and presented the golden scepter symbolizing the ruling power of Gaystar. The scepter was made of pure gold and inlaid with 286 azure sapphires, which sparkled in the sunlight. Captain Umazlala took the scepter solemnly, fulfilled his long-cherished wish, and became the true ruler of Gaystar. In the following time, he vigorously developed science and technology and asked the god Great Mechanic to create a set of disciplines that combined divine arts with science and technology, called divine science. With the blessing of divine science, Gaystar developed by leaps and bounds, and in less than 2 years, it became a 4th level civilization. At this time, a spaceship that accidentally broke into the dark star field appeared in the sky above Gaystar. Without any surprise, the spaceship was shot down by the divine magicians using divine artillery shells the moment it appeared. Originally, for this kind of invading spaceship, the only principle of Gaystar was to kill all the people on the spaceship. But when the armed gay people opened the lid of the spaceship, they found that the driver inside was a Pajero. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728. In this way, Captain Umazlala reunited with the Pajero people. The two Pajero people happened to be interstellar explorers. After a brief exchange of greetings, they learned that Captain Umazlala was actually the captain of the spaceship who defected from the Pajero planet 1,000 years ago, and they were very surprised. Captain Gilu, Captain Umazlala, didn't you die in the black smoke and fog 1,000 years ago? At that time, the great Pajero scientists sent thousands of ships to find your whereabouts. After 5 years of searching, they finally found nothing, and removed you from the list of criminals. Oh, I'm not a criminal now? Captain Umazlala curled his lips, a little disapproving, because he now has the power of a god, so he naturally doesn't care about the identity of a criminal. Captain Gilu also realized the abnormality at this time. The weapons that attacked them just now were obviously not weapons that could be developed by ordinary technological routes. He immediately realized that Captain Umazlala must have had some kind of adventure. Captain Golem's attitude suddenly became much more respectful, and he used words to test Captain Umazlala. Captain Umazlala no longer cared about his identity being exposed, and told him about his experience on Gaystar, and let Captain Golem contact Pajero Star through the communication equipment. When Captain Umazlala left Pajero, the only thing he was worried about was his wife and young son. Captain Golem used the ultra-long-wave space communication equipment to contact the exploration department. When the officials in the department heard that the captain of the space exploration team who defected from Pajero Star 1,000 years ago was still alive and became a god on Gaystar, they didn't believe it at all. There was really no way Captain Golem could only turn on the video call device. The black-faced official used the equipment to conduct a detailed examination of Captain Umazlala's face, and then realized that miracles really happened in the universe. Faced with the miracle, the black-faced official did not hesitate to retrieve the information of Captain Umazlala's wife from the main brain. It turned out that after Captain Umazlala defected, the Pajero Academy of Sciences did not take action against Captain Umazlala's wife in order to conceal his true intention to defect, so she was able to survive with her 3 children. Captain Umazlala's wife lived for more than 300 years and died of physical aging. The 3 children died before they were 100 years old because they were not injected with gene-modified liquid, and they did not leave any offspring. In Pajero, children need to be injected with gene-modified drugs when they are 18 years old. Gene-modified drugs can not only improve the human body, but also destroy the aging genes in human cells. Under normal circumstances, as long as they are not injured or fatally injured, Pajero will have a lifespan of 200 years. It is no wonder that Captain Umazlala defected, and the Pajero officials did not deal with Captain Umazlala's family. It was already an extrajudicial grace. How could they waste such precious drugs on them? Captain Umazlala was satisfied with the treatment of Pajero Academy of Sciences. He wanted to go directly to Pajero Star to settle accounts with those great scientists, but now he thought that it was unnecessary. Captain Umazlala was not thinking about revenge, but the Pajero Academy of Sciences was thinking about Captain Umazlala. Through the data sent back by the exploration team, they analyzed that a new upgrade route had appeared on this primitive planet, and this route was faster and more powerful than the old one. When they heard that there was a supernatural power such as divine arts on Gaystar, and some divine magicians could survive for 10,000 years under the blessing of divine arts, they were even more salivating. Because on Pajero Star, even with the help of resurrection equipment, the human body will gradually lose consciousness after 3 consecutive conversions. So even the great scientists of Pajero Academy of Sciences will only have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Therefore, the Pajero Academy of Sciences sent an ultimatum to Captain Umazlala, ordering him to hand over the information of divine arts, and then return to Pajero Star in person to communicate with each other, and promised that Captain Umazlala would join the Academy of Sciences. Captain Umazlala naturally refused this request. If it were in the past, he would definitely take the spaceship to Pajero without hesitation, and be a scientist happily. But now he has become a god on Gaystar, almost ruling the entire dark star field, so he rejected the request of Pajero civilization without hesitation. The chief scientist of the Pajero Academy of Sciences was gentle and congratulated Captain Umazlala with a smile, and then turned off the intercom. Turning around, he became serious, and his desire for immortality has surpassed everything. Moreover, after years of research, the Pajero people have found a way to break through the dark star field. Therefore, the Chief Academy of Sciences ordered that all interstellar battleships be withdrawn from the outer star field. Even the Fourier fleet that was fighting against the Edge world was no exception. The Fourier fleet is the largest fleet of the Pajero people. It consists of more than 2,000 Galaxy-class warships, equipped with planetary fragmentation bombs. This superbomb has a built-in hypernuclear reactor, and is equipped with an nanowave detection radar. After it is launched, it can directly fragment a planet. Above the ship, there is also a device called the High-End Station, which is a giant tractor beam launcher that can move various celestial bodies, including planets, stars, and even black holes, throughout the Milky Way through hyperspace. Because the tractor beam it launches is extremely energetic, when this device is activated, the surrounding warships must be at least 3,000 kilometers away. Half a year later, a huge fleet consisting of galaxy warships, star warships, half-light speed warships, and a war star gathered in the Pajero starfield. The war star is a meteorite planet with a diameter of up to 2,000 kilometers. It is hollow inside, and is equipped with various powerful weapons and various supplies. It is a mobile supply station. Of course, this supply station is driven by more than 50 star engines, and its speed is close to the speed of light. This war is related to the future of Pajero's civilization, so Gusma, the great scientist of Pajero Academy of Sciences who has not appeared for more than 100 years, led the team personally. Gusma is not only a great scientist, but also an excellent military strategist. In the early days of Pajero's external expansion, he personally served as the head coach and set an immortal record of 100 consecutive victories. What really pushed Gusma to the altar was the battle with the silicon-based civilization Copus Civilization 300 years ago. Copus Civilization is a civilization composed of robots, with the characteristics of strong body and fast replication speed. They jumped out from the time and space nodes and pounced on the Pajero starfield like locusts, almost destroying the entire Pajero. At the critical moment, Gusma led a team of elite mecha warriors to sneak into the mother planet of Copus Civilization, installed a planetary explosion bomb on the planet, and finally saved the Pajero civilization. After becoming a god, Captain Umazlala has been living in a mansion built for him by Godvoid. When he learned that the Pajero fleet was coming, the fleet was less than 5 light years away from Gaystar. Facing such a huge fleet, Godvoid was nervous, fearing that those fleets would suddenly launch missiles to destroy Pajero Star. But Captain Umazlala looked calm. He closed his eyes, and his whole mind immediately covered the entire starfield. In less than 2 seconds, he found Pajero's fleet. A rough count showed that there were more than 100,000 warships, and he had never seen the largest warship among them. He sighed in his heart, Pajero Academy of Sciences really values me. If in the past, Captain Umazlala might have considered that there were compatriots in the ship, and negotiated with the Pajero people, but now the Pajero people came to attack without saying a word, which made Captain Umazlala a little angry. He used his divine sense to yell at the fleet. The Pajero people dared to invade Gaystar. I will leave all of you here today. In the fleet command room, the great scientist Gusma, who was holding a chief officer meeting, heard the roar in the air, and his expression suddenly changed. His face turned pale. Because at this moment, all the radars of the fleet were turned on, and no information about the enemy approaching was found, which meant that the other party must have used divine magic. He walked to the glass window, and was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close. In the dark night sky, there was a giant with red light all over his body. He stared and glared at the ship. Are you Captain Umazlala? Although the giant outside didn't look like Captain Umazlala at all, Gusma had a vague feeling that this person was the traitor 1,000 years ago. But he turned into a giant, and relied on his own power to suspend in the vacuum of the universe. This was really a bit incredible. Yes, I'm Captain Umazlala. You entered Gaystar without permission, and must be punished now. Captain Umazlala, who was furious, did not intend to give the white-haired old man a chance to defend himself, and was ready to launch an attack directly. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand, and a ball of hot flames suddenly appeared in his palm. This phenomenon completely violated scientific common sense, and Gusma couldn't help but gasp. It was a joke. The combustion of an object must have oxygen to participate in the reaction, and there was only a little dust in the vacuum, so how could there be a flame? This completely violated the laws of this universe. However, Gusma also quickly realized that this was not the time to be amazed, because the flames in Captain Umazlera's palm were gradually gathering, and in less than 2 minutes they turned into a big fireball. Although I don't know how powerful the big fireball is, since Captain Umazlera is so confident, it is not a problem to easily destroy the entire fleet. Don't do it. We are all Pajero people. There is no need to fight like this. Gusma shouted hurriedly. Oh, now you know that there is no need to fight? Then why did you bring so many soldiers? Captain Umazlera sneered twice. I'm here to welcome you back to Pajero. Gusma's eyes turned, and he came up with a reason that couldn't be more ridiculous. After the Great Academy of Sciences research, it has been decided that, as long as you are willing to follow us back to Pajero, we are willing to make you the chief scientist, and we will also erect a statue for you at the entrance of the Great Academy of Sciences. Statue. Captain Umazlera's mood was rippled. There are a total of 10 statues at the entrance of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. The first statue is in Santiago. At that time, the Pajero people were still under the rule of Giluman. He was born in poverty and was almost eaten by Giluman as a child. After he grew up, he used his wisdom to join the rebels and became a scientist who specialized in researching weapons for the rebels. He continuously produced high-energy weapons such as blast bombs and fuel air bombs, and finally helped the rebels defeat Giluman. The second statue is Umababel, who inherited the mantle of Santiago and developed the Rebel Weapons Research Institute, and finally established the Pajero Academy of Sciences. The third statue is Elf Hogan, a female scientist who successfully cracked the secret of quantum before she was 15 years old and studied the principle of superluminal speed at the age of 20. With these achievements, she joined the Academy of Sciences. However, a female scientist was not accepted in Pajero at that time. In the end, Elf Hogan solved dozens of world-class problems in succession, which broke this controversy. The fourth statue is Nuno Bea. As a scientist, he did not have great achievements, but after entering the Academy of Sciences, he succeeded in suppressing the Pajero officials and firmly controlling the army by winning over various forces. The fifth statue is Mick Rogers. The 10th statue is Gusma, the commander-in-chief of this time. His achievement is to defeat the silicon-based civilization and save the Pajero civilization. They can erect statues at the door of the Academy of Sciences, which is a greater contribution to the Pajero people than the sky. On the planet Pajero, everyone has had an ideal, since they were old enough to understand, that is, to erect their own statues at the entrance of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. The Pajero Academy of Sciences even authorized the sale of photos of the sculptures. Those ambitious young Pajero people would hang the photos on the head of their beds to motivate themselves. Captain Umazlera was no exception. The walls of his bedroom and living room were covered with photos of the top 10 sculptures. Today, Captain Umazlera had the opportunity to erect his own sculpture at the entrance of the Academy of Sciences. However, he immediately realized that I was the god of this gay planet, so why should I go to Pajero to be an Academy of Sciences? Sorry, I don't accept your proposal. Captain Umazlera said, and while Gusma was stunned, he raised his palm and gently pushed forward. Gusma only saw a big ball of fire rushing towards him. Although separated by a thick bulkhead, Gusma couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The battleship's bulkhead is made of space alloy, and there are special protective materials inside, which can withstand temperatures of at least 50 million degrees, and can enter a star safely. However, he still maintains awe of divine arts. Chapter 729. When the fireball condensed and formed, Gusma instantly connected to the main brain of the Galaxy battleship through brain waves, and activated the outer shell defense system of the interstellar battleship. The defense system consists of 3 layers. The first layer is composed of electro-optical waves. Electro-optical waves are composed of 4 basic forces of the universe: gravity, electromagnetic interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction. They can shield attacks with the same properties as the universe. The second layer is composed of a strong magnetic shield. The strong magnetic shield is composed of an ultra-strong magnetic field, which can generate a magnetic field with a magnetic charge of up to 10 million megapascals. The ultra-strong magnetic field can instantly freeze the frequency of the attack in midair, thereby achieving the purpose of defending against the enemy's attack. The third layer is composed of a dark light shield. At the moment of activation, a circle of dark light belt will be generated around the battleship. Although this dark light belt cannot reach the internal light speed of almost zero like the natural dark light belt, it can make the light speed reach 1/10 of the normal one. These three layers of defense were exchanged from the library civilization by the Pajero Academy of Sciences through the means of exchanging civilization stories. Of course, the original technology came from a biological civilization and could not be applied to the Pajero civilization at all. The Pajero Academy of Sciences brought together all the great scientists, and after thousands of years of research, they finally transformed the biological civilization technology into the Pajero civilization technology. Over the years, it is precisely relying on these three defense systems that the Pajero civilization can be invincible in the universe and defeat one civilization after another that is higher than them. Gusma is very confident in the three-layer defense system. After sending out the fireball, Captain Umazlera put his hands behind his back, looking calm and composed. In this universe, he is the only god and the creator of the rules of the universe. Before becoming a god, Captain Umazlera once wondered why gods were called gods and how he was different from the extraordinary. The abilities of the extraordinary have surpassed ordinary people, and they are even invincible. Why can't they become gods? Now he understands that gods can create, and the extraordinary can only destroy. Now the big fireball that is about to hit the spacecraft is a new type of fireball he created using the rules of the universe, which has nothing to do with the traditional four basic forces. Sure enough, 0.0001 seconds later, the fireball hit the galaxy battleship, and then there was only light everywhere, and the galaxy battleship was instantly broken into pieces. Pajero great scientist Gusma only saw a dazzling light, and then felt his whole body burning in the heat, and then there was nothing else, and the whole person suddenly turned into a pile of flying ashes. Captain Umazlala looked calm and smiled slightly, as if there was no enemy in this world anymore, and he could roam the vast universe at will. The commanders of the interstellar battleships next to him saw this scene through the ultra-wave radar image, and they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Fuck, what is that? The fireball technique? God, have you come to the world in person? Quick, this is a devil. We need to turn around and return to Pajero. Report to the Academy of Sciences immediately. A devil has appeared in the dark star field. Tens of thousands of spaceships spewed out fire dragons at the same time from the tail, activated the protective shield, and wanted to escape to the outside of the dark star field. However, for Captain Umazlala, who has become a god, the Pajero people dared to send warships to Gaystar, obviously wanting to kill him, so they were mortal enemies. How could they be allowed to escape like this? Captain Umazlala snapped his fingers again, and the dark space suddenly solidified. Yes, it was indeed solidified. Myalko Anderson was the commander of the 01st Galaxy battleship. He looked at the white frost outside the spaceship with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open. This was completely beyond his cognition. Because in the empty universe, although it is not a vacuum, there are many particles. Hydrogen is the most common of the three states, and there is a large amount of plasma state, but there is absolutely no water vapor. Devil. Quick, start the hypernuclear fusion generator, start the curvature engine, and let the spaceship enter the curvature space. Myalko Anderson was worthy of being an experienced battleship captain. He reacted in an instant. He used the brainwave communicator to notify all the battleships to retreat in all directions immediately. The brainwave communicator is a special communication device developed by the Pajero Academy of Sciences. It can connect the brainwaves of Pagerus equipped with brainwave communicators. The propagation speed of brainwaves reaches the speed of light, so when Myalko Anderson had this idea, in an instant, all the warships turned around almost at the same time, like fragments of a bomb exploding in the air, shooting in all directions. In fact, Mayalko Anderson's decision was tactically correct, and could even be called excellent, because in this way, no matter which devil attacked which warship, it would win a chance for other warships to escape. At this time, because the curvature engine had been started, the space-time in the universe was wrinkled under the effect of the electromagnetic waves emitted by the curvature engine. This wrinkle is like a high slope on a road, which is enough to block the attack from the devil. Unfortunately, Mayalko Anderson thought too simply. Captain Umazlera has become a true god in the dark starfield, after absorbing the energy of all the Crusoe creatures in the zero-dimensional space. The planets, animals, plants and even dust in the dark starfield were all under his control. The matter, dark matter and laws in the space all submitted to his pressure. Captain Umazlera stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A ripple invisible to the naked eye appeared in the calm space of the universe. The ripple spread in circles in the universe and spread to the entire universe almost instantly. At the moment of spreading, the ripples also quietly changed the original rules of the universe. Mayalko Anderson was surprised to find that the curvature channel that was about to open in front of the battleship stagnated for a moment, and the light blue agitated waves suddenly retracted inside, and then the entire curvature channel turned into a puff of grey smoke and disappeared in the universe. This is impossible. Mayalko Anderson was so shocked by what happened in front of him that his eyes almost fell out. If he wasn't wearing a helmet. The team members next to him couldn't help but gasp and almost sucked up all the cool air in the battleship. Oh my god, what did I see? The curvature channel, an object that even a hypernuclear bomb cannot destroy, disappeared in an instant. Even the most powerful 9th level civilization in the universe can't do this. Captain, I want to go home. Yes, who doesn't want to go home in this situation? But Captain Umazlera was completely enraged by Pajero's behavior. How could he let them go easily? Captain Umazlera snapped his fingers again, and another almost invisible ripple spread in the universe, and once again spread to the entire universe. Mayalko Anderson was shocked to find that the vector engine of the spacecraft suddenly stopped. How is this possible? Mayalko Anderson exclaimed in disbelief again. The crew saw the instrument pointer on the dashboard jumping up and down, and the chaotic roar of the instrument instantly filled the entire cabin, and the crew was scared to death. This is impossible. These instruments are all wrapped in cryptalloy, and will never be disturbed by external interference. No wonder they were so shocked, because cryptalloy is a very special alloy in the universe. Its atomic composition does not follow the basic law of atomic composition of the universe. It is not composed of atomic nuclei and electrons, but an empty shell with a layer of dark matter on the surface of the empty shell. It can also be said that cryptalloy is a dark matter alloy. Similarly, this dark matter alloy is also extremely rare. After some large stars age, there is a small chance that they will become a magnetar with strong magnetic radiation properties. This magnetar is very dangerous. Any object approaching will be attracted by its magnetic force. Cryptalloy exists in the core of the magnetar and its content is extremely small. Since the lifespan of a star is billions of years, there are not many stars that age in the universe, and there are even fewer stars that can become magnetars. Therefore, cryptalloy is very precious, and even some high-level civilizations do not have much in stock. The reason why the Galaxy battleship can use so many cryptalloys as line barriers is also due to the Pajero civilization's accidental discovery of a star symmetry galaxy. The star is located in the Alpha starfield of Cygnus, with an area of about 20 light years. There are no planets inside, but there are more than 2,000 stars orbiting each other. These stars seem to have been born at the same time, and happened to age at the same time, so less than 100 magnetars were produced. After the Pajero civilization discovered the star symmetry, the great scientists of the Great Academy of Sciences were overjoyed, and immediately dispatched more than 20,000 spacecraft to the star symmetry to collect cryptalloy. Due to the strong magnetic field of the magnetar, even the most advanced star destroyer of Pajero will fail when approaching the magnetar, and eventually turn into a large iron block, and fall on the surface of the magnetar. Moreover, any spacecraft approaching the magnetar will gradually disintegrate under the influence of the magnetar. Faced with this situation, the Academy of Sciences came up with a cruel method. They ordered 2,000 spacecraft to form a spacecraft camp and head towards the magnetar. Under the influence of the magnetor's strong magnetic field, the outer spacecraft gradually disintegrated. The soldiers in the spacecraft watched the outer shell of the spacecraft fly into the universe, then the inner wall, and then themselves. These soldiers will not die after falling into space because they are wearing space protective clothing, but what awaits them is a more miserable future. The strong magnetism of the magnetor will attract the iron element in their blood, and these soldiers will instantly fall to the surface of the strong magnetor. Of course, they have died before they fall to the surface of the strong magnetor, because the strong magnetism will draw their blood out of the body surface, and the blood in their bodies will seem to boil, burst out of the body, and finally die miserably. As the outer spacecraft gradually destroyed, the spacecraft camp was getting closer and closer to the strong magnetor. Finally, when they successfully landed on the strong magnetor, only one of the more than 2,000 spacecraft was left. This spaceship itself is a big bomb. The only difference is that it has 3 astronauts on board. Under mutual supervision, the 3 astronauts each pressed the start button in front of them. In an instant, the entire spaceship burst open, releasing huge energy to blow the magnetor into pieces, and then the collection spaceship that had been waiting for a long time would start in an instant and rush to collect the crashy alloy inside the magnetor. The Pajero civilization paid the price of more than 2,000 spaceships and more than 2,000 Pajeros, but in the end, it only obtained less than 1 kilogram of crashy alloy. This is really a bloody price. Of course, at the beginning, the Pajero Academy of Sciences also tried to use the unmanned spacecraft camp to blow up the magnetor, but the unmanned spacecraft was less than 200 kilometers away from the magnetor, and the unimaginable strong magnetic force of the magnetor would cause all signals to fail. When the unmanned spacecraft fell on the magnetor, it would not be able to detonate. Therefore, whenever a magnetor is discovered, it is also the most feared moment for those Pajero astronauts, because it is simply a suicide mission. The rules for selecting pilots are very simple: drawing lots. The superior officer will take out a wooden box, which contains many small balls. The small balls have 2 colors, one is red and the other is green. The one who draws the red one will have to carry out the task of collecting crashy alloy. When the result of the lottery comes out, the Pajero official will send someone to immediately detain the selected astronauts to prevent them from escaping. When the crew on the Galaxy battleship saw that crashy alloy could not shield interference, they immediately realized that death was waiting for them this time. "Captain, we will fight for him." That's right, our spacecraft is equipped with a Star Destroyer cannon. If we fight to the death, we may win a chance of survival. It is our honor to die in the universe. Pajero civilization is an iron-blooded civilization. Every Pajero is brave and good at fighting, and they have to undergo a thought test every month. The test content includes loyalty to Pajero's civilization, their own courage, and the adventure of exploring the universe. Only when these 3 thoughts meet the standards can Pajero people receive corresponding benefits. In particular, after some of the outstanding ones became astronauts, they had to be indoctrinated with beliefs every day. The content of the indoctrination was personally compiled by the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences, which was extremely persuasive. The Pajeros who were indoctrinated with beliefs would not only not betray the Pajero's civilization, but would also be full of the belief of sacrificing themselves at critical moments. This belief is actually a kind of redemption. They believe that, if they heroically sacrificed themselves for the Pajero's civilization, they would become the object of admiration of the whole people. As the commander of the battleship, Myalko Anderson had of course been indoctrinated with beliefs. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Everyone is ready. Aim the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Star Destroyers. Target, the Devil." Because the instrument panel inside the battleship had failed, the soldiers had to rush into the star gun cabin for manual operation, turning the muzzle to aim at Captain Umazlara. The Star Destroyer is more than 20 meters long, the gun body is dull silver, and the muzzle is black, which looks terrifying. The soldiers acted very quickly, and it took only 2 or 3 seconds to complete the aiming. Star Destroyer number 1, aiming completed. Star Destroyer number 2, aiming completed. Star Destroyer number 6, aiming completed. Chapter 730. When all the Star Destroyers were aimed at Captain Umazlala, Myalko Anderson gave the order without hesitation. Fire. Following Myalco Anderson's order, the black muzzles of the 6 Star Destroyers flashed with light, and countless purple electric spirals intertwined. As the light became brighter and brighter, an energy cannon was fired. Captain Umazlala did not dodge. He wanted to know if his body would be far superior to that of ordinary people after he became a god. Of course, he had tried it before, letting Huangming's use an axe to chop him, letting those divine magicians use lightning, frost, and fire to attack him, and even diving into the magma of a volcano, but he was unharmed. However, he had never tried to be attacked by a Star Destroyer, which symbolizes the pinnacle of technological civilization. As the name suggests, a Star Destroyer can destroy a planet with one shot. It is composed of high-energy concentrated laser beams, and contains the energy to destroy the world. On the Pajero battleship, hundreds of thousands of officers and soldiers saw that Captain Umazlala did not dodge or perform magical spells, and they were immediately delighted. They hoped that this damn devil would be killed by a cannon, so that they could escape back to Pajero, and never come back. On the screen, countless purple spiral electric rays turned into a dragon and hit Captain Umazlala directly. Immediately, a violent explosion occurred, and the bright light dispelled the darkness, illuminating most of the universe. The Pajero soldiers on the battleship immediately cheered and hugged each other, cheering loudly. Thank God, we finally killed such a devil. Oh my god, we can finally go home. 55,555. Mother, daughter-in-law, I Cobus miss you. This time we have eliminated this god, and when we return to Pajero, we will definitely be rewarded by the great scientists of the Academy of Sciences. Even the fleet commander Myalco Anderson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, slapping the dashboard with his rough palm, making the dashboard bang. Very good, we finally defeated the devil. Before he finished speaking, he opened his mouth in shock. On the huge screen of more than 100 inches, as the snow white light disappeared, a figure gradually appeared. He floated in the universe leisurely, his clothes showed no signs of damage, and his hands were behind his back. The operator next to him zoomed in on the picture, and he could clearly see that the man's face was full of contempt. This man was Captain Umazlala. Captain Umazlala was hit by tens of thousands of Star Destroyers, but he didn't feel any discomfort, and he sighed in his heart. Is this the power of the Star Destroyer? It's too weak. In this case, it's meaningless for these warships to stay here. Captain Umazlala snapped his fingers, and the dark universe was suddenly filled with light, and the Pajero warship was immediately covered with flames. Because the outer shell of the warship was damaged, the flames rushed into the battleship cabin in an instant, and the soldiers screamed in the flames, and turned into a ball of black ash. However, there was a warship that was not affected in the blaze, just like all the flames were hiding from this warship. This warship was the command ship of the Pajero Expeditionary Force. Myalco Anderson watched on the big screen. Countless warships were burned in the flames, and the soldiers turned into a cloud of smoke, and his heart was extremely painful. He was known in the Pajero army for loving his soldiers like his own sons. The parents of those soldiers tried every means to send their children to his command, just to give their children a good future. Now they didn't expect that all of them would be buried. In this case, Myalco Anderson pulled out a high-energy laser gun from his belt. He couldn't face this tragic situation. He wanted to end his life and die for the soldiers. Captain, no. The space monitor was checking the situation nearby. When he looked up and saw this scene, he was shocked. He rushed up and knocked Myalco Anderson down. Myalco Anderson fell heavily to the ground, his face full of tears, sobbing, so many soldiers died. It's all my fault as a commander. How can I face their parents when I go back? Let us be buried with them. The space monitor actually has another identity. He is a spy sent by the Great Academy of Sciences to the Expeditionary Force, which is also the official practice of Pajero. Every time they go out, the Great Academy of Sciences will plant countless spies in the fleet, because these fleets are often composed of thousands or tens of thousands of spacecraft. Once they turn against them and turn around to deal with the Pajero Academy of Sciences, the consequences will be disastrous. Of course, Myalco Anderson also knows the identity of the space monitor. He sighed. Even if that devil lets me go, I will die if I return to Pajero. On Pajero, there are only victorious generals. but no defeated generals, because those losers will be sent to the trial seat as soon as they return to Pajero. The judges are all composed of Pajero scientists. They only look at the results and will not listen to any objective reasons. The cosmic monitor took Myalko Anderson's high energy laser gun and persuaded him. So many warships have been destroyed and only ours is left. Captain Umazlala must have other intentions. We might as well leave our names to see what he is going to do, so as to remind the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. As a spy, the Cosmic Monitor Judge was an orphan since childhood and was adopted by the Academy of Sciences. He was instilled with the idea of loyalty to the Academy of Sciences and loyalty to the Pajero civilization. In order to achieve these 2 points, they can sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Myalko Anderson nodded slowly. He had to admit that what the spy said made sense. Then, he slowly stood up, walked into the locker room, put on the captain's uniform, tidied his appearance in front of the mirror, and then took a 7-star sword from the weapon rack on the wall. This sword was specially awarded to Myalko Anderson by the Academy of Sciences for defeating the enemy's 5,000 warships with 2,000 warships, and conquering a galaxy with more than 100 planets for the Pajero civilization. This symbolizes the honor of a soldier. After sorting out everything, Myalko Anderson gathered all the soldiers on the ship and asked them to leave the instrument panel and line up in the middle of the deck to wait. Soon, a dazzling light flashed on the deck. After the light went out, Captain Umazlera appeared on the deck. Captain Umazlera, we are completely defeated today. You can kill or chop me up as you like. Myalko Anderson knew that he had no chance of winning against this man with the power of a god, so he simply stepped forward and said frankly. Captain Umazlera stared at him for a long time, but he didn't see a trace of timidity on his face. Very good. It seems that it is a wise choice for me to keep you. Captain Umazlera sneered twice and then said, you should contact the Pajero Academy of Sciences immediately. I have something to discuss with them. Myalko Anderson was shocked when he heard this. This man would not want to take a spaceship to the Pajero starfield and destroy the entire Pajero, right? But he immediately thought that Captain Umazlala already had godlike abilities and he could fly to Pajero even without a spaceship. Myalko Anderson nodded and ordered, Spaceship Communications Officer, connect to the Pajero Academy of Sciences immediately. Yes, Captain. A short Pajero man walked quickly to the dashboard and pressed several buttons in succession. At this time, all the great scientists at the Pajero Academy of Sciences were waiting for the information sent back by the fleet. In their opinion, this expeditionary force had gathered all the combat power of Pajero, and even if there were divine magicians on Gay, they would not be able to resist. Because they had analyzed it and found that, although divine magic was powerful, it had an obvious disadvantage. That is, its effective range was very short. The Star Destroyer on the Galaxy battleship could attack objects 1 light year away, as long as it fired a shot from a distance. Even if the divine magicians on Gay wanted to escape, it would be impossible. They were even ready to divide the fruits of victory and divide the divine magic power. I think the freezing magic is good and can be used as a refrigerator. I'll go with this. TSK, I think the fire dragon magic is good and can be used for barbecue. You are all too short-sighted. The void magic is still the most powerful. Just think about it. As long as we hide in the void, we can be immortal. Suddenly, the buzzer placed on the table sounded quickly. Chief Scientist Jagus Pascal quickly pressed the call button, and the picture of the interior of the Galaxy battleship appeared on the opposite side. Myalko Anderson was standing in front of the instrument panel. He couldn't wait to ask, have you killed those damn guys on Gay Star? As soon as he said this, he felt something was wrong, because although Myalko Anderson was dressed neatly and holding the 7-star sword, he looked depressed, and his eyes kept looking to the side. And the soldiers behind him all hung their heads, looking dejected. This is Jagus Pascal's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked loudly, Myalko Anderson, what happened? What made you so depressed? You don't have the power of our Pajero army at all. Myalko Anderson opened his mouth, but no sound came out. At this time, a man in a golden robe suddenly came over, facing the warm smile, and said, you are the chief scientist of the Academy of Sciences, Jagus Pascal, right? Just now, He had interrogated Myalko Anderson and knew that the man in the video was now the head of the Pajero Academy of Sciences. Jagus Pascal felt that the man in the golden robe was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. He looked surprised and said, "Who are you?" Captain Umazlera sneered, "I'm the target of your expedition this time, Captain Umazlera." This sentence echoed in the conference room of the Academy of Sciences through the loudspeaker, and all the scientists were shocked and gasped. "Oh my god, the enemy actually boarded the command ship. Are we defeated? This is impossible. We have gathered the military forces of the entire Pajero galaxy this time." That's right, absolutely impossible. All scientists don't believe that a fleet with 20,000 galaxy warships will fail. Jagus Pascal's face was gloomy. "Captain Umazlera, what did you do to the fleet?" And, Myalko Anderson, what's going on? What made him cold was that Myalko Anderson still lowered his head and said nothing, while the man in the golden robe began to sneer. At this time, the great scientists of the Academy of Sciences also realized that something was wrong, and they all shut their mouths and said nothing. Jagus Pascal said in a deep voice, "Captain Umazlera, have you defeated our entire Pajero fleet?" At this point, even if something is impossible to happen, as long as it happens, scientists can always accept it at the first time. "That's right, I just snapped my fingers, and all of your 20,000 plus warships were wiped out," Captain Umazlera said, making a snapping gesture. "Snap your fingers?" Jagus Pascal looked puzzled. He knew that divine magicians had magical powers, but he never thought they would be so powerful. He stared at Myalko Anderson with sharp eyes. "Expeditionary Force Myalko Anderson, is what Captain Umazlera said just now true?" Myalko Anderson slowly raised his head. 2 lines of hot tears burst out of his eyes, and answered in a crying voice, "Yes, I don't understand what happened. I saw Captain Umazlera snap his fingers, and all our warships were destroyed." After getting the exact answer, Jagus Pascal's mood immediately fell to the bottom. A man who can destroy an entire fleet with a snap of his fingers already has power comparable to that of a god. Is it possible? Although he is a scientist and believes that there are no things in this world that cannot be explained by science, and there are no gods, the facts are right in front of him, and he cannot deny it. At this time, the scientists behind him also looked at each other in bewilderment. The Pajero civilization has been able to develop to the present and has encountered countless enemies. Some enemies have a much higher level of civilization than the Pajero civilization, but they are not afraid because they know that they have the hope of winning. However, facing a god like the creator, these scientists can't see a glimmer of hope of victory. Jagus Pascal suppressed his inner panic and tried his best to make his voice sound less trembling. "Captain Umazlera, what do you want?" Captain Umazlera did not destroy the Expeditionary Force's command ship and rushed towards the Pajero civilization, which means there is still a chance for negotiation. As long as it is a negotiation, an agreement can always be reached. "I want all the technology of your Pajero civilization." Captain Umazlera threw out an idea he had long had. He once promised to Ungmingsu a request, which was to let all Pajeros live a happy life. Although Captain Umazlera is the god of the Pajero people and has the power to create the world, he knows that it is absolutely impossible for hundreds of millions of Pajero people to live a carefree life by himself. The only way is to combine divine arts with technology. Although the god mechanic is very talented, he lacks the accumulation of technology and always seems to be unable to do what he wants. "You want technology?" Jagus Pascal looked surprised. This request was beyond his expectations. Chapter 731. Jagus Pascal fell into deep thought. According to the ability shown by Captain Umazlera, he could rush to the Pajero planet and slaughter all the Pajeros, leaving only the scientists. Why did he have to reach an agreement with himself? Is it because he is kind-hearted? Jagus Pascal was delighted. He was not only a great scientist, but also a very high-level psychoanalyst, who was best at seeing through other people's psychology. It seems that this terrifying god has no intention of wiping out the Pajero civilization. Although Pajero technology is a precious treasure of Pajero, it is not worth mentioning compared to the survival of civilization. Great Captain Umazlera, we Pajeros are willing to give you all our technology, and we also hope to become your vassal. Jagus Pascal said slowly with a turn of his eyes. He has determined that Captain Umazlara is not a person obsessed with territory. In this case, if he can become his vassal, not only will he not be restricted, but he can also be protected. Perhaps from now on, the Pajero civilization will no longer have any external worries. Although the Pajero civilization is a third-level civilization, it is as weak as a small ant in this empty universe, and may be destroyed by a powerful foreign civilization at any time. What disappointed Jagus Pascal was that Captain Umazlara just smiled faintly. Sorry, I'm only interested in the technology of the Pajero civilization, and do not accept your surrender. Just kidding, a gay star is enough to bother him. If he takes over the Pajero civilization, Captain Umazlara's life will not be able to survive. Although Jagus Pascal was extremely disappointed, he had to accept Captain Umazlara's advice. From then on, Captain Umazlara used the power of divine magic to seal up the gay star. Under his guidance, the gay people lived a paradise-like life. This is the story of Captain Umazlara. In the grey fog, Liemo sat cross-legged on the ground and listened to the whole story told by the big-headed Pajero man. This is a long and bizarre story. Liemo pondered for a moment and asked, you mean, in this universe, in addition to technology, there is another route to take, right? Grey fog rolled on the high platform, and the big-headed Pajero sighed. I'm just a tool for passing messages, and I'm just a teacher among the Pajero people. I can't answer this question. The truth of the story just now is also impossible to tell, but one thing I know very well is that the lifespans of the great scientists of the Pajero Academy of Sciences have been greatly improved, and some have even achieved immortality. In the Pajero society, some people began to suspect that these scientists learned divine arts from Captain Umazlara. But you also know that the Pajero civilization is a high-pressure and cold-blooded civilization, and the great scientists have never come out to clarify, so we can only bury our doubts in our hearts. Liemo nodded silently, and the authenticity of this story seemed beyond doubt. He thought of the strange patient Wang Ming who appeared on the spacecraft heading to Marxing, as well as Red Hair and Woody. The magical abilities they showed should be a kind of divine arts. Liemo suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Maybe he should use divine arts to deal with alien spacecraft. He was originally prepared to perish with the alien spacecraft in order to preserve the civilization of the Earth, but the appearance of divine arts gave him new hope. Thank you, Big Head. After Liemo thanked him sincerely, he left the grey fog space and appeared in the director's office. Time is running out, and he must study divine arts as soon as possible. Through the story of Captain Umazlara, Liemo knew that divine arts have various abilities, and they need to be cultivated to reach a higher level. At the same time, learning divine arts requires talent and perseverance. Liemo pondered for a moment and pressed the call bell on the desk. Soon, Xia King, who was wearing a uniform, walked in. She was carefully dressed today, with her hair scattered behind her back, her eyebrows light black, and her lips painted with a light red. The whole person looked generous and charming. Xia King walked in front of Liemo, stood in an elegant posture, and smiled slightly. Director Liemo, what do you want? She had already known about Chen Shuxian. She was both envious and jealous of this childhood sweetheart of Liemo. Since becoming Liemo's bodyguard, Xia King has fallen in love with this big boy with a wise mind and a kind heart, but the unique reserve of a young girl made her unable to speak. When she finally mustered up the courage and was ready to speak, Liemo had already taken off. Every day, he was either squatting in the laboratory or holding academic meetings everywhere. There was no chance at all. Later, the Earth Defense Bureau was established, and Liemo took on the important responsibility of defending the entire Earth. Xia King was worried that he would be distracted, so she could only suppress her little thoughts in her heart again. And now Chen Shuxian suddenly appeared. Although Chen Shuxian did not hold any position in the Earth Defense Bureau, all the senior executives knew that Chen Shuxian was given a special task by Liemo. Liemo not only handed over Marxing to Chen Shuxian, but also handed over the Gobi Desert base to her for management. There were even rumors that the task that Liemo asked Chen Shuxian to perform was to deal with the alien spacecraft that was about to arrive. Xia King felt extremely painful. She wanted to let go, but every night, when she closed her eyes, Liemo's figure appeared in front of her. Letting go is impossible. Xia King is a stubborn person. She is determined to conquer Liemo with her own ability. Therefore, Xia King secretly attends various ladies training courses during her free time from work. The teachers in the training courses are all women with rich experience in love affairs. They are well versed in men's psychology and know how to make men surrender to them. As Liemo's personal bodyguard, Xia King naturally knows Liemo very well, so it is easy for her to analyze the type of person Liemo likes. So she starts to change herself according to this type template. Liemo looks up and is a little surprised to see Xia King's dress. How can this girl who always looks like a boy dress so attractively today? However, facing the enemy, he no longer had any thoughts about his children. He just glanced at her calmly and said with a smile, "Xia King, I order you to immediately notify Chen Shuxian of the Special Operations Team to escort Red Hair to Yanjing immediately. Remember to tell Chen Shuxian to protect Red Hair's safety." The Special Operations Team was a special organization specially set up by Liemo after he realized that the Earth Defense Bureau was obviously insufficient in dealing with such special operations attacks after Chen Shuxian was attacked. Chen Shuxian served as the captain and Bioman X served as the deputy captain. The team members were all elites drawn from below. They were not only proficient in various weapons and fighting, but also in operating various aircraft. They could fight 10 people at once. When Xia King saw Liemo raise his head, a gleam flashed in his eyes, and she was secretly delighted. But when she saw Liemo's face quickly return to normal, she felt a little disappointed, but she was not disappointed because she had confidence in herself. "Yes, I will notify Captain Shenta right away." Xia King saluted and walked out quickly. At this time, in the Special Operations Team building, Chen Shuxian was conducting combat training with his men. He swung his fist as big as a sandbag and swung it fiercely at a team member. The team member felt a cool wind blowing in his face and couldn't help but take a breath. He took 2 steps back before dodging the fist. Even so, the strong wind swept across his nose and cut a hole in his skin. This scene shocked the team members watching nearby. "This is hitting the cow from a distance." X, who was sitting next to the window watching the leaves falling outside, turned his head and saw this scene. A light flashed in his big black eyes, and he kicked his little feet and flew from the window to Chen Shuxian. X's white porcelain doll face was filled with curiosity. "Chen Shuxian, you have even mastered the art of hitting a cow from a distance. How about we have a competition?" Facing the challenge of this little girl, the always brave Chen Shuxian took a step back and said with a wry smile, "What a joke. I may not even be able to hit a finger of yours." Chen Shuxian was not modest because after a period of contact, he became more and more aware of X's strength. This little girl did not know any martial arts moves or any combat strategies, but with her extremely powerful strength and unimaginable speed, she was enough to sweep everyone away. Even a second-generation ancestor with supernatural powers like Woody was not X's opponent. "TSK, do you still look like a man?" X glared at him with contempt, trying to inspire his fighting spirit, but seeing the calmness on Chen Shuxian's face, he could only shake his head helplessly. When will this boring day end? Since X killed Woody and protected Chen Shuxian on the Navigator, he was recalled to Yanjing by Liemo and joined the Special Operations Team. When she first arrived at the Special Operations Team, she still felt very fresh because the team members here were all very strong. So X challenged the team members one by one. Those team members were the elites of each team, and they always looked up to the sky. They were naturally very angry when they were challenged by a child who looked only in his jeans. Especially X said that he could stand still and let them hit him with a punch. This request was an insult to those team members. They immediately became angry. Chen Shuxian wanted to remind them, but he glared at them, waved his fist, and threatened back. The first team member to be challenged was called Yu Jian. He had been practicing Bagwuquan since he was a child, and he could break a big tree with one full punch. He stood in front of X, looked up and down at this child, and pursed his lips. This child is too weak. If she punches her, won't she be beaten to death? However, the arrogance on her face was really infuriating. For safety reasons, Yu Jian only used half of her strength, swung her fist, and hit X. "Yu Jian, you are too cruel. She is just a child." "That's right. You should just hit her lightly to show your respect. Oh my god, Captain, call an ambulance. Chen Shuxian shook his head watching from the side. This Yujian had completely forgotten what he had taught him. On the battlefield, there were no women and children, only enemies. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, we must concentrate our strength and knock him down. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. The moment Yujian's fist touched X, his face immediately changed, because X's whole body was as hard as iron. He seemed to hear the sound of his bones breaking. But it was too late to retract his fist at this moment. Yujian could only grit his teeth and hit him hard, trying to push X down with force. The result disappointed him. X stood firmly in place without even moving. Instead, Yujian held his bloody fist and cried loudly. This scene also shocked the team members watching nearby. Oh my god, Yujian couldn't even knock down a little girl. This is incredible. X is the deputy captain of the special operations. I thought she got in through connections. Now I think about it, I'm so ridiculous. A little girl is so powerful. It's really unexpected. Seeing Yujian's miserable appearance, X lost the desire to fight back. He walked forward and asked with concern, "How is it? Are you okay?" Yujian pouted in pain, thinking to himself, "How can I be okay? Can't you see that my hand is almost crippled?" But he had to smile and said, "It's okay. It's okay." At this time, two medical staff rushed in from outside. They put Yujian on a stretcher and carried him away. X turned around and looked at the team members next to him. "Who else wants to challenge me? Come one by one, or all together, I don't mind." After what happened just now, those team members had long been afraid of X. Yujian was usually the king of close combat in the team. He turned into that state. How could they have the confidence to challenge X? X saw the fear on the faces of the team members and shook her head helplessly. No one would fight. It was too boring. She missed the big battle with Woody. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps coming from far away in the corridor. Since the special operations team is usually in closed training, no one is allowed to enter without Chen Shuxian's permission. So the team members all cast doubtful eyes towards the door. Xia King opened the door through the pupil detection system and was a little surprised to see dozens of pairs of eyes staring at her. She walked in slowly and smiled. "Why are you all looking at me like this?" The first one to react was X. She naturally recognized that the good-looking woman was the assistant of Director Liemo. X jumped in front of Xia King. "Assistant Xia, do you have a mission?" Xia King's job is to handle Liemo's daily affairs and rarely leaves. There must be a special reason for her to appear here now. Chen Shuxian also looked stern, came over and said with a smile, "Assistant Xia, has the director made any arrangements?" Under the expectant gaze of the two, Xia King took out a document with a seal from the folder and handed it over. "Yes, the director ordered that you bring Red Hair to the Earth Defense Agency immediately. After that," she added, "remember, you must protect his safety." Chen Shuxian and X saluted together. "Yes, sir, I promise to complete the task." Chapter 732. At this moment, in the Gobi Desert base of Mosey Technology, in a prison cell 1000 meters underground, and lead on the roof was emitting a bleak light. Red Hair hugged his knees and curled up in a corner. His hair was disheveled like a chicken coop and his face was sallow. He had been here for more than half a year, since he was captured by the police. When he first came to this prison, Red Hair was still full of confidence, thinking that he could sneak out quietly with his own abilities. However, when he transformed into a diamond man and tried to cut the guardrail of the cage, but the guardrail did not move at all, Red Hair realized that something bad had happened. He stood by in a daze. Professor Wu Zhongliang, who was in charge of the prison, saw this scene through the surveillance and gently pressed the red button on the monitoring console. Dozens of copper pillars stretched out silently from the top of the prison. Red Hair raised his head and saw this scene. Although he didn't know what these copper pillars were used for, he also understood that this thing was not easy to mess with. He was so frightened that he quickly got under the bed and looked up. The blue and red light on the copper pillar flashed twice and quickly gathered into a bright electric light, as if it had eyes, and rushed directly towards the red-haired man. The red-haired man's eyes turned white and screamed. After being unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights, the red-haired man woke up again. He opened his eyes and saw Professor Wu Zhangliang standing in front of him with two fully armed soldiers holding weapons. Red-haired, do you still want to escape? When Professor Wu Zhangliang asked this question, he was grateful to Director Liemo for reminding him. When Red-haired was sent to prison, Professor Wu Zhangliang wanted to put him in an ordinary cell directly, but Director Liemo said that this kid had supernatural powers and could not be dealt with simply. Professor Wu Zhangliang was very surprised at the time. He only knew that there were supernatural powers in this world, but they were limited to the ancestors and the second generation of ancestors. Red-haired was obviously just an ordinary earthling. Except for the red hair, there was nothing different from ordinary people. How could he have a special ability? However, the director's words should be taken seriously, so Wu Zhangliang locked Red-hair in the special first-class A prison. The A prison is a cell specially built for the Gobi Desert base to detain alien species. The various equipment inside are specially made, and the walls are also tens of meters thick steel plates. In this case, even the ancestors cannot escape. Red-hair lay on the ground like a dead fish and opened his mouth with difficulty for a long time. I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Professor Wu Zhangliang then ordered the doctors to go forward and do a simple examination of Red-hair, and then injected him with an anesthetic drug. This anesthetic drug can greatly reduce a person's physiological activities and make people drowsy all day long. Red-hair, I hope you will stay here honestly in the future. Red-hair, who was injected with drugs, was already fuzzy and could only nod. Red-hair was in a state of confusion all day for the next 6 months, until a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. Red-hair subconsciously raised his head and saw Shentu Zixu and X leading a group of people. Although Red-hair could hardly recognize them now, X left a deep impression on him, especially her last sword, that could destroy the world, which Red-hair would never forget. Red-hair, I haven't seen you for half a year. You seem to have gained weight. X joked as the staff of the Gobi Desert base opened the cage. You have gained weight. How can you not gain weight if you eat and sleep all day long? Red-hair said with a wry smile. At this time, Professor Wu Zhangliang rushed in with a dozen soldiers. The moment those soldiers saw Shentu Zixu, they pointed their guns at them. Professor Wu Zhangliang was in a meeting in the conference room when he suddenly received an alarm. A group of people were holding an order from the Earth Defense Agency and were about to take Red-hair away. This news surprised Professor Wu Zhangliang. When Director Liemo handed Red-hair to Professor Wu Zhangliang, he deliberately instructed that Red-hair must be kept under close watch. This person with supernatural powers is very important to mankind. He also instructed that no one could take Red-hair away from the Gobi Desert base without receiving his call. Therefore, Professor Wu Zhangliang did not bother to disband the meeting and called a team of soldiers to rush in to stop Shentu Zixu from taking the person away. Seeing this situation, Shentu Zixu scratched his head in distress. In the past, when he was on a mission, as long as he showed the order of the Earth Defense Bureau, both official and local personnel would respectfully step aside. After all, no one dared to go against the Earth Defense Bureau. X was furious. She was from the Gobi Desert base. This time she came back to her mother's home. Not only did she not receive a warm welcome, but she was pointed at with a gun. She had a childish temper, and she was even more furious at this moment. X drew the sword from her back with a swipe, and the bright sword reflected her dark eyes. Shentu Zixu saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Professor Wu Zhangliang is in charge of the prison. This is his job. Let's listen to what he says. What? We have the authorization order from the General Administration. Isn't that enough? X was very angry. She felt that Shentu Zixu was too weak. Shentu Zixu could only persuade him again. The people we escorted this time are of great importance. Maybe they have special reasons? X heard this, thought about it. It seemed to be the case, then nodded and put the sword into the scabbard. Professor Wu Zhangliang on the opposite side also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't want to go against these two number 1 and number 2 thugs of the Earth Defense Bureau. Professor Wu Zhangliang walked up to Shentu Zixu. Captain Shentu Zixu, I hope you can understand that when Director Liemo handed Red-hair to our Gobi Desert base, he once said that this person is very important. If you want to transfer him, Director Liemo must call in person. Chen Shuxian listened to Professor Wu Zhangliang's words, and then he understood that there was such a reason. However, he did not blame Director Liemo for concealing this key information, because Director Liemo had so many things to do every day, and he must have forgotten such a small thing. So, Chen Shuxian took out his phone and called Director Liemo. After more than a dozen beeps, the phone was connected, but it was Xia King's voice that came from the other end. "Hello, Captain Shentu. Director Liemo is in a meeting. What can I do for you?" Chen Shuxian scratched his head in embarrassment. If it were usual, he would definitely hang up the phone and wait for Director Liemo to finish the meeting. But now the team waiting outside to transfer the red-haired man is ready, and the transfer route has been surveyed. Especially the route survey is time sensitive, and generally it will become invalid after a few hours. It can't wait any longer. Chen Shuxian smiled awkwardly at the phone and said, "Assistant Xia King, please give the phone to Director Liemo. There is something wrong here, and the director needs to call to solve it." The director is holding a global fundraising consultation meeting with leaders of various countries to decide the global fundraising situation next year. Logically, I shouldn't disturb you in this situation, but what you said is also true. The situation is special, so I will give it a try. Xia King took the phone and walked to the conference room. Hearing the footsteps coming from the phone, Chen Shuxian's heart was half relieved. Director Liemo must have come to answer the phone. Sure enough, a vicissitudes of life voice came from the microphone soon. "Hello, this is Liemo." Liemo's voice is very unique. Although his voice sounds very young, it has a kind of compassion for the world. After listening to it, people can't help but respect him. "Director Liemo, I'm Chen Shuxian. I came to the Gobi Desert base to take over the criminal red hair, but was blocked by Professor Wu Zhangliang. He said that he needed your phone call before he could release him." Chen Shuxian knew that Liemo was in a hurry, so he quickly said. Liemo took a while to react. In fact, he had completely forgotten what he had told Professor Wu Zhangliang. Now, after hearing what Chen Shuxian said, he finally understood. "Chen Shuxian, please let Professor Wu Zhangliang answer the phone," Liemo said seriously. "Red hair is related to the big plan of studying divine arts and must be brought to Yanjing immediately. Professor Wu Zhangliang, give me the phone call of Director Liemo." Chen Shuxian handed the phone to Professor Wu Zhangliang. "Hello, Director Liemo, I'm the chief of the special prison in the Gobi Desert base Wu Zhangliang." Professor Wu Zhangliang took the phone and said with a smile. He admired this young director very much. If it weren't for Director Liemo, mankind would have perished because of the chaos during the lunar meteorite disaster. "Professor Wu Zhangliang, I sent Chen Shuxian and X to take over red hair. Let them go immediately. Red hair is related to a big event, so time must be fast." When he heard the serious voice coming from the phone, Professor Wu Zhangliang's expression was stern, and he said yes repeatedly. Then he looked at Chen Shuxian with a smile on his face. "Captain Shentu, it's not that I, old Wu, deliberately made things difficult for you, but Director Liemo had explained it in advance. Please forgive me." Chen Shuxian nodded in understanding. "It's okay, we each have our own responsibilities, no need to say more, just hand over red hair to us." Handing over prisoners is simple to say, but it requires cumbersome procedures. In addition to verifying the identity through fingerprints, DNA, and pupil data, red hair was injected with a timed poison. Timed poison is a special drug developed by the Gobi Desert base. After being injected into the human body has no obvious reaction within a certain period of time, but as long as it leaves the Gobi Desert base 10 kilometers, the drug will take effect. This drug is usually injected into the body of prisoners, so that even if they can escape, they are afraid of the power of the drug and dare not escape. Sure enough, when Red Hair heard about the timed poison, his face suddenly changed, and he trembled all over. He secretly felt lucky that he had failed to escape last time. When he injected the timed poison, the effect of the drug had been explained in detail, but the red-haired man thought that this was just Professor Wu Zhangliang scaring him, and he didn't take it seriously. Injecting poison is very simple. Just push the poison into the prisoner's body through the syringe, but to remove the poison from the prisoner's body, it requires tedious steps. Chen Shuxian could only watch anxiously at the side as 3 or 4 researchers in white robes carried the red-haired man into a special instrument and then operated it tediously on the instrument's dashboard. The various colored indicator lights on the instrument kept flashing and making strange buzzing sounds. It will take at least half an hour to neutralize the timed poison. Captain Shentu, please be patient. Professor Wu Zhangliang saw that Chen Shuxian was a little anxious, walked over and explained in a low voice. Although Chen Shuxian was extremely anxious, he had to nod and wait patiently. He couldn't return to Yanjing with a red-haired man with a time bomb in his body. X tilted his head, waiting for the several timed poison potions on the dashboard, thinking, can such a powerful poison threaten me? Since X was created, it has been subjected to various tests, including attacks with sharp weapons such as swords, attacks with blunt weapons such as sledgehammers, and even attacks with high temperatures such as fire. It seems that, because the researchers missed it, they did not conduct toxicity tests on XX's big eyes rolled around, and while the researchers were not paying attention, she quickly rushed to the side, picked up a syringe, and pushed it into her little mouth, because she knew that the needle of the syringe would definitely not be able to pierce her skin. She was so fast that by the time Chen Shuxian found out, the medicine in the syringe had been swallowed by her. X, what are you doing? Don't you want to die? Chen Shuxian shouted. He has always advocated strict discipline and required his subordinates to accept orders unconditionally, but X is like a child, doing whatever she wants. If Chen Shuxian could beat her, he would have wanted to deal with her long ago. X pursed her lips and laughed. Hey, strawberry flavor. This made Chen Shuxian even more furious. Now the red-haired man was undergoing surgery to neutralize the timed poison, and it would be X's turn soon. The more time wasted, the more time would be lost. If this continued, when would he be able to return to Yanjing? X, your behavior strictly violated the rules of our special operations team. When I return, I will report it to Director Liemo and let him punish you severely. Chen Shuxian said coldly. He had decided to take this opportunity to transfer X, the black sheep, out of the special operations team and not let her affect other team members. As a cyborg, X was not afraid of anything except Director Liemo. Every time she saw Liemo, she always felt like she was looking up at a mountain, and she always felt that Liemo could make her disappear with just one finger. Of course, she knew this was impossible, because Director Liemo was just an ordinary person, and she was the only cyborg in the world. But this feeling was deeply rooted in her mind, making her shudder when she saw Liemo. Hearing Chen Shuxian say this, she was frightened, and her face changed drastically, and she quickly vomited out all the medicine. The pink medicine flowed down the corners of her mouth and onto the white ground, looking particularly creepy. The researchers who were detoxifying the red-haired man were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. It was the first time for them to see someone swallow a timed poison and then spit it all out. This detoxification method was unheard of. X laughed and patted his chest. How is it? I'm fine now. Do you still want to report to Director Liemo? Chen Shuxian's face was livid, and he said nothing. Chapter 733. After half an hour of hard work by the researchers at the Gobi Desert Base, the toxins in Red Hair's body were finally completely removed. Captain Shentu, you can take him away now. After checking the data displayed on the instrument, Professor Wu Zhangliang nodded with satisfaction and said to Chen Shuxian, quick, tie this guy up and pack him in a box. Chen Shuxian couldn't wait any longer. With a wave of his hand, the team members behind him rushed forward and tied Red Hair tightly with the silver chain that had been prepared long ago. This silver chain is made of iron and manganese forged at ultra-high temperature with the addition of special catalysts, and its durability is far superior to diamond. It is the latest research result of the Mosey Technology Laboratory and has not yet been sold to the public. Chen Shuxian had seen Red Hair after his transformation, so he naturally knew that this guy could become a diamond man, so he borrowed this rope from the Mosey Technology Laboratory. The redhead was tied up with ropes and had no intention of resisting because he saw X staring at him excitedly with ill intentions in her eyes. The redhead was very afraid of this violent girl. He was afraid that if he showed any signs of resistance, he would be cut in half by a sword. Let's go. Let's get on the helicopter quickly. Time is running out. Chen Shuxian asked the soldiers to take the redhead and walked quickly out of the door. In the square outside the door, 3 camouflage painted helicopters were parked neatly. Under the helicopters, there were several missiles mounted to prepare for possible attacks. Although this situation is very rare under the control of the Earth Defense Bureau. But it was a serious matter. Chen Shuxian had to be careful. The helmeted pilot on the helicopter saw several people coming out of the door and immediately started the helicopter. The propellers rotated rapidly, making a buzzing sound, and also rolled up the fallen leaves and dust on the ground. For a while, the air was turbid. X, who liked cleanliness, couldn't stand this, and she was the first to rush onto the helicopter, covering her nose. Chen Shuxian personally escorted Redhead to the helicopter, and then asked the team members to tie Redhead to the back seat, and then put handcuffs and leg irons on him, and then he felt relieved. Quick, start immediately. Target Yanjing Divine Art Research Institute. Understood. It is expected to arrive in Yanjing in 3 hours. The pilot nodded heavily, then pulled the flight lever, and the helicopter slowly rose, and then turned into a big bird flying in the sky. Chen Shuxian looked at the ant-like people on the ground, and his heart was filled with emotions. Humans are powerful. They can use various mechanical equipment to move mountains and seas, and can use various weapons to eliminate most of the creatures on the earth. They can even drive spaceships and travel in space. Humans are the masters of the earth. However, humans are also very weak. A shell from an alien spaceship several light years away can destroy the moon, the neighbor of the earth, for billions of years, and at the same time, cause great harm to humans. In the face of all this, humans have no way to deal with it. As a human being, as long as you can eat and drink enough, have a suitable partner, and have a few obedient children, you can be considered a happy human being. However, all this is about to become a bubble as the alien spacecraft approaches. Chen Shuxian was born as a retired veteran. After joining the Earth Defense Agency, he has performed dangerous missions several times. It can be said that he has experienced gunfire and blood. In the past, even when facing the enemy's bullets, he would not frown, because he knew that even if he fell, there were still comrades around him, and even if his comrades fell, there was still the Earth Defense Agency. They would definitely be able to win the final victory, but this time it was different. How desperate it is to have a spaceship that can destroy the moon with one shot. If only we could live in peace forever. In the sad thoughts, a huge shadow began to appear on the ground. As the shadow got closer, you could see high-rise buildings lined up inside. On the road full of modern cities, vehicles flowed continuously, and the large LED screens on the buildings played various promotional videos. Although the distance was far, Chen Shuxian still felt that he could hear the noise coming from the city. Yanjing, the largest city on Earth, has arrived. After the moonfall disaster, residents of cities on other continents moved to Yanjing with their families, and international companies also established their headquarters in Yanjing. In their opinion, Yanjing must be the safest city in the world with the presence of the Earth Defense Bureau. Although the Earth Defense Bureau, under the guidance of Director Mo, has formulated a strict acceptance system, foreigners who can move into Yanjing not only need to pay a considerable fee, but also have to pass the character test of MOSI technology. As for those large foreign companies, they have to pay half of their profits to the Earth Defense Bureau. Even so, it only took 1 year for Yanjing to increase its population by 200 million, and 90% of the world's multinational companies have their headquarters in Yanjing. The influx of so many people has caused a housing shortage in Yanjing, and the already high housing prices have soared. There is really no way Yanjing has to launch an unprecedented large-scale construction activity. High-rise buildings have sprung up, and the city has expanded more than doubled in half a year, naturally becoming the largest city in the world. The helicopter circled in the air and flew towards the center of Yanjing. The radar on the ground had already detected the approach of the helicopter. After recognizing it as its own helicopter through the enemy identification communication, the surface-to-air missiles that had been in ignition state were immediately unlocked and resumed standby status. It took the helicopter half an hour to land on the lawn in front of a small white building. The small white building was only 5 stories high. There was no house number on the wall, but a team of soldiers stood there. These soldiers were all wearing tactical helmets and holding electromagnetic guns. The electromagnetic gun is the latest weapon developed by MOSI technology. It can emit a high voltage current of hundreds of millions of volts to attack the enemy. Under such a high voltage current, even a dinosaur from the Jurassic period would be knocked down. When the soldiers saw the helicopter descending, they picked up the electromagnetic guns and aimed at the people coming down from above. Because they were guarding the latest research institute established by MOSI Technology, the MOSI Technology Divine Art Research Institute. Although the name of this research institute sounds unserious, it was established by Director Liemo himself, and he told the soldiers to ensure the safety of the research institute, even if they sacrifice their lives. And the security level of the institute is very high. Only those with special privileges in the Earth Defense Agency can enter. So the soldiers were so nervous when they saw these people. I'm one of us. I'm the captain of the special operations team, Chen Shuxian. Chen Shuxian asked the team members to stay where they were and then ran over with his hands raised. He knew that these soldiers were guys who only listened to Liemo's orders and they might really open fire. Captain Shuxian, what are you doing here? Some of the soldiers recognized Chen Shuxian, but his expression did not relax at all. Instead, his finger was on the trigger. Don't be nervous, everyone. I have a special authorization order. Chen Shuxian slowly took out a golden card from his jacket pocket and handed it over. The soldiers took the golden card and swiped it on a machine hanging on the wall. The green light under the machine flashed, and then a crisp voice sounded, beep, verification passed. The person here is Chen Shuxian, the captain of the Special Operations Team of the Earth Defense Bureau. He has special permissions and is allowed to enter. Captain Shuxian is on a special mission. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and lowered their guns. They looked into the distance and saw a person tied up like a dumpling with silver chains. They couldn't help but gasp. Captain Shuxian, who is this person? Chen Shuxian smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, this is the top secret of MOSI technology, and I can't tell you for the time being. The soldiers all nodded in understanding. MOSI technology attaches great importance to confidentiality. If you don't have enough permissions and come into contact with high-level secrets, you will often be strictly examined. If it is found that you have intentionally come into contact, you may be severely punished. At this time, X and the team members also came over with red hair. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. We still have important things to do. As he said, he led the people into the lobby on the first floor of the Divine Art Research Institute. Inside the hall, the floor was paved with white tiles, without any decorations, and there was only an elevator at the back. After taking the elevator to the second floor, Chen Shuxian knocked on the door of the Divine Arts Research Room. After waiting for 2 seconds, the door was opened from the inside, and it was Xia King who opened the door. She saw Chen Shuxian and X with red hair tied up like a dumpling, and said gratefully, Captain Shuxian, X, thank you for your hard work. Not hard. Chen Shuxian answered, while looking inside modestly. Director Liemo was leading more than a dozen researchers in white robes to stare at this side. Chen Shuxian's expression tensed up, and he strode forward and saluted. Report to the director. Red hair has been brought here. Chen Shuxian, this mission was completed beautifully. Liemo was anxious to study red hair and wanted to find out the secret of divine arts from him. He didn't bother to greet Chen Shuxian and strode over. When red hair saw Chen Shuxian saluting a young man, he immediately realized that this young man should be Liemo, the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. He immediately became nervous because Liemo would be the one who decided his fate. Liemo looked red hair up and down and ordered X, remove the chains. X frowned and said cautiously, Director, this person is a very dangerous element. He can turn into a diamond man. I'm afraid that he will secretly attack you. Red hair heard this and shook his head. How could I attack Director Liemo? I have long been dissatisfied with my ancestors. At that time, I took the initiative to surrender to the Earth Defense Bureau. Liemo looked at red hair meaningfully and smiled warmly. Mr. Red Hair, as long as you cooperate with us and study the secrets of you, I will definitely guarantee your safety. Red hair heard this and felt relieved. Isn't it just being an experimental subject? He is good at this. He nodded quickly. Don't worry, I will cooperate. Then, red hair was sent to a special room. This room was made of special materials and could block all cosmic rays. Although red hair behaved very docilely, X still followed him in. She couldn't let anyone hurt directly. Mo. Red hair, can you tell me how you got your ability? Liemo took a sip of the green tea brought by King, his face hidden in the light mist, making red hair hard to understand. Red hair didn't want to reveal the secrets of his tribe, but thinking that the Earth Defense Agency had caught him for so long, maybe they had already investigated everything. If he deliberately concealed it, he might be chopped in half by the sword of the covetous X. There was no way. Red hair could only be honest. There is a legend passed down from mouth to mouth in our Adeli village. In the legend, we are the descendants of our ancestors. When our ancestors conquer the earth, we will become the kings of this world. We already know this legend. Tell us something practical. Shentu Zixu, the interrogator, glared at red hair in dissatisfaction. The red-haired man lowered his head in fear and said embarrassedly, in addition to the legend, there is another secret that only the village chief knows. Whenever the old village chief dies, the successor will be called to a tree hole to explain the future generations. My father, the old village chief, could have lived for decades, but because of your sudden arrival, he wanted to escape, so he called me to the tree hole in advance. Hearing the red-haired man talking about the secrets of Adeli village, Liemo's expression became serious. During the investigation of the Earth Defense Bureau, he found a strange thing. That is, the village chief of Adeli village has always been passed down from father to son, and there has never been an example of someone else serving as the village chief. Since ancient times, human nature has been greedy, so it is not uncommon to usurp the throne in all dynasties. The fact that Adeli village can be passed down from generation to generation can only mean one thing, that is, the village chief must have mastered some powerful weapons that are enough to make the villagers give up the idea of rebellion. It seems that this weapon is a magic. Only if the old village chief passes the magic to his successor before his death will it not cause panic among the villagers. The red-haired man naturally didn't know that Liemo had analyzed so much information based on his words, and continued, at that time, when the old village chief took me to the treehouse, I was very panicked, not knowing what was waiting for me. The old village chief took out a black ceramic jar and told me that there was a kind of herb in the ceramic jar which could give me magical powers after taking it. Back then, he relied on this herb to gain the ability to breathe fire. I was overjoyed, because the reason why my father could have the most beautiful woman in the village, eat the best food, and live in the most luxurious house was entirely because he could breathe out a big fireball. Back then, there was a very strong villager in the village who could pull down a towering tree with one hand. He thought that his strength was enough to become the new village chief in the village, so he challenged my father. As a result, my father just looked at him with contempt, opened his mouth, and a ball of hot flames rushed out, directly burning the villager to ashes. This power completely shocked all the villagers, so from then on, no one mentioned challenging my father again. So, I couldn't wait to take out a herb from the black ceramic jar and stuffed it into my mouth. Chapter 734. On the second floor of the Mosey Technology Divine Art Research Institute, under the gaze of Liemo, the red-haired man continued, after swallowing the herbs, I felt a very fishy smell. I wanted to spit it out, but in order to gain magical powers, I had to hold it back. More than 10 seconds later, I suddenly found myself in a strange space with many bright and shining little stars. I swallowed a little star, and when I woke up again, I gained the ability to transform into a diamond man. Swallowing herbs can gain divine arts. This news was like a thunderclap, shocking Liemo and all the researchers, because in their view, divine arts are a very magical power. Through the story of the big-headed Pajero, they know that to gain divine arts, they must go through the Black Tower, or accept the direct indoctrination of the Crusoe creature. Now hearing that you can become a divine magician just by swallowing herbs, they are naturally very shocked. Even the usually steady Liemo couldn't help but stand up and walk to the red-haired man with an earnest expression. Red-haired, where is the herb? The red-haired man was shocked and smiled bitterly. I destroyed all the herbs. The herbs were destroyed. Just when he saw a little hope, this hope collapsed like a bubble, which made Liemo hard to accept. Why do you want to destroy the herbs? Liemo couldn't help asking. The red-haired man smiled bitterly and explained, the herbs can turn a normal person into a superhuman, and I just want to be the last superhuman in the world. Except for me, no one can peek into the secrets of the divine arts. The red-haired man's words made Liemo nod frequently. Yes, the superhuman is the god in this world. If a person becomes a god, he will have the most powerful power in the world. All people must submit to him, and absolutely do not want another god to appear in this world. This is determined by the selfish nature of human beings. Then do you know the formula of the herbs? Liemo's heart had sunk to the bottom, but he still couldn't help asking. The red-haired man's expression suddenly became ugly. When he swallowed the herbs, he only felt a fishy smell in his mouth. His stomach was churning, and he almost vomited. He swallowed it with all his strength. How could he know the formula of the herbs? I'm sorry, I don't know. Liemo's hope was shattered. Now the only way was to try to crack the secret of the magic by testing the red-haired man's physical data. He looked at an old professor with grey hair wearing a glass bottle bottom. Professor Zhaolifeng, the red-haired research group is now in your hands. Zhaolifeng's name is very feminine. He is indeed a 100% pure man. He is a professor of history at Yenching University. He has basically made no achievements in history, but he has a biggest hobby, which is to study strange things, and is familiar with folk history. Professor Zhaolifeng once compiled a folk Arabian Nights by himself. This book records strange things that happened in history. For example, in the Battle of Fishu, in 383 AD, the 8th year of Taiyuan, the Eastern Jin dynasty sent General Wang Peng to Luojian. When marching to Yexi, Wang Peng's army was attacked by a mysterious army. At that time, the army led by General Wang Peng had at least 20,000 people, while the mysterious army had less than 1,000 people. Wang Peng thought he could easily defeat the other side, but he didn't expect that the soldiers in the mysterious army took out a strange-looking weapon and aimed it at them. Then, accompanied by thunder, the weapon emitted a brilliant flame, and some people in Wang Peng's army fell to the ground, as if they were shot by an arrow. Wang Peng saw that the situation was not good, and immediately ordered the soldiers to lie down. Fortunately, this time he led an elite force, and the soldiers were well trained, which greatly reduced the losses. General Wang Peng, who had been distracted, naturally couldn't suffer a loss in vain. He observed the wind direction, and found that he was in the upwind, while the other side was in the downwind, so a plan came out. General Wang Peng ordered the soldiers to find dry firewood, then ignite it, and launch a fire attack on the enemy. Under the fire, most of the mysterious troops were killed and wounded, and they lost their armor. General Wang Peng captured them smoothly. These captives were all blunt foreigners, under the banner of the ever-victorious army. This surprised General Wang Peng. Due to language barriers, these foreigners fell seriously ill, and died in the following few days, and the matter was left unresolved. The weapon that could emit fire also turned into ashes in just 1 month, leaving those who attempted to study them unable to start. Everything disappeared strangely, and General Wang Peng could only record this incident in his family letter. What he didn't know was that 1480 years later, in 1864 AD, there really was an army under the banner of the ever-victorious army that mysteriously disappeared. This army was organized by a foreigner named Gordon. These two strange things that spanned thousands of years were found by Professor Zhaolifeng through consulting ancient books and field visits. One has to admire his professionalism. The divine magician is an unknown thing, and it is difficult to successfully figure it out using normal thinking and logic. So Liemo specially invited Professor Zhaolifeng to be the leader of the red-haired research group. Professor Zhaolifeng was nearly 80 years old at this time. Due to years of hard work in academic research, her body had basically collapsed. She needed help from others to walk. However, when she heard that there was a magic that violated science in the world, she was immediately excited and said that she would study the magic, even if she risked her life. Liemo would naturally not let him risk his life, so he ordered the Mosey Science and Technology Medical College Research Center to conduct a comprehensive examination of Professor Zhaolifeng's body, and made comprehensive adjustments to Professor Zhaolifeng's body by implanting non-organisms and injecting magic drugs. Under the careful treatment of the Mosey Science and Technology Medical Research Center, in less than half a month, the wrinkles on Professor Zhaolifeng's face disappeared, and she could throw away her crutches and walk. She seemed to be a dozen years younger. While marveling at this incredible change, Professor Zhaolifeng also decided to study the magic well and repay Mosey Science and Technology. So he carefully selected more than 20 professors, all of whom were elites in various disciplines, and 2 of them were folklorists, and formulated a strict research plan. When Liu Mo took Xia King out of the research room, Professor Zhaolifeng officially began to study red hair. Of course, considering that red hair is dangerous, Thug X still stood by, ready to deal with the danger that could come at any time. Professor Zhaolifeng adjusted her glasses, took a document, and walked to red hair. Experimental subject number 01. Please answer your name, age, weight, and height. Name red hair. Weight 180 kilograms. Height 1.92 meters. Age. Red hair's thin and yellow face. Eyelids raised. Tried to recall how old he was, but couldn't think of it at all. In a Dili village, there is no calendar, and the days flow through the fingertips like water, bit by bit, and no one knows their exact date of birth. Age. Seeing his confused expression, Professor Zhaolifeng could only shake her head helplessly and muttered softly, "Skip this. Anyway, we can calculate your actual age, based on the age of the bones later. Bones can also be used to test age." Since leaving a Dili village, red hair has also been exposed to modern life, and knows that modern technology is very advanced, but he didn't expect that there is such technology. On his way to Yanjing, he looked at the tall buildings and the endless stream of cars on the streets. He really felt that he had been buried in the dilapidated village of a Dili for half his life, and had missed countless wonderful lives. After questioning red hair, Professor Zhaolifeng handed the questioning record to red hair, and then handed him a pen. "Sign your name here. This is the latest regulation of Director Liu Mo. A while ago, after the lunar disaster, the earth was in chaos. The black domain established by Chen Shuxian had to take heavy measures and set off a cleansing storm around the world. In the storm, as long as there is a suspicion, no definite evidence is needed, and they can be taken back to the black prison and slowly interrogated. Although people all over the world can understand this behavior, Director Liu Mo notes that this approach is only a temporary approach and will bring big trouble sooner or later. Even if you are not careful, it will cause a new storm." So after the situation calmed down a little, he immediately ordered a large number of legal experts to formulate perfect rules and regulations. This system can not only quickly catch suspects, but also guarantee the basic rights of suspects. This news has been announced, and it has attracted polarized discussions from people all over the world. A small number of people think that this approach is good, which can prevent innocent people from being caught in the black prison, while others think that it is too kind to those elements who are confusing people. However, after comprehensive consideration, Director Liu Mo decided to implement the new system because the power of the Earth Defense Agency is too great. The red-haired man scratched his head awkwardly when looking at the inquiry record. He only knew words, but could not write this, that. Professor Zhaolifeng saw his embarrassment and smiled. "Just draw a circle on it. This is a common practice among those illiterate people in ancient China." His tone was gentle, so that the red-haired man did not feel discriminated against at all. The red-haired man looked at him gratefully, and then drew his name on it crookedly. Professor Zhaolifeng took the inquiry record, put it in the filing cabinet, and saved the file according to the serial number. Then he walked in front of the red-haired man, and said with a smile, "Now show us your skills. Let us observe." The professors beside him all stood up at the same time, and looked at the red-haired man with expectant eyes. When Professor Zhaolifeng told them that she wanted to set up a research center to study magical abilities, they didn't believe it. Because in the history of the earth, there have been too many people who claim to have superpowers. Some can bend spoons with their eyes, some can see the numbers behind the paper through the paper, and some can even disappear out of thin air. These people have attracted great attention from the society, and major news media have also reported them at length, but in the end, without exception, they were all confirmed to be just lying for fame. However, Professor Zhaolifeng took out the special authorization order of Director Liu Mo, which forced them to change their previous thoughts. Directly MO is a two-time Nobel Prize winner who discovered the marxing and pioneered the discipline of pure mathematics. He is the greatest scientist in the history of the earth. Such a big man actually claimed that there are extraordinary abilities in the world, so maybe they exist. The redhead stood up in the eyes of everyone. He felt like a test subject being watched by everyone, but he knew that this was the best treatment he could receive. The redhead closed his eyes, chanted in his heart, and activated his extraordinary ability, Diamond Man. The professors next to him saw the colorful light flashing on the redhead's body, and then a crystal clear Diamond Man appeared in front of them. The professors were all shocked. X looked indifferent, because she had seen this situation before. X stared at the redhead's neck, and couldn't help touching the hilt of the sword with her hand. She licked her lips with her little tongue, wanting to try whether her sword was sharp. But after hesitating for a while, she finally gave up, because the redhead was the key research object of Directly MO. If his head was chopped off, Directly MO would definitely be angry. After the red-haired man turned into a Diamond Man, his body's senses became more acute. He noticed that X was staring at his neck with a fierce look in his eyes. He was shocked and couldn't help but touch his neck. When his eyes left, the red-haired man breathed a sigh of relief and thought, with this girl around, I must behave myself. Professor Zaulafan took out a hammer from the laboratory table and knocked on the red-haired man's body twice, making a clang-clang sound. Well, it looks very strong, but I don't know what the moss hardness is. At this time, the professors next to him also came up and touched the red-haired man's body with their gloved hands, and they were amazed while touching. Wow, a man with flesh and blood turned into a Diamond Man in the blink of an eye. It's too bizarre. This should be a real diamond. I guess it can be sold for a lot of money if it is cut off. Cut it off. When Red Hair heard this idea, he couldn't help but take a step back and said with a sad face, after I turn into a Diamond Man, these diamonds will be my body. Once a piece is cut off, it will definitely hurt. His words stunned all the professors. After a long time, they looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads. This guy's too humorous. How can such a precious research object be cut into diamonds and then sold? Compared with diamonds, the secrets of the magic hidden in him are more precious. Don't worry, Red Hair. Our Mosey Technology is the most famous scientific research unit in the world. Although you are an experimental product, you are also a human with life. We will never let you get hurt. Professor Zaulafan saw that Red Hair had become trembling, so she had to stand up and comfort him. Red Hair was relieved when he heard this, because the reputation of Mosey Technology is all over the world. That's beyond reproach. Therefore, Professor Zaulafan and her research team conducted a comprehensive study on Red Hair using CORT, high-energy electromagnetic radiators, high-energy lasers and other equipment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735. After Liemo left the Red Hair laboratory, he came to a laboratory opposite. The laboratory was completely shielded by glass covers. There were 2 or 3 medical staff in white protective clothing, examining a man with his upper body naked. Various data kept popping up on the instruments next to him, including heartbeat, heart rate, blood pressure, blood sugar, and even brain biological fluctuation data. Brain biological fluctuation data is a new type of human data. After Mosey Technology studied the claws in the second generation ancestor's body, it was discovered that the claws were actually a kind of organism. It was attached to the intestines of the second generation ancestor and obtained energy by absorbing nutrients from the intestines. At the same time, the claws would release a substance called caloris to communicate with the brain of the second generation ancestor. The second generation ancestor can let the claws release biological waves to communicate with other organisms. The scientists of Mosey Technology suddenly had an idea. Does this kind of biological fluctuation also exist in humans? Is the special ability of the second generation ancestor generated by this kind of biological fluctuation? So a large biological research group was quickly established, and all the second generation ancestors were examined comprehensively. Some of them were even sliced and examined. With the support of a lot of manpower and material resources, the research group soon concluded that biological fluctuations do exist in the human brain, but they are relatively weak. After Wang Ming, who possessed the curse technique, returned from marksing on the navigator, scientists immediately conducted research on Wang Ming, and were surprised to find that Wang Ming's brain biological fluctuations were abnormally active, and some peaks were even higher than those of the second-generation ancestors, which also confirmed the scientists' previous speculation. Extraordinary abilities are generated through brain biological fluctuations. So the Wang Ming Divine Art Research Institute, which took Wang Ming as a research object, was officially established. It is independent of the Red Hair Research Institute, which is equivalent to two completely different units. This is also Liamo's backhand. Seeing Liamo leading Xiaoqing, the researchers in the glass room came over and waved hello, and the three brothers with eye bags waved the most. The three brothers with eye bags had already become senior executives of Mosey Technology. They didn't need to appear in the front line of scientific research in person, but considering the critical situation, they had to research the magic as soon as possible, so Liamo personally mobilized them. Unexpectedly, when the three brothers with eye bags heard that the magic was related to human beings' fight against alien spacecraft, they agreed to join the research team without saying a word. "Boss, how is the red-haired guy?" the eldest brother with eye bags asked with a pout. He learned from Xiaoqing that, while Liamo was studying Wang Ming, he also brought back a guy with red hair from the Gobi Desert and established a new research team. There are no clues. According to Red Hair, he obtained the magic because he swallowed a herb, but that herb has been completely destroyed, and he doesn't know the ingredients. Now Old Huang and his team are conducting a full-scale test on Red Hair, hoping to discover the secret of the magic from his internal structure, but I don't think the hope is very high, because magic is completely opposite to technology. Technology emphasizes logic, evidence, and repeatability, while magic seems illusory, just like Wang Ming, who was in the Gobi Desert base, but inexplicably obtained the magic. Liamo smiled bitterly and shook his head. For a technological civilization, something as unreasonable as magic is very strange. By the way, what is your current research progress? Is Wang Ming okay? Liamo thought for a while and asked again. Since Wang Ming returned to Earth, in order to prevent him from accidentally hurting others, the Earth Defense Agency has sealed his mouth with a tool called an automatic sealer. The sealer is usually closed. Only when Wang Ming greets the researchers when eating or drinking water, the researchers will open the sealer. What made Liamo feel relieved was that Wang Ming had received a good education and had high morals. He knew that he could hurt others at any time if he opened his mouth, so he was very cooperative. Wang Ming seemed to have just finished the examination. When he saw Liamo coming, he quickly ran down from the instrument, saluted, and pointed at his mouth with a wry smile. These days, he had to do more than 20 tests a day, including blood, urine, bone marrow, and even researchers used a scary instrument to insert into his head. Although Wang Ming trusted the people in the institute, he still felt very scared. This scene reminded him of the dissected mice in the medical research center. Wang Ming, I know you have been wronged, but the secret hidden in you is related to the future of mankind and whether we can defeat that alien warship. So, you have to calm down and fully cooperate with the research of the institute. Liamo nodded heavily. Although Wang Ming could not speak, he still saw his panic in his eyes. When Wang Ming heard this, his eyes suddenly became red, and he almost burst into tears on the spot. Director Liamo actually knew his name, which made him feel a sense of importance that he had never received before. After pacifying Wang Ming, Liamo turned his attention to the three brothers with eye bags. Big brother Eyebag, tell me about the current research progress. Big brother Eyebag took a piece of material from the side, looked at the material and said, after research, we found that there is a strange cell in Wang Ming's body. Since we have never found this kind of cell, considering that it may be related to Wang Ming's own extraordinary ability, we named this cell the Divine Magic Cell. Divine Magic Cell? Question mark? Liamo's brows twisted into knots. Is this the origin of divine magic? But it is possible. At present, the hospital research of Mosey technology has reached the peak of the first level civilization. The structure of the human body has been studied very thoroughly, and even some cancers can be cured. If an unknown cell is discovered, then the possibility that this cell is a divine magic cell is indeed very high. Then do you have a reason to induce the production of this cell? Liemo asked hurriedly. If this kind of cell can be created, then everyone has the possibility of becoming a divine magician, which may be an opportunity for the Earth's civilization. Not only can it defeat alien spacecraft, but it is also possible to become a combination of divine magic and technology like Gaystar. Facing Liemo's question, the elder brother with eye bags looked ugly. They did perform cell induction surgery, but when the success of this surgery cannot be guaranteed, it is impossible to use real people for human experiments, so the institute used the supercomputer of Mosey technology to conduct more than 10,000 simulation experiments. These experiments failed without exception. They could not induce divine cells, and the entire research work fell into a dilemma. However, facing Liemo's question, he still had to say, "Don't worry, Liemo, although we have not found a way to induce divine cells for the time being, the comrades of Mosey Technology Mathematics Research Institute are also cooperating with our research. I believe that in the near future, we will be able to find a way." Liemo nodded slowly. He knew that the three brothers with eye bags had tried their best. However, this kind of thing is not to say that you can just try your best, you also need unparalleled luck. Now I just hope that the Red Hair Research Institute can get the answer from Red Hair as soon as possible. Perhaps the common expectations of all mankind moved the heavens, and the Red Hair Research Institute quickly came up with the result. When Liemo got the news, he was lying in the office with his eyes closed. He had just finished dealing with urgent matters from all over the world. He was mentally exhausted and seemed to be hollowed out. He was in a deep sleep. At this moment, the urgent ringing of the phone woke him up from his sleep. Xiaoqing, who had been sitting on the sofa and worried about Liemo, was the first to wake up. She walked forward quickly and picked up the phone. "Hello, this is Director Liemo's office." An excited and urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. "There is good news. This is the Red Hair Research Institute. We have discovered the secret of the mutation of Red Hair's body." Xiaoqing was immediately excited when she heard this. She knew that Liemo had been unable to sleep and eat all day because of his research on divine arts. It made sense. Divine arts were related to the future of mankind. If humans could successfully possess divine arts, they might be able to survive the attack of alien spacecraft. Xiaoqing immediately handed the phone to Liemo. When Liemo took the phone, he realized that Professor Wu Zhonglian of the Red Hair Research Institute had cracked the approximate composition of the medicine taken by Red Hair. "Quick, prepare the car. We will go to the institute immediately." Liemo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly ordered Xiaoqing to prepare the car. Xiaoqing walked out quickly. Zhao Zhi, who was in charge of security, was sitting in the duty room. Of course, at his level, he didn't need to work the night shift, but considering the recent frequent major events, Zhao Zhi decided to stay. He heard footsteps coming from far away in the corridor, and stood up vigilantly, and opened the door. He bumped into Xiaoqing face to face. The headquarters of Mosey Technology is very large, and Xiaoqing almost trotted all the way, and was already out of breath. "Quick, Director Liemo needs to go to the Institute of Divine Arts immediately. It's so late. The light outside is not good, and security work is very difficult." Zhao Zhi couldn't help but frowned, but he didn't say much. Because Director Liemo did this, there must be something urgent, and all he could do was to arrange the security affairs without any omissions. "Okay, I understand. Director Liemo, please give me 30 minutes. I will prepare immediately." Zhao Zhi nodded heavily after waking up. Xiaoqing also understood that this was a problem for Zhao Zhi, so she didn't say anything more, and walked quickly to Director Liemo's office. She wanted to tell Director Liemo the news as soon as possible. Zhao Zhi saw Xiaoqing disappear at the end of the corridor and immediately took out his mobile phone to arrange security matters. 30 minutes later, when Liemo, accompanied by Zhao Zhi and Xiaoqing, walked out of the Mosey Technology headquarters building, the originally dark outside was brightly lit. In the night sky, more than 20 helicopters were equipped with high-power searchlights on their lower parts. Under the bright beams, people and things on the ground could be seen clearly. The main fleet was a fleet of armored vehicles printed with the Mosey Technology umbrella shield logo. More than a dozen fully armed security personnel stood on top of each armored vehicle. Seeing Liemo coming out, the security personnel quickly opened the door of the armored vehicle and made a gesture to invite him in. Xia King also stepped forward quickly and held the top of the armored vehicle with her slender white hands, fearing that Liemo's head would hit the top of the door. Liemo got on the car and immediately found that the interior of the armored vehicle had also been specially modified. The interior was originally armored, but now it is covered with white soft material. The seats have also been modified with spring cushions, which are soft to sit on. Although not as comfortable as the original business car, it is still okay. Xia King also got in the car, and then Zhao Zhi sat in the co-pilot. He picked up the intercom and ordered, "Now all combat units, please pay attention. We will set off immediately. The destination is the Institute of Divine Arts. The security level is orange." The orange level means that if something abnormal happens on the road, the convoy can open fire first. Liemo knew that this behavior was a bit reckless, but considering that it was late at night and the light was poor, the security difficulty must be very high, so he didn't say anything more. The warning lights on the armored vehicle in front flashed, and the tweeter made a rapid sound, cutting through the dark night sky. The convoy slowly set off. On the way, Xia King saw that Liemo looked a little nervous. She moved closer to him and said slowly, "Liemo, don't be so stressed. Alien spaceships are a matter of the whole civilization. You shouldn't put this kind of pressure on yourself." Liemo sighed. He understood Xia King's painstaking efforts, but now all mankind is facing extinction. As a member of the human race, if he doesn't do something, he will feel a heavy sense of guilt. He looked at Xia King's smooth and white cheeks and smiled shyly. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that the magic may be the future development direction of all mankind, so I lost my composure." Xia King nodded and said nothing. She knew that Liemo was stubborn by nature, and it would be futile to persuade him. The Magic Research Institute is 10 kilometers away from the headquarters of Mosey Technology. With the road cleared, the convoy arrived at the gate of the Magic Research Institute in less than 20 minutes. Under the dim light, Liemo saw Wu Zhonglian and the three brothers with eye bags leading a large group of researchers standing at the door and waiting. When they saw the convoy coming, they all showed their delighted expressions. Before the armored vehicle stopped, Professor Wu Zhonglian rushed up. He just took 2 steps, but saw the security personnel on the armored vehicle, pointed the black muzzle of the gun directly at him. In the cold air, there was the sound of the bolt being pulled. Wu Zhonglian stopped awkwardly and raised his hand. Fortunately, the security personnel knew that he was from the Institute of Divine Arts and did not pull the trigger. At this time, the brother with eye bags behind him saw that things were not going well, reached out and pulled him back, and said coldly, "Professor Wu, this is directly Liemo's convoy. The security level is orange. Do you want to die?" In order to hide his inner embarrassment, Professor Wu Zhonglian scratched his head with a wry smile. "Didn't I want to report the progress of the Divine Arts research to Professor Liemo as soon as possible?" The convoy slowly stopped, and hundreds of security officers jumped off the armored vehicles and blocked the surroundings. Liemo then walked out of the armored vehicle accompanied by Xia King and Zhao Zhi. It was winter. The air was filled with coldness. Liemo was breathing out white air. Xia King quickly put the coat she had prepared earlier on him. Chapter 736. Before Liemo stepped forward, Professor Wu Zhonglian could no longer suppress his anxiety and said quickly, "Professor Liemo, our Red Hair Research Institute has already researched the herbal medicine that Red Hair took at that time." His words aroused the dissatisfaction of the three brothers with eye bags, because in the process of developing the herbal medicine, Wang Ming's laboratory and Wang Ming, who was suffering from a strange disease, also did a lot of work. Wang Ming, i.e., the eldest brother with eye bags, said coldly, "Professor Wu, you are not being honest. How can this be your own achievement?" The second brother with eye bags said, "That's right. Without the mitochondrial data provided by us and Wang Ming, how could you have discovered that the residual liquid of the herbs was hidden in the mitochondria of the cells?" The third brother with eye bags was the youngest and most energetic. He walked straight to Liemo patted his chest, and said with a smile, "Boss, we have joined the laboratory since the establishment of Mosey technology. It has been more than 10 years now. You should know us, and will not fight for credit for no reason." Before Liemo spoke, Xia King couldn't help but frowned. She was also an old man who had always been with Liemo. Naturally, she knew the three brothers with eye bags. In her opinion, the three brothers with eye bags have been working diligently since joining the laboratory, not seeking credit. Even if they had made great contributions in the development of marksing batteries, they did not rely on their credit to ask for extra things. It seems that Professor Wu Zhangliang has a lot of problems with his character. She couldn't help but feel angry. Liemo's expression was calm because he had long known that Professor Wu Zhangliang liked to fight for credit. He just didn't think there was anything wrong with it in special times. In Liemo's view, fighting for credit was not a bad quality. Compared with those bad behaviors of falsely reporting academic achievements and plagiarizing academic achievements, fighting for credit only shows that the person is competitive. Driven by this point of view, Liemo smiled lightly. "Okay. Stop arguing. The alien spaceship is now within reach. Although according to the latest detection results, it has temporarily docked in the orbit of Jupiter and has not taken the next step. It is like a sharp sword hanging over our heads. We must research magic as soon as possible so that we can have the ability to fight against alien spaceships. You are scrambling for credit like this now. Have you ever thought about how the people will look at you after they know it? Our Mosey technology has been established for more than 20 years. Based on the principle of sharing technology with the public, it has gradually become the world's largest scientific research base with the support of the people. At the same time, the Earth Defense Agency was born on the basis of Mosey technology. If at that time, our researchers at Mosey technology also competed for credit like you, wouldn't everything be a mess? Liemo's words were like thousands of daggers that pierced into the hearts of Professor Wu Zhangliang and the three brothers with eye bags, making them lower their heads in shame. Yes, after Director Liemo developed the marksing battery, he sold it domestically at a loss, which led to the rapid development of the domestic industry. We are fighting for a formula, which is really contrary to the guiding ideology of Mosey technology. Professor Wu Zhangliang, who was the first to admit his mistake, said, "Director Liemo, I admit that I did conceal important information in this matter. The research results of the first brother of Yanba played a great role in the discovery of the herbal formula. The three brothers of Yanba also said embarrassedly, in fact, we are also wrong. The main academic achievements were made by Professor Wu Zhangliang." Seeing that several people bowed their heads, Xia King's admiration for Liemo could not help but increase a few points. Only such a man can integrate the entire Mosey technology and become the director of the Earth Defense Bureau. Okay, let's talk about rewards later. Let's go to the laboratory right away to see the herbal formula you mentioned. Liemo shook his collar and strode inside. Professor Wu Zhangliang and the three brothers with eye bags all followed behind with their heads down. Damn, they had gone too far. Several people got on the elevator and came to the second floor. Before Liemo left, Professor Wu Zhangliang hurriedly went up to open the door of the research room. In the Red Hair Research Institute, the anxious Red Hair saw a group of people coming in. He was sitting on the sofa watching a variety show and suddenly stood up in fear. He hesitated for a moment and reluctantly turned off the TV. After entering the Red Hair Research Institute, he was ready to be the butcher and the fish and to be dissected. Who knew that the research team led by Professor Wu Zhangliang did not use a scalpel to cut open his stomach, but only used various instruments to explore his body every day and let him take various small pills. Although the pills tasted extremely fishy and made him want to turn upside down after eating them, this treatment was much better than being cut open. What made him even more excited was that the institute also equipped him with a 100-inch LCD TV with all kinds of programs on it. In a Dili village, villagers are strictly prohibited from owning this entertainment device. Once discovered, it will be destroyed. Red Hair had been in contact with the civilized world and was very yearning for the brilliant culture of mankind. He purchased a 55-inch LCD TV from outside through special channels. Considering that a Dili village had no electricity, he also specially purchased a diesel generator. In order to avoid these devices being discovered, Red Hair specially hid these devices in the underground warehouse. There were confidants guarding outside. Compared with ordinary villagers, it was a restricted area and absolutely safe. Who knew that, when he sneaked into the underground warehouse late at night, started the generator, and turned on the TV, something astonishing happened. The TV showed that it could not receive a signal. Red Hair's eyes turned, and he realized that the current TV did not have an external antenna. There was no way. Red Hair could only suppress his anxiety and wait for an opportunity to go out. Soon the opportunity came. The village had to send a batch of medicinal materials to a large medicinal material merchant in the town. Originally, this task only required ordinary villagers to complete it, and Red Hair did not need it, but Red Hair still snatched the task. The task was simple. Just deliver the herbs to the herbal medicine dealer's warehouse at night, and wait for settlement. It took less than half an hour for Red Hair to complete the task. He should have turned around and returned to a Delhi village at night, but he didn't do that. Red Hair asked the ordinary villagers to go back to the village first, claiming that he had a small matter to do in the town. Although the villagers knew that this was against the rules, they all nodded and agreed, because in their opinion, Red Hair must be having a secret meeting with a woman in the city. In the past, they followed the village chief's son to the city to do business, and this situation also occurred. There was no way, because Red Hair was the village chief's son. Red Hair watched the villagers leave, then took out a nightgown from his bag, put it on in no time, and then sneaked into a large supermarket in the dark. He was not interested in the money and gold and silver jewelry in the supermarket, but went directly to the small electrical appliance area, where he searched for a long time, and found a TV satellite signal receiver. With the signal receiver, Red Hair returned to a Delhi village without hesitation. All this had to be done before dawn, because the village chief would wake up from his deep sleep at the first quarter of an hour after the sun rose, and he, the future village chief, had to serve him. After a busy day, Red Hair, exhausted, was in good spirits. He took the signal receiver and ran to the warehouse, installed the receiver, and then turned on the TV with great expectation. But to his surprise, the TV still had no signal. This made Red Hair furious. He wanted to kick the TV to pieces, but then he thought about it, and immediately understood that as the future village chief, he had heard a secret from the village chief's father. That is, there was a hidden formation in a Delhi village that could shield any external electromagnetic signals. And the location of the hidden formation was only known to the real village chief. Red Hair could only shake his head helplessly and give up the idea of watching TV. Unexpectedly, after becoming a test subject, this idea of his could actually be realized. So these days Red Hair squatted in front of the TV, watching various TV programs, and even cartoons. Professor Wu Zhonglian had known about Red Hair's hobby through the surveillance installed in the laboratory. He turned around and said to Liemo awkwardly, "Red Hair is a very qualified experimental subject. It is because of his strong cooperation this time that we can figure out the principle of the herbal medicine so quickly." Just now, he had known from Liemo's attitude that Liemo was not a person who liked others to fight for credit. Very good. When it is confirmed that the herbal medicine is indeed effective, we can let Red Hair join the Earth Defense Bureau and become a formal employee. Liemo said lightly. He had doubts about Red Hair. This person who grew up in a wild village would not adapt to modern life, would make a fuss in the laboratory, and would not cooperate with the research work. But now it seems that he is just like a good baby. Such a person, once trained and instilled with the belief of human civilization, may become a helper in the fight against alien spacecraft in the future. The alien spacecraft is powerful and the Earth is very weak, so this requires Liemo to unite all possible forces to fight together. When Red Hair heard that he could become an official employee of the Earth Defense Agency, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, because he now knew that the Earth Defense Agency was the defender of the world. Although the village chief had instilled in him for decades that they were descendants of their ancestors and would do great things with their ancestors in the future, Red Hair never believed it. In his opinion, humans have a brilliant culture and should become the rulers of this world. Red Hair knelt down in front of Liemo with a thump. Direct to Liemo, "I, Red Hair, will never forget your great kindness in my life. Please rest assured that I will do my best to help humans defeat alien spacecraft. Professor Wu Zhongliang, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and felt infinite emotion in his heart. Director Liemo was still capable. With just a simple sentence, he could make this unruly boy bow down. The three brothers with eye bags also felt the same way. They had the same feeling when they followed Liemo to establish the Mosey Technology Laboratory more than 10 years ago. Liemo has an ability that others cannot refuse. Xia King pursed her lips. In her opinion, Liemo was emitting a faint light, just like a god in the legend. Liemo naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. He stepped forward and helped the red-haired man up, smiling. Don't be so excited. I help you because you have room for transformation. Although you come from a wild village and have been taught since childhood that you are a descendant of your ancestors. In fact, after our testing, the genetic genes in your body have nothing to do with your ancestors. You are 100% Earthlings. So your fate is also tied to all humans, and you will also be protected by our Earth Defense Bureau. The red-haired man choked up a little with gratitude. Liemo gently patted her shoulder and smiled. Don't be like this. You should rest for a while. We still have important things to do. The red-haired man nodded heavily, walked into the next room, and continued to watch TV programs. Professor Wu Zhongliang also put away his feelings and gently tapped on an iron cabinet by the wall. A palm print appeared on the originally smooth surface of the cabinet. This cabinet is a kind of confidential cabinet made of special alloy. It is not only extremely strong and can withstand the impact of nuclear bomb explosion, but also has super high heat insulation performance. Even if it is roasted by blazing fire outside, the documents inside the cabinet cannot be damaged. This high-level equipment is usually used to store top-secret documents. Professor Wu Zhongliang put his palm in the palm print, and a camera extended from the top of the cabinet. The camera emitted 2 red lasers and scanned Wu Zhongliang up and down. With the sound of beep, the box silently popped open, and it was filled with various materials. Professor Wu Zhongliang reached out and took out a piece of material with a red shell from it. He walked to Liemo with a red face and said, Director, this is the herbal formula jointly researched by our Red Hair Research Institute and Wangming Research Institute. Liemo reached out and took it, lowered his head and looked carefully. The formula of the herbal medicine is not complicated, but there is an isotope of an element in it. In Liemo's memory, this isotope cannot exist stably in nature. If the formula is correct, it means that this isotope can only exist together under the action of the herbal medicine. Liemo raised his head and looked at Professor Wu Zhongliang with a puzzled look. Professor Wu Zhongliang's expression was stern, and he quickly patted his chest to explain. Director, this formula is absolutely impossible to be wrong. This is the result we got after more than 100 repeated experiments. The 3 brothers with eye bags next to him also said in unison, Don't worry, boss, every time we do these experiments, we are watching by the side, and there is absolutely no mistake. Liemo nodded slowly. For science, as long as the experimental results can be repeated, it means that there is no mistake in this result. The only problem now is how to produce this isotope and let it coexist with these herbs. Thinking of this, Liemo suddenly had a strange idea in his head. This can be done with Chinese traditional medicine. Chapter 737. Late at night, the whole of Yanjing was immersed in darkness, and the windows of the director's office of the Huaxia Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine still scattered dim lights outside. In front of a huge desk with various ancient books opposite, the director, Professor Guoyunshi, was frowning and carefully reading the materials. This morning, a strange patient came to the institute. The patient's body was inexplicably swollen, breathing was difficult, and sparks would spurt out of his mouth from time to time. What was strange was that these sparks could light up the paper, but could not burn the patient's mouth. Before coming to the Huaxia Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the patient had been to more than 20 large hospitals for consultation, but there was no result. Finally, when there was really no other way, he was introduced to Professor Guoyunshi for help. In Professor Guoyunshi's view, this process was an insult to traditional Chinese medicine in Huaxia, but in the spirit of a doctor's parental heart, Professor Guoyunshi still carefully studied him in all aspects, and issued several prescriptions, based on ancient medicine books, but the effect was very insignificant. And finally, he also found through his ancestral pulse diagnosis that the patient's internal organs may have a continuous lesion, which means that one day, the patient may explode and die due to the heat in the body. So, now that the professors of the expert consultation team have all gone off work, Professor Guoyunshi is still sitting at his desk, flipping through ancient books, hoping to find a way to save the patient from these ancient books. Chinese medicine is profound and can solve diseases from the root with the power of medicine and stone, which is far from comparable to Western medical books that rely on those chemical drugs to cover up the symptoms of diseases. However, in the development of Chinese medicine for more than 5,000 years, many well-known prescriptions and famous Chinese medicine theories were lost in the war. Now only some superficial theories are left, which has caused the situation of Chinese medicine being unable to recover. This is really strange. According to this medical book, Professor Guoyunshi looked through the medical books, but couldn't find a corresponding prescription for the disease, and he was so anxious that he scratched his head. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound of propellers tearing the air in the darkness outside the glass window. Guoyunshi raised his head from the medicine book and looked outside. In the darkness outside, two bright lights were slowly descending. Helicopter? It's so late. What is the helicopter doing here? Guoyunshi took a look and bowed his head in the medical book again. Compared with the helicopter, he was more interested in the ancient medical book. Professor Guoyunshi, who was immersed in the ancient medical book, vaguely felt that there was a knock on the door outside, but under the influence of brain consciousness, he still focused all his attention on the ancient medical book in front of him, because nothing was more urgent to him than saving a patient's life. 2 minutes later, accompanied by a loud bang, the steel door that the builder said could withstand a rocket attack during installation collapsed. In the yellow smoke, a team of soldiers wearing protective clothing and masks rushed in. This time, Guoyunshi was also awakened. He was originally panicked, but he was relieved when he saw the umbrella and shield logo of the Earth Defense Agency on the soldiers. As long as they did not do anything wrong, the Earth Defense Agency would not arrest people randomly. But why did these people rush into my office late at night? Guoyunshi couldn't help but get angry. In his impatient mood, he said coldly, "Who is the captain? Why did you rush into my study without permission?" The soldiers were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Because they were wearing masks and couldn't see clearly, if they took off the masks, Guoyunshi would find that his expression was like seeing a ghost. No wonder an old professor who was powerless faced so many soldiers, but he didn't show any fear. At this time, a tall soldier came out. He was the captain of this team, Hu Kangyan. Hu Kangyan took out a notice with a red seal from his pocket and placed it in front of Guoyunshi with his tactical gloved hands. "Professor Guoyunshi, we are from the Special Operations Team of the Earth Defense Agency. This time we are here to take you to the Mosey Technology Headquarters." "Mosey Technology Headquarters? No, I have patients." Guoyunshi shook his head immediately. For him, nothing is more important than the lives of patients. This sentence shocked Hu Kangyan. He has been on missions for so many years, but this is the first time he has encountered someone who dares to disobey the orders of Director Mo. If the director had not specifically explained before departure that the person they needed to invite this time was related to the future of mankind, they would have used soft violence to throw Professor Guoyunshi onto the helicopter. However, the mission must be completed. "Professor Guo, please think about it again. This mission is of great importance." Hu Kangyan put away his inner anxiety, suppressed his anger, and said slowly. Professor Guoyunshi also realized that his attitude just now was a bit problematic, and quickly explained, "Little comrade, it's not that I don't want to go with you, but because I have a patient whose life is in danger. I must find a way to save him from the ancient medical books as soon as possible." "Patient? Question mark? Hu Kangyan immediately understood, and at the same time he secretly sighed in his heart that this was really a dedicated and good doctor. He thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think if we also transport your patient to the Mosey Technology Research Institute?" Director Mo's order only said that Hu Kangyan should take Professor Guoyunshi back to the institute, and did not say that he could not bring additional people. "I don't think it's a violation." Professor Guanxi hesitated for a moment and thought about the feasibility of this plan. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had to admit that the equipment of the Mosey Technology Research Institute was much more advanced than that of the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. It was said that there were many black technology medical devices that had not yet been put on the market. If we could use those devices to conduct a thorough study of the patient, there might be new discoveries. Professor Guanxi nodded heavily. Okay, but you must promise not to separate me from the patient, because this is related to the survival of a life. Hu Kangan left a word "don't worry," turned around and walked towards the ward area. Since the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine mainly treats patients with difficult and complicated diseases, there are not many patients in the ward area. It only took 2 minutes for Hu Kangan to find the patient Wang Dali. Wang Dali, who was drowsy, was invited down from the bed by Hu Kangan in his patient clothes. "Sir, please come with us, because we have special needs now." "You? Who are you?" "We are the Special Operations Group of the Earth Defense Bureau." "Okay." Wang Dali was very sensible. He knew that the Earth Defense Bureau must have something urgent to find him at this time. He didn't even pack his clothes and followed Hu Kangan to the helicopter. But he was still full of doubts in his heart, because he was just a patient and had no extra value to him, so he didn't need to be paid special attention by the Earth Defense Bureau. However, when Wang Dali saw Professor Guanxi, who was already sitting on the helicopter, he immediately understood that these people had invited Professor Guanxi, and he was just a supplement. "Dali, how do you feel today?" Professor Guanxi asked with concern. "Fortunately, after taking your decoction, the burning sensation in my body has disappeared a lot. Now I only need to spit fire once a day." Wang Dali was very grateful to the old professor with white hair. If it weren't for Professor Guanxi, he would have been burned to charcoal by the heat in his body. Amid the noise of the rotating propeller, Captain Hu Kangan was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. Someone who can spit fire from his mouth. Damn weird. He couldn't help but think of Wang Ming, who could curse others with words. Could it be that this person named Wang Dali is also a person with divine power? Hu Kangan quietly turned on the dedicated microwave channel and reported the news to Director Liemo. Then he ordered the helicopter to take off immediately and fly to the Institute of Divine Power. Liemo was delighted when he received the news from Hu Kangan. He didn't expect that sending them to find a professor of traditional Chinese medicine could bring back a person with divine power. That's right, Liemo has given those who can use extraordinary powers a new name, called divine power users. Currently known users of divine arts include Wang Ming, who has the ability to curse with language; red hair, who can transform into a diamond man. Of course, there are also a group of second-generation ancestors such as Wu Di, but the Earth Defense Agency is worried that they may secretly undermine the stability of the human beings on Earth, so they have been locked up in the black domain. Now there is another fire-breathing monster. Liemo was grateful, but also deeply worried, because this shows that in the human world, some people will involuntarily obtain divine arts. Sudden power, if not specially guided, will make people lost, which has been proven in history. Maybe today he is just a weak teenager, but tomorrow he may become a demon that threatens the peace of one side. This is a major disaster for the Earth civilization that has finally calmed down. Therefore, it is necessary to study the mystery behind divine arts as soon as possible and completely control the power of divine arts in the hands of the Earth Defense Agency. King, who was next to him, had brought a cup of green tea to cheer Liemo up. Seeing his brows twisted into knots and his face flickering, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He was stunned in place. After waiting for a long time, she asked slowly, "Liemo, has something bad happened?" "No, I'm just a little worried." Liemo finished his tea, turned and walked to the window, looked at the darkness outside, and sighed. The helicopter was very fast, and the Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine was not far from the Institute of Divine Arts. In less than 10 minutes, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside. Liemo knew that it was Hu Kangan who came back. He put the teacup on the table and turned to look at King. "Go and knock on the door. Our guests are coming." "Yeah." Zia King knew that Hu Kang was going to invite an old professor of national treasure level, nodded heavily, and then turned to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, Hu Kang, with a frosty head, strode into the office and saluted Li Mo directly. Report to the director. I have brought Professor Kuo. Very good, Captain Hu. You have completed the task very well this time. Li Mo smiled. Bring him in. The soldiers behind him accompanied an old professor with white hair into the office, followed by a man in hospital gown. Zia King was a little surprised. She was personally in charge of the order issued by Li Mo. In her impression, Director Li Mo only asked Captain Hu to invite Professor Kuo. How come there is another outsider now, wearing a hospital gown? Could it be that Captain Hu made the decision on his own? This is impossible. The security officers of the Earth Defense Bureau have always been loyal to Li Mo and would never do such a thing. When Zia King was surprised, Li Mo walked up to Professor Kuo, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, Professor, I invited you here late this night because I have an important task to give you. Professor Kuo had only seen Li Mo on TV. Seeing him in person, he was shocked and quickly stretched out his hand. Professor Li Mo, you are the pride of our China. If you have any tasks, just give them to me. I will definitely complete the tasks. As he said, he glanced at Wang Dali behind him. But I have a patient here who needs to be hospitalized immediately. I hope Professor Li Mo can arrange it as soon as possible. To his surprise, Li Mo smiled faintly and shook his head. In fact, the task that will be given to you this time is also related to the patient. Related to Wang Dali? Professor Kuo scratched his head. Even Wang Dali looked up in surprise. It was his first time entering the legendary Earth Defense Agency. He was a little nervous, but when he heard that this matter was actually related to him, he was shocked. Li Mo was in no mood to explain in detail to them at this time. He walked straight to Wang Dali and asked with a smile, you two, please come with me to the laboratory and you will understand. Just like that, Professor Kuo and Wang Dali, who were full of guts, followed Li Mo to the Red Hair Research Institute. In the institute, Professor Wu Zonglian and the three brothers with bags of eyes each brought a team of researchers and had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing Professor Kuo, they all looked eager and they were counting on him to explore the secrets of the herbal formula based on the theory of traditional Chinese medicine. But when they saw Wang Dali wearing a hospital gown, they looked a little surprised. The Institute of Divine Art is a special research institute with a very high level of security and confidentiality. Ordinary people can't get in at all. What's wrong with this guy? Just when they looked surprised, Li Mo pointed at Wang Dali and introduced, this person can breathe fire. Breathing fire? Breathing fire. This time, Professor Wu Zonglian and the three brothers with bags of eyes were stunned. Obviously, this guy who can breathe fire must also be a divine art owner. Even the red-haired guy who was hiding in the lounge watching a variety show was startled. He almost jumped over and came to Wang Dali, looking him up and down. Can you breathe fire? Wang Dali was also shocked by these people. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and said timidly, I can't really breathe fire, but I can spit out small flames from my mouth. At this time, Professor Kuo, who had been watching quietly at the side, realized something was wrong. The people in this strange laboratory not only did not think Wang Dali's illness was strange, but seemed to be full of interest. Chapter 738. Professor Kuo smiled and said, what's going on? Don't you find it strange? Professor Wu Zonglian and the three brothers with eye bags smiled at each other and said, Redhead, let this old comrade take a look at your condition. Condition? Question mark? Redhead was stunned for a long time before he realized that he was going to transform himself. He was good at this. Since entering the institute, his daily job was to transform. Now he can master the complete transformation technique skillfully. Redhead roared and patted his stomach. Divine art. Diamond art. A layer of crystal clear diamonds covered his whole body from his legs little by little. In less than 2 seconds, he was completely transformed into a diamond man. This scene scared Professor Kuo, who was standing aside, and he took several steps back. Just kidding. A living person was petrified in an instant. Wang Dali, who could breathe fire, was so shocked that he couldn't help but open his mouth. and a small flame came out of it. The red-haired man looked at Professor Qianshi and grinned. "Old comrade, how about it? Am I cool like this?" "Cool." Professor Qianshi took a breath and almost sucked all the air in the laboratory. "This disease is too similar to Wandali's." Looking at the expression of the Diamond Man, it seems that there is no pain. Could it be that this is not a disease, but a talent? Professor Qianshi usually reads many ancient books, and especially likes the unofficial history in historical records, especially the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The Classic of Mountains and Seas records so many animals with magical powers. Many people think that it is just a fantasy, but in the eyes of Professor Qianshi, it may be real, but with the development of time, it has been lost in the long river of history. Professor Liemo saw that Professor Qianshi's face only changed drastically, and he did not run away screaming, and nodded with satisfaction. He walked up to Professor Qianshi and smiled. "Professor Qi, I invited you here this time, just for this kind of human body mutation." "Human body mutation?" Professor Qianshi was surprised. Liemo continued to explain, "Just like the Diamond Man you saw, he is just an ordinary human being. By chance, he drank a bowl of herbs and gained the ability to transform into a Diamond Man. We invited you here to analyze the specific ingredients of the bowl of herbs. Of course, your patient who can breathe fire." "My name is Wandali." Wandali, who didn't want to be called a patient, interrupted. Liemo smiled and nodded at him. "Yes, this Wandali is likely to be a victim of human body mutation. Of course, this may not be a victim, because as long as this mutation is adapted, it may be used to exert power that ordinary people can't imagine. In fact, in addition to these two mutants, we have another person here who can curse others with words. We call these people extraordinary power holders. They are still human beings, but they have extraordinary powers." These words made Qianshi confused, and it took him a long time to recover. Is Mosey Technology really studying those illusory and strange abilities? Although he didn't want to believe it was true, this was a research project led by Director Liemo himself. How could there be any problem? Professor Qianshi pondered for a moment. His face became serious. "Please rest assured, Director Liemo, I will do my best to research the so-called herbal formula." After that, he added with concern, "If it really exists." Liemo understood his intention. It seems that this old professor's research over the years has been criticized by others, and he is afraid of being tainted by right and wrong. Liemo patted his shoulder solemnly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Professor Qianshi, the facts are in front of us. The herbal formula that can produce extraordinary powers must exist, but we haven't discovered it yet." While Liemo was comforting Professor Qianshi, on the other side, Red Hair also compared his extraordinary abilities with Wandali. Red Hair stretched out his finger and looked at Wandali. "Fire-breathing monster, aim at your finger and spit a mouthful of fire." Wandali glared at him, as if to say, "You are the fire-breathing monster." But he still opened his mouth wide, and a small flame shot out from it, burning Red Hair's diamond finger. The hot flames licked his fingers lightly, making crackling sounds. The red-haired man didn't feel uncomfortable, but closed his eyes comfortably. Since he turned into a Diamond Man, he found that his body temperature would drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant, because there was no internal heating. Although this temperature drop would not affect him, it always made him feel uncomfortable. But Wandali's expression suddenly became awkward. Just now, he was excited when he heard that he could spit fire not because of illness, but because of an extraordinary ability. Because Wandali himself is just an ordinary child. He comes from a medium-sized city in central China. His parents are both corporate employees. After working hard for decades, they only bought a 3-bedroom apartment in the city and owed more than 20 years of mortgage. Since Wandali was born, his parents have placed high hopes on him and hope that he can have a promising future. However, after just kindergarten, his parents realized that Wandali had completely failed to live up to their expectations, so they looked down on him as long as he could grow up smoothly. In this way, Wandali spent an ordinary elementary school, an ordinary junior high school, an ordinary high school, and finally went to a third-rate university. During college, his grades were average, and he had a girlfriend. This girlfriend had an average appearance, average figure, average family background, and even an average temper. The two of them were together, more like a mutual compromise. Wang Dali had foreseen his future. He would marry this average girlfriend, then have another average girlfriend, and finally close his eyes and leave this world in an ordinary hospital. But he didn't expect that one day in a shared apartment, flames would suddenly burst out of his mouth. The average girlfriend saw the burned books on the table and felt distressed. Those were her postgraduate entrance examination materials. She scolded Wang Dali and then remembered that Wang Dali had fire in his mouth. She called an ambulance and sent him to the hospital. When she learned that Wang Dali's condition was very complicated and basically incurable, the average girlfriend gave up on him without hesitation, returned to the apartment without saying a word, and quietly took away everything, including the rice cooker. Wang Dali has since begun a long journey of treatment. Every time the doctor sighed and shook his head, it was like a sharp knife, piercing a hole in his heart. In the eyes of the world, he is a monster that can breathe fire, and he should be locked in the laboratory and never come out. In fact, Wang Dali was very scared on his way to the Institute of Divine Arts. He liked to watch science fiction movies and knew that those research institutes liked to tie people with strange physiques like him to the laboratory table and then cut them into pieces with a scalpel and analyze them bit by bit. As an experimental subject, he could only stay in a small dark room for the rest of his life and be tortured by those researchers all day long. Now, Wang Dali actually met a person as strange as himself in the world. Oh. No, there are two, and there is also a guy who can curse with language. Thinking of this, Wang Dali also became curious. How can a person curse others with language? He saw the guy covered with red hair sitting on the sofa in the room watching a variety show. He turned around and asked his attending physician, Professor Guoyunshi, "Professor, can I go around?" This request stunned Professor Guoyunshi, who was flipping through ancient books. As a patient, Wang Dali's movements should not be restricted, but this is the Institute of Divine Arts. The security level is quite high, and Wang Dali is actually also a research subject. If he runs around, if he escapes, the research work will not be able to proceed. Professor Guoyunshi thought for a long time, but he could not make a decision. He could only hand this question to Professor Wu Zhongliang, the director of the Institute of Divine Arts. It happened that the Ibak brothers were also discussing something in Professor Wu's office. When he heard him ask this, he raised his head and smiled. Professor Wang Dali is a patient, not a prisoner, so we think he should not be under house arrest. Professor Wu Zhongliang wanted to hand this matter over to Director Liemo for decision, but then he thought that the Ibak brothers had started with Director Liemo and were Director Liemo's confidants. Since they said they could move freely, then they could move freely. Anyway, the security level in the Institute of Divine Arts is extremely high, and the walls are all made of fine steel. Even if Wang Dali can spray big fireballs, he has no way to escape. I understand. Professor Guoyunshi returned to the ward and told Wang Dali, "You can move freely, but only within the Institute of Divine Arts. You must not step out of the door, otherwise the armed security officers will shoot without hesitation." Wang Dali just wanted to relax, and his illness had not yet been cured, so he would not run away. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Professor." Professor Guoyunshi had been in contact with Wang Dali for a while, and knew that this young man, although young and ordinary in appearance, was quite steady in doing things. He knew that he would definitely not escape, so he nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to look up ancient books with confidence. Professor Wu Zhongliang had just introduced the details to him and handed him all the research results of the Institute of Divine Arts. While Professor Wu Zhongliang was amazed at the ability of the Institute of Divine Arts, he also felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. He must study the appropriate herbal medicine ratio as soon as possible, and then the laboratory can carry out the next experiment. Wang Dali saw Professor Guoyunshi nodded in agreement, and his mouth was full of joy. This not only means that he can move freely in the laboratory, but also means that the researchers in the laboratory do not regard him as an object for dissection. Think about it, no laboratory will let them move freely as an object for dissection. Wang Dali thought so. Feeling happy, he walked to the lounge and knocked on the door. The red-haired man who was watching TV in the lounge turned his head with a little surprise in his eyes because since he came to the Institute of Divine Arts, those researchers were either studying the mysteries of his body or lying in front of the computer, collecting various data. Generally, no one would disturb him when he was watching TV. Although a little surprised, the red-haired man still said politely, "Come in." Wang Dali walked into the room and greeted, "What are you looking at? By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Wang Dali." "Name? Question mark?" The red-haired man was stunned for a moment. In a Dili village, everyone has no name after birth and only gets a nickname. This nickname is sometimes derived from physical characteristics, and sometimes it is obtained based on the environment at the time. For example, red hair is called red hair because he has fiery red hair, and there is a villager in the village named Tree Root because he was born next to a tree root. I wonder how Tree Root and the others are doing now. Since red hair was captured and taken to the Gobi Desert base, he has not received any news from a Dili village. He knows that the Earth Defense Agency has always acted decisively, and he can't help but worry about the villagers. Wang Dali saw that red hair's face was bright and dark, and his expression was uncertain. He thought, doesn't this guy want to talk to me? He scratched his head and smiled. Friend, we all have the same experience, so we should share the same suffering. Seeing that Wang Dali misunderstood what he meant, red hair quickly stood up and smiled. "Oh, I was distracted just now. My name is Red Hair, a small village chief from Europe, and I'm very happy to be friends with you." Although Red Hair was not as worried as Wang Dali because of his special body, he was in a very good mood to meet a fellow. In order to express his joy, he even quickly stepped aside. "Come and sit down. The TV program is wonderful. Let's watch it together." "What TV is so wonderful?" Wang Dali looked at the TV and was shocked to the point that his eyes popped out and his mouth couldn't close. The TV was playing Teletubbies. Oh my god, this kind of thing for children can be called wonderful. This red-haired guy is really too weird. Wang Dali pursed his lips and smiled. Forget about TV. I heard that there is a guy here who can curse people with words. The red-haired guy was a little disappointed when he saw that his new friend didn't like watching TV. Teletubbies are so good, but this guy doesn't know how to appreciate them. However, he still stared at the TV and said casually, "That guy seems to be called Wang Ming. He lives in the laboratory next door." "I haven't seen him either." Wang Dali smiled and said, "Then are you interested in meeting him? After all, his ability is much stronger than ours." The red-haired guy wanted to watch TV, but this was an invitation from his new friend, and he was also interested in the third person with extraordinary abilities. So he stood up from the sofa and reluctantly turned off the TV. "Okay, let's go together. Maybe that guy also likes watching TV." The research institute next door. It was Wang Ming's weekly relaxation day. The three brothers of the eye bags consider that Wang Ming's mouth has to be sealed every day, so they specially stipulate that on this day, he can untie the restraint on his mouth. Of course, all the staff must evacuate on this day. Chapter 739. Although the mouth band was specially made for him by Mozi Technology, it was made of flexible breathable material made by nanotechnology and can be worn without obstacles for 24 hours. But it always feels suffocating to buckle your mouth in a plastic shell all day. Wang Ming sat on the suspended sofa chair, breathing freely, trying to let fresh air flow into the alveoli. He sat there for a while, felt a little bored, stood up and walked to the cabinet where food was stored and took out a bottle of drink from it. Unscrew the bottle and let the viscous drink flow into the stomach through the mouth under the action of gravity. In the past, when he wore a mask, he could only use a straw to force the drink into his mouth, which was not as pleasant as this. Just as Wang Ming was enjoying his life leisurely, a hurried footstep sounded outside the laboratory, and then the door was pushed open. A guy with red hair and a little fat man poked their heads into the laboratory, their faces full of curiosity. Wang Ming was so scared that he quickly put down the bottle of drink, picked up a mouth band, and wanted to put it on his face. But the mouth band looks simple, but it is a complex precision instrument. The designer never expected that someone would wear it by themselves, so Wang Ming covered his mouth with it for a long time, but he couldn't put on the mask properly. Wang Dali saw him in a panic and funny look and couldn't help pursing his lips and said in surprise, "Is this guy a fool?" The red-haired man also nodded. Yes, he does look like a fool. Most people, when seeing a guest coming, would not cover their mouths with a mask, even if they don't give up their seats. Wang Ming heard the conversation between the two and was furious. These two guys don't know what's good for them. I put on the mask for your safety, and you actually called me a fool. With a pop, the young and energetic Wang Ming threw the mask on the laboratory table next to him, then stood up, picked up the beverage bottle, and took a sip of the beverage, sneering, "It seems that you still don't know how powerful I am. You dare to sneak in." Wang Ming mistook the two guys as criminals who broke into the laboratory. It's no wonder that he thought so, because since he entered this laboratory, only those researchers usually entered the laboratory, and no outsiders have ever appeared. "I can spit fire from my mouth. Are you as powerful as me?" Wang Dali grinned. "I can transform into a diamond man." The red-haired man patted his chest. Now it was Wang Ming's turn to be confused. He originally thought that these two guys were coming for him, but who would have thought that they also had extraordinary abilities? Wang Ming had heard of the red-haired man, but where did this guy who could spit fire from his mouth come from? Wang Ming's eyes turned and decided to teach them a lesson. He turned his head and looked around and found that there was no shadow of the researchers around, so he was relieved. He said slowly, "Flame-breathing boy, I think you will fall. Although you have to punish your opponent, you can't go too far, otherwise it will cause unnecessary trouble." Wang Dali was grinning, and when he heard this, he laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward. "Are you kidding? There are non-slip floor tiles under my feet. I stand very firmly, how could I fall?" In addition, Wang Ming's attitude was not good just now, so Wang Dali decided to tease him. I saw Wang Dali jumped up, made a rubbing movement on the ground, and then swung his arms left and right, sticking out his tongue. "Lululu, look, I'm standing here fine, how could I fall?" Wang Ming's mouth curled slightly, revealing a sneer. He was very confident in his magic. Everyone who was cursed at close range would be punished in a short time. After discovering that he had this magical ability, Wang Ming had a strange idea in his mind. That is, to let Chen Shuxian change the course, send himself to a position close to the alien spacecraft, and then let himself curse the alien spacecraft to explode. In this way, Wang Ming can not only become the object of admiration of the whole people, but also save the human crisis. But after a little calculation, Wang Ming knew that this kind of thing could not happen. Because, first, the language curse must be heard by the other party to take effect. Generally, when sound propagates more than 200 meters in the air, it cannot be heard clearly due to the attenuation of wave energy. Moreover, there is no air in space, but a kind of existence close to vacuum, so sound cannot propagate at all. Even if Wang Ming was sent to space, there was no way to curse the alien spacecraft. Second, the language curse must be reasonable, just like Wang Ming cursed Wang Dali just now. Wang Dali stood on the floor tiles and there was indeed a possibility of slipping, so Wang Ming could curse. He could not directly curse Wang Dali to explode, because there was almost no possibility of such a thing happening. After a period of exploration, Wang Ming found that the language curse actually magnified the probability of bad things happening, and could not create bad things out of thin air. Wang Dali jumped twice, and seeing Wang Ming's smile, his heart sank. This guy would not really curse. During the safety period, he still stopped jumping. Well, as long as I walk forward slowly, there will be no problem. As soon as he took a step, his body trembled inexplicably, just like the nerve cells in the brain, which suddenly malfunctioned and interrupted for a moment during the signal transmission process. The next second, Wang Dali's left leg inexplicably collapsed, and his right leg blocked his left leg, and the whole person fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the red-haired man next to him couldn't help but take a breath and took a step back. In his opinion, Wang Dali was walking carefully just now, and one leg suddenly didn't listen to the command and strangely stretched out in front and tripped the other leg. This is unlucky enough. The red-haired man thought about it. No, this is not bad luck, but Wang Ming's curse has come true. Red Haired is not unfamiliar with curses, because the former Adeli village still retains a strange custom. That is, if two families have a conflict, they cannot fight each other under the strong suppression of the village chief. But he was angry again, so he began to curse each other with words. The curse words are as vicious as they can be. But it has never come true. Even those who have been cursed know it. This was the first time that Red Hair saw the curse take effect. He subconsciously raised his hands and shouted loudly, "Brother, don't attack us anymore. We are also people with extraordinary abilities. We came here with no ill intentions. We just want to chat with you." Wang Ming had already seen their identities, because there were not many people who could hang out in the Institute of Divine Arts, and Red Hair's iconic fiery red hair was the most obvious evidence. He just wanted to punish these two people, not really to attack them. He smiled and nodded. "Since you are the same kind, come and have a drink." Because Wang Ming possessed the art of cursing, all the researchers looked eager when they saw him, but there was an unconcealable vigilance in their eyes. Wang Ming himself was actually very happy to meet two of his kind. At this time, Wang Dali also slowly got up from the ground. He just realized that the thin young man in front of him did have the art of cursing, so he was a little timid, lowered his head, and dared not say a word. Wang Ming walked up, patted Wang Dali on the shoulder, and smiled. "I'm sorry just now. I thought you were here to cause trouble." "Cause trouble? Question mark? This is the Institute of Divine Arts of Mosey Technology. There are dozens of fully armed soldiers guarding outside. Who dares to come and cause trouble? But this reason is reasonable." Wang Dali wanted to refute it. He opened his mouth, but made no sound. He was stunned for a moment, and could only smile and said, "It's okay. I have thick skin and flesh. It doesn't hurt at all." Red Hair walked forward casually, picked up a drink, and drank it all. In a Dili village, there are only some unripe fruits in summer. Only occasionally when he goes to the next city can he go to the juice shop and taste fresh juice. However, this opportunity is rare after all, so after Red Hair came to the Institute of Divine Arts, he asked the staff of the institute to provide him with several large glasses of juice every day. The researchers knew that excessive intake of juice would have a bad effect on the human body, so they rejected his request and stipulated that he could only drink 1 glass a day. Now that he finally has the opportunity to drink juice again, Red Hair will naturally not let it go. Looking at Red Hair's shaking Adam's apple, Wang Ming curled his lips. "Is this little greedy cat a supernatural power user?" he said in a deep voice. "Redhead, you said you are a person with extraordinary abilities. What exactly is different from ordinary people?" "I can turn into a diamond." Redhead drank the juice and licked his lips reluctantly. "Diamond?" Wang Ming looked surprised, because in his opinion, humans are made of flesh and blood, with various organs such as heart, lungs, liver, blood, etc. How could these strange things turn into diamonds? This completely violates scientific principles. Redhead saw his face change, and he was very happy. "You little brat, you know how powerful I am." Thinking of this, Redhead suddenly became excited. He raised his head at 75 degrees and slowly stretched out his right hand to the same level as his shoulder. His face was full of seriousness, his Adam's apple moved slightly, and a vicissitudes and ancient voice spread from his throat. "Divine Magic Diamond Man." As soon as the voice fell, the air in the laboratory seemed to be much thicker, and Redhead's whole body turned into diamonds bit by bit in the reddish light. In just 2 or 3 seconds, a diamond man appeared in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. After a long time, he slowly said, "Hey, Red Hair, has the flesh and blood under your clothes turned into diamonds?" Because Red Hair was still wearing clothes, he couldn't see clearly. When Red Hair heard this, 3 black lines slid down his face. He stretched out his arm, that had completely turned into diamonds, waved it in the air, and his fist broke the air, and made a whoosh sound. "My body is now completely made of diamonds. According to Professor Wu Zhongying, the Moss hardness of my body has reached 10, which is the hardest thing in nature. Isn't it that you, a guy who can only show off your eloquence, are much more powerful?" Wang Ming pursed his lips, his eyes shining. "Such a big piece of diamond, if it is cut into so many diamond rings, if it is sold to a jewelry store, it may sell for a lot of money." "What? Sell me to a jewelry store? Is there something wrong with this guy's head?" Red Hair took a breath of cold air, quickly put away the magic and transformed into a natural person. Wang Ming also realized that his words seemed to be somewhat ambiguous and hurriedly explained with a smile, "I was just joking. How could I bear to sell you to a jewelry store?" The red-haired man curled his lips to express his disbelief. Wang Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore and turned his head to look at Wang Dali. "Hey, arsonist, what are you capable of?" "Arsonist? Question mark? Wang Dali wanted to scold Wang Ming, but then he thought, this guy's curse is too powerful. Just a sentence just now made me stumble. If he really uses a big move on me, I will definitely not be able to bear it. Wang Dali was born in a small family, and he knew that it was necessary to be respectful enough when facing a powerful person. He grinned and said, "Brother Wang Ming, I can spray flames from my mouth." "Spraying flames? That's interesting. Demonstrate it and see." Wang Dali had no choice but to open his mouth wide. After meditating for half a minute, he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, and then that burning turned into a ball of flames, rushing out from the inside along the esophagus and erupting into the air. Looking at the blazing red flames, Wang Ming immediately put away his contemptuous thoughts. He turned his head and thought for a long time, then said, "Good guy, next time we go camping together, we don't need to bring a lighter." Wang Dali's body shook violently when he heard this, and he almost broke his defense. He quickly swallowed the flames into his mouth and shook his head helplessly. At this moment, the door of the institute was pushed open from the outside. The people who came in were the three brothers of eye bags. When they saw Wang Dali and Red Hair were there, they were shocked, and their eyes widened. "Aren't these two guys from Red Hair's laboratory? How did they appear here? Did they escape?" Thinking of this, the eldest brother of Eyebags took out the intercom and was about to call the security personnel. Seeing that the situation was not good, Red Hair hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Professors, we came here just to see Wang Ming. We have no bad intentions, and we have reported this matter to Professor Wu Zhonglian in advance." Wang Dali also hurriedly explained, "We were too bored in the laboratory, so we wanted to go out for a walk." Wang Ming also felt that he was responsible for this matter. Just as he was about to step forward to explain, he was covered by the three brothers with eye bags. The eldest brother of eye bags did not bother to use the pager to notify the security personnel and took the mouthpiece placed on the table and put it on Wang Ming. "Are you kidding? If this guy says something bad, won't we be in trouble?" When they were sure that Wang Ming's mouth was sealed again, the three picked up the intercom and communicated with Professor Wu Zhonglian. After the communication, Professor Wu Zhonglian confirmed that the two extraordinary people, Red Hair and Wang Dali, did come to Wang Ming's laboratory with his consent. "Okay, you should go back quickly. Now there is new progress in the research of divine arts, and Professor Wu Zhonglian needs your cooperation." The three brothers with eye bags sighed and explained. Chapter 740. With the help of Professor Kuoyunshi, Professor Wu Zhonglian and the three brothers of Yandai quickly figured out the formula of the herbs and the ratio of the isotope element. They wrote down the ratio of all the materials and handed it to XX returned to the Earth Defense Bureau overnight with the documents. In the director's office, Liemo looked at the hundreds of herbs on the documents and couldn't help but marvel. There is no doubt that these herbs should come from the pre-Earth civilization of Mars, the ancestral civilization. After the victory of the Battle of Shenzhen, Mosey Technology Laboratory summarized and sorted out the Martian biotechnology that Liemo obtained from the High Priest. What surprised Liemo was that these biotechnologies were much more advanced than the biotechnologies on Earth, and some of them were beyond imagination. For example, the wheat beans that are now widely planted on Earth are a new species created by combining the genes of wheat and potatoes using the cross-species cultivation technology and Martian biotechnology. It has unparalleled advantages such as high yield and resistance to diseases and pests, and the general yield per mu can reach more than 10,000 catis. The biological genetic information editing technology obtained from Martian technology can directly edit human genes through nanomicrobial ray microscopes and change the properties of human cells. Cancer, which was previously known as an incurable disease, can be cured and returned home as long as you go to the hospital and lie on the operating table for 2 hours, or even without hospitalization. Because nanobiological rays can directly kill human cancer cells by editing genes. Of course, there are many such technologies obtained from Martian civilization. Human biotechnology has also made unprecedented great development. However, Mosey technology did not find any technology used in actual combat from the list proposed by Liemo, which is really abnormal, because in the real story of civilization obtained in Liemo's Martian ancestor civilization room, there are biological bombs made using biotechnology in Martian civilization, and the power of the bomb is equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT explosives. There are also biological heavy machine guns, and the bullets fired by the machine gun should be a plant seed similar to peas. Even the alien spacecraft that the Martian civilization invaded the Earth was made of a whole huge tree. These technologies did not appear in the High Priest's memory, which can only mean that the long years have made the High Priest's mind chaotic. This made Liemo sigh. Nothing in the world can resist the ravages of time. Even those high-level civilizations can only slowly decay and then sink in the long river of time. But all this has nothing to do with the human beings on Earth. The real threat facing the Earth is to defeat the alien spacecraft as soon as possible. Liemo sorted out his messy mood and knocked on the table. King, who was sitting in the outer room, walked in and smiled. "Director, what do you want?" "Immediately order Mosey technology to produce this isotope," Liemo said, handing the calculated data to King. "The herbal formula has been made. Now the isotope must be produced as soon as possible, and then a potion that can turn ordinary people into divine magicians can be produced." King took the list and was stunned for a moment because it was midnight and the senior executives of Mosey Technology had gone off work and rested. "It's too late to disturb them now." Liemo glared at her. "It's urgent. We must act quickly." King nodded, took the materials, went to the office next door, and made a phone call. "Mosey Technology Family Quarters, Building 1, 2nd floor. Go to sleep, my dear baby. Mother's hands are gently rocking you. Go to sleep, my dear baby. Go to sleep, my dear baby. Mother loves you and likes you." Fang Lanshan's wife Xiaolan had just coaxed their little daughter to sleep. Looking at that cute little face, he couldn't help but touch it, then tiptoed out of the room and carefully closed the door. Back in the bedroom, he saw Fang Lanshan covered with a quilt, leaning on the bed, flipping through the documents of Mosey Technology. Now Liemo has handed over all of Mosey Technology to him, and Fang Lanshan has also changed from a scientist to the operator of a large scientific research group. Mosey Technology currently has more than 30,000 scientists, all of whom are famous scientists from all over the world. Mosey Technology conducts more than 100,000 scientific research projects every year. Of course, a large part of these projects will fail. Someone once suggested that Mosey Technology establish a strict review system, but Liemo believes that scientific research is 1,000 experiments and 1 success. If the establishment of scientific research projects is strictly restricted, it will definitely seriously dampen the research enthusiasm of scientists. Therefore, Mosey Technology has set a rule that any scientist who has a novel idea, whether logical or not, can submit a project application to Mosey Technology. After the project application is submitted, it must be reviewed by the project review committee and approved by Fang Lanshan. So Fang Lanshan has to review nearly 100 applications every day. Xiaolan saw Fang Lanshan's eyes were dark, and he yawned while flipping through the materials, and she felt very distressed. She grabbed the materials and smiled. "Old Fang, you have so many professional reviewers at Mosey Technology, why do you still have to read these materials in person?" Since Fang Lanshan was appointed as the chairman of Mosey Technology, Xiaolan has also had a brief excitement. This is Mosey Technology, the most famous scientific research group in the world. But after the excitement, she found that Fang Lanshan stayed in the Mosey Technology laboratory almost every day, and even had to remotely control the work of the laboratory over the phone when eating. It's impossible not to review it in person. Mosey Technology is Liemo's hard work. It's not easy to become such a large scientific research group. Liemo has done us a favor, so we have to do our best. Fang Lanshan sighed and said, "Thinking back then, we were detained by the NCAA, and it was Liemo who sent people to rescue us. This favor is greater than the sky, and we can't repay it in a lifetime." Xiaolin recalled that difficult past. Her expression was a little moved, and she smiled and said, "Of course, we can't forget this favor, but seeing your current health, it's getting worse day by day, and you should take care of yourself." Half a month ago, Fang Lanshan fainted in the office. Fortunately, his assistant found it in time, and Mosey Technologies' medical equipment and medical experts are the best in the world, so he was treated. Although Fang Lanshan is a scientist, he is not old-fashioned. In addition to his unique academic insights and a deep understanding of the indifference of the universe, he is also very experienced in managing a large scientific research center. Under his management, the scientific research activities and product promotion of Mosey Technology were carried out in an orderly manner, especially when Mosey Technology launched many high-end scientific research projects. Mosey Technology could still make a lot of profits every month, which was rare. Money is easy to get, but talent is hard to find. There are too few people like Fang Lanshan who understand scientific research and know how to manage laboratories. Therefore, after hearing about this, Liemo also wanted Fang Lanshan to be sent to the Gobi Desert base like X and transformed into a biochemical robot through a replacement surgery so that he could work for Mosey Technology 24 hours a day. But Fang Lanshan refused without hesitation after hearing this idea. Although he didn't say it clearly, Liemo still knew that Fang Lanshan was a robot conservative. When X walked out of the incubator, the scientists at the Gobi Desert base cheered and hugged each other, because in their opinion, they had found the future evolution direction of mankind. X's perfect combination of human brain and machine allows her lifespan to easily reach 500 years, because according to the human aging gene research conducted by Mosey Technologies Biological Laboratory, the lifespan of the human brain is 500 years. Lifespan is a major factor that restricts the progress of human civilization. A human needs to go through kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school, college, and even graduate school and doctoral students before he can become a person who can contribute to the progress of civilization. This stage usually takes more than 20 years. And a person's lifespan is less than 100 years in total, and when a person is close to 70 years old, both physical and mental labor will be incapable. In other words, humans have less than 50 years to contribute to civilization, which undoubtedly greatly slows down the development of human civilization. Therefore, Mosey Technology proposed a robot evolution plan. In the plan, Mosey Technology will provide 10,000 places to transform humans into robots through surgery, trying to extend their lifespan and greatly speed up the development of civilization. However, as soon as this plan was proposed, it was opposed by all human civilization. Among them, the most vocal opposition was actually the famous scientist Professor Hu Zhang's. Professor Hu Zhang's is a person who even Professor Liemo has a headache about. He was born in a poor family, but he is very talented. He learned to read at the age of 3, was admitted to junior high school at the age of 5, and entered university at the age of 13. He was once known as the first child prodigy in China. Of course, when Liemo emerged, he was already in the first year of high school, so he was not a child prodigy. After Hu Zhang's became a child prodigy, Qingdao University sent a special admissions team to his home. Not only did they exempt him from 4 years of tuition, but they also said that they would tailor an education plan for him and send to experienced old professors to teach him in person. Hu Zhang's parents were reluctant to let him go to Beijing to study because they thought the child was too young. They hoped that he could stay at home and receive family-style education. When the teacher of Qingdao University's admissions office passed the news back to Qingdao University, the leaders of Qingdao University were very anxious. Qingdao University had not produced graduates who were influential at home and abroad for a long time, and was firmly suppressed by Yan University next door. If this continued, the gap would become larger and larger, and it might even decline because of this. The leaders of Qingdao University held a meeting overnight and conducted a comprehensive analysis of Hu Zhang's family. It turned out that Hu Zhang's father was a courier and his mother in a small shop. They did not live a rich life. This is easy to deal with. So Qingdao University spent a lot of money. They found a way to make Hu Zhang's parents become official employees of Qingdao University and allocated them a set of faculty and staff dormitories. This house is located on the campus of Qingdao University, and it cannot be bought, even if you spend 5 million. Seeing this, Hu Zong's parents understood that this was the best treatment Qingdao University could offer, so they agreed. They left their hometown and moved to Yanjing and started a new life from then on. In the following 4 years, the talented Hu Zong lived up to expectations and completed undergraduate courses in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology one after another. He also got full marks in almost every exam and was hailed as the best student in the history of Qingdao University. He also published more than 100 papers in domestic and foreign journals, some of which are considered to be very forward-looking by the academic community. Everyone is looking forward to the rise of a new scientific star. Qingdao University has even allocated a large amount of research funds to establish a special research institute and select a group of professional researchers so that he can show his talents after graduation and make Qingdao University famous at home and abroad. Everyone believes that it may only take 3 or 2 years for Hu Zong to win a series of domestic and international awards, such as the Fields Medal and the Nobel Prize. He can lead the development of Chinese science and technology. But Hu Zong disappeared mysteriously. Of course, he also left a document before his disappearance to explain his whereabouts. In the document, Hu Zong said that he was tired of scientific research and completely lost interest in science and decided to become a monk. When the leaders of Qingdao University saw the document, they were frightened and their faces turned pale. Hu Zong was the hope of Qingdao University. They invested too much money and energy in Hu Zong, hoping to turn over with the help of Hu Zong, but this guy actually gave up. No, absolutely not. Although Hu Zong did not tell anyone when he left, Qingdao University mobilized its huge network of relationships and quickly found Hu Zong's whereabouts. This guy ran to Zhongnanshan to be a hermit. There is a strange group on Zhongnan Mountain. In order to avoid the world, they choose to hide in the mountains, cultivate their own fields, and weave their own clothes. Qingda sent people to Zhongnan Mountain to communicate with Hu Zong more than 10 times, but this guy seemed to have seen through the world and said that he would never leave Zhongnan Mountain. Qingda saw that things could not be done, so he had no choice but to accept the result. Hu Zong has spent 10 years on Zhongnan Mountain since then. Just when the world has gradually forgotten him, he reappeared on the streets of Yanjing. But this time, his identity is not a scientist, but a special writer for a magazine. Hu Zong began to write articles frequently in newspapers and magazines. Because he is extremely smart and has a very sharp view of things, he soon became a well-known commentator and won many fans with his pen. When Mosey Technologies' robot plan was proposed, Hu Zong was the first to stand up and oppose it. Because he has a scientific background, he easily found the biggest loophole in the robot plan. That is, after becoming a robot, is the human still human? This seemingly absurd question directly hits the hearts of the public. Because in the eyes of ordinary people, the reason why humans are human is that they have limbs, mouths, ears, heads, and various organs. All of this is based on the fact that humans are flesh and blood. If humans become robots through transformation, they can no longer be called humans. Chapter 741. Hu Zong has since transformed himself from a genius scientist to a media person who strongly opposes a robot plan. Under his propaganda, the public is increasingly worried about the emergence of robots, which will replace humans and become a new species. And some people predict that according to the superior performance of robots, once they appear on the earth in large numbers, they will soon replace humans and become the new overlords on the earth, and humans will eventually become slaves of robots like in science fiction movies. After the primitive humans appeared on the earth, they were far less powerful than the tigers in the mountains and forests at that time, and their speed was not as fast as the leopards on the grasslands. Even the poisonous insects in the grass could easily kill humans. Faced with this hellish start, in order to survive, humans are very vigilant about everything around them. Any animals and plants that can threaten human survival will be eradicated at the first time. Therefore, Hu Zong's theory has been widely supported by the public, and a group opposing the robot plan was established, called True Humans. It must be said that Hu Zong is a genius. Under the leadership of Hu Zhang's, True Humans developed into a huge organization with 3 million members in just 2 months. At that time, the think tank of Mosey Technology also repeatedly reminded Professor Liemo to pay attention to the development of the True Human organization. Chen Shuxian even suggested that Liemo take strong actions to eliminate the True Human organization in its infancy and arrest Hu Zhang's. However, Liemo has been hesitant to make up his mind because in his opinion, the True Humans led by Hu Zhang's and Mosey Technology are just different in the development path of human beings, not a conflict between races. This kind of debate has appeared countless times in human history. In the end, the only solution is for humans to choose whether to implement robotization. Any external influence may have an unpredictable impact on human development. After hearing Professor Liemo's opinion, Chen Shuxian could only sigh deeply. In his opinion, Liemo was ruthless when facing the Martian ancestors, but he seemed a little hesitant when facing Hu Zhang's, who was good at deceiving people. Without Liemo's instruction, Hu Zhang's quickly gathered a large number of believers. The True Human organization repeatedly held speeches in major cities to publicize the disadvantages of the robot plan to humans. Finally, Mosey Technology was forced to suspend the robot plan due to public opposition, make a comprehensive compromise, and announce that there will never be a second robot in the human world. But for Fang Lanchen, Liemo was willing to bear the anger of the crowd. However, Fang Lanchen was unknowingly deceived by Hu Zhang's and thought that he should be like a normal human being, growing old, getting sick and dying. The ringing of the cell phone, ding ding ding, woke Fang Lanchen up from his sleep. Hearing the ringing of the cell phone, Xiaolan's face suddenly darkened. It was already the middle of the night. If someone called at this time, it must be an emergency. If Fang Lanchen received such a call in the past, he would definitely have a sleepless night. However, she did not dare to say that Fang Lanchen should not answer the phone, because the matter of Mosey Technology was too big and Fang Lanchen needed to support it with all his strength. Fang Lanchen looked at the number on his phone. His expression suddenly became serious, and he answered the call. Hello, Director Liemo, this is Fang Lanchen. Fang Lanchen, sorry to bother you. The herbal formula has been cracked. We need to use our Mosey Technologies collider tomorrow to conduct experiments. Please arrange it. Is there really an herb that can produce magic? Don't worry, I will arrange it immediately and ensure that the medicine is made. After hanging up the phone, Fang Lanchen's forehead couldn't help but ooze out a little sweat. When Professor Liemo told him that humans can take a kind of herb to have extraordinary abilities, his first reaction was to shake his head repeatedly, because this is unscientific. But now the Institute of Divine Arts has actually cracked the herbal formula, which is incredible. Xiaolan saw Fang Lanchen holding the phone with a strange expression, worried that he had something wrong, walked to the living room, poured a glass of boiled water, and brought it over, smiled and said, "What happened that made you so lost?" Fang Lanchen took the teacup and took a sip. The hot tea went down the esophagus into the stomach, and the warm and comfortable feeling dispelled a little shock. After hesitating for a while, he decided to tell his wife Xiaolan the whole story. Of course, Xiaolan also has the high-level security authority of Mosey Technology, so this is not a violation of regulations. Fang Lanchen raised his head, his face hidden behind the white mist coming out of the water cup, and smiled. "Xiaolan, do you believe that there are really people in this world who can have extraordinary powers?" "Extraordinary powers?" Xiaolan frowned. If Fang Lanchen was wearing a health monitor now, Xiaolan would suspect that he was talking nonsense. Since ancient times, extraordinary powers have been common among humans, but without exception, they have all been proven to be false. She asked in a lost voice, "How is this possible? As a scientist, don't you know that this is nonsense?" "Of course I know. If a Mosey Technology researcher told me that there are people who can breathe fire and curse others with words, I would definitely drive him out without hesitation. But the person who said this is Professor Liemo, who is the greatest scientist in the world. I can't help but believe it." Fang Lanchen's eyes were full of disbelief. People who breathe fire, curse with words? Although Xiaolan didn't believe that these people really existed, just as Fang Lanchen said, what Professor Liemo said was always quickly verified. Just like the MO star back then, 90% of the people in the world did not believe that there was an undiscovered planet in the solar system, but Liemo used scientific calculations and actual orbital data to tell them what is incredible. Finally, she could only say embarrassedly, since the magic was proposed by Professor Liemo, I think you should try your best to cooperate. Maybe you can really develop a magic that will become a powerful weapon against alien spacecraft. Don't worry, I can still tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. I will arrange the collider right away. Fang Lanshan picked up the phone and started dialing. Hello, Director Wang from the Collider Center? Yes, I'm Fang Lanshan. It's like this. You should go to the Collider Center immediately and stop the collision test that is running. A shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. Stop. Chairman Fang, you should know that the experiment running in the collider now is related to whether we can discover new cosmic particles. According to the progress of the experiment, the results will be obtained soon. If the experiment is stopped now, not only will the entire experiment be wasted, but more than 20 million experimental expenses will be wasted. This is really unacceptable. Scientific laboratories are different from normal commercial companies. The directors of the laboratories will not obey their superiors like the executives of ordinary commercial companies. They will stick to their own principles for science, and sometimes even go against their superiors' orders. Fang Lanshan naturally knew this. He wanted to explain to Director Wang that the divine arts were of great importance, but thinking that Director Wang's security level was not that high, he could only say in a tough tone, this matter was arranged by Professor Liemo and must be carried out unconditionally. I hope that the collider will be cleaned up tomorrow morning. Hearing that the laboratory was arranged by Liemo this time, the tone of the other party was much lowered. Professor Liemo, will he come to the Collider Center in person? Fang Lanshan frowned. This guy's brain circuit is problematic. He doesn't pay attention to the experiment itself, but cares about whether Liemo will visit the collider. But immediately he thought of one thing, that is, the Mosey Technology Collider Center. Since its establishment, Liemo has never been there. This Director Wang has reported to the upper level several times and invited Liemo to visit, but at that time Liemo was busy dealing with Shenzhen and stayed in the Earth Defense Bureau all day. How could he have time? Although Fang Lanshan was not sure whether Liemo would appear at the Collider Center, but thinking that this experiment was related to the future of mankind, Liemo should not be absent. So he said confidently, of course. Professor Liemo attaches great importance to this experiment. Maybe he will come to the site when the experiment is officially launched tomorrow, so you must do a good job of reception. Really, that's great. Director Wang cheered twice and hung up the phone with a click. Fang Lanshan was stunned holding the phone. This guy, wasn't he reluctant just now? His attitude changed so quickly. The next day, Fang Lanshan woke up before 5 o'clock. He saw Xiaolan was still sleeping soundly, with her eyebrows twisted into knots, as if she was having a nightmare. He gently stroked Xiaolan's eyebrows with his hand, then tiptoed to the locker room, opened the closet, and the closet was neatly filled with shirts and mousesuits. At Mosey Technology, although Liemo did not explicitly stipulate the dress of researchers, everyone chose mousesuits as formal wear. Fang Lanshan hesitated for a while, chose a dark blue mousesuit to put on, and then looked in the mirror and took care of his hair meticulously. Although Fang Lanshan was not as excited as Director Wang to see Liemo, he felt that he should show enough respect when he thought that Liemo had not appeared in Mosey Technology for 2 full months. Seeing the young man with grey hair in the mirror, Fang Lanshan sighed and walked into Xianshan's room. Xianshan was sleeping soundly under the cartoon quilt. Her little mouth was open in her sleep, her face was full of smiles, and she seemed to be having a good dream. This scene melted Fang Lanshan's heart. For a father, there is nothing more exciting than seeing his children happy. He stood there blankly for a long time, until the phone in his pocket buzzed, and then he woke up. Fang Lanshan gently closed the door and walked out of the villa. Outside, under the dim light, a black stretch sedan was parked not far away. Unlike Liemo, who had to travel in armored vehicles, Fang Lanshan's safety level was not that high, so he often chose to take a luxury car. Of course, He had also suggested to Liemo that he could just take an ordinary car, but Liemo smiled and said that he now represented the entire Mosey technology and could not lose face. These worldly words came out of Liemo's mouth, making Fang Lanchen a little uncomfortable for a while, but he understood it immediately. Mosey Technology is now the largest scientific research center in the world. Its leaders must often appear in the spotlight of the media. A good image is conducive to the development of Mosey Technology. In the end, Fang Lanchen was convinced by this reason and chose a domestically produced extended luxury car as a means of transportation. Seeing Fang Lanchen coming out, the secretary in a grey professional suit immediately came up to him. She had been waiting in the cold wind for half an hour, and her lips were a little black. She could have sat in the car waiting for Fang Lanchen, but this was contrary to the requirements of a professional secretary. Fang Lanchen was very keenly aware of this and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Miss Milin, I wasted time." In order to welcome Professor Liemo back to Mosey Technology, Fang Lanchen sent a message to Secretary Milin before going to bed yesterday, asking her to pick him up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Milin is Fang Lanchen's full-time secretary. She graduated from Qingdao University and is the project leader of a large scientific research group. After Mosey Technology acquired that scientific research group, Milin participated in the internal recruitment fair held by Mosey Technology. With her outstanding ability, she passed all the hurdles and became Fang Lanchen's full-time secretary. Seeing Fang Lanchen actually apologize to her, Milin hurriedly said, "It's okay, waiting here is my duty as a secretary." Just kidding. Since Liemo announced that Fang Lanchen would become the chairman of Mosey Technology, Fang Lanchen has become the CEO of this scientific research group with a market value of trillions. It is incredible that he would apologize to himself for deciding the life and death of countless projects with just one sentence. Fang Lanchen nodded, said nothing, and got into the stretched car. A bodyguard wearing sunglasses sat on the passenger seat of the car. The driver was also assigned by the security department of Mosey Technology. He turned his head and smiled. "Mr. Fang, where are we going now?" "The Collider Center, please hurry up." "Okay." Fang Lanchen lay on the soft sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Milin was curious. The experiments at the Collider Center were scheduled. As long as they were carried out step by step, it was the most boring place in Mosey Technology. Fang Lanchen only went to inspect it once a month. Why did he think of visiting it today? And it was in the early morning. However, as a professional secretary, Milin knew that she only had to follow Fang Lanchen's orders and didn't have to worry so much. She pursed her lips, turned her head, and looked at the big tree that kept retreating under the reflection of the dim street lights and fell into silence. Fang Lanchen's villa was not far from the Collider Center. It took less than 10 minutes for the car to stop in front of a tall building. At this time, the building, which should have been dark, was brightly lit, and researchers in white robes walked in from outside from time to time. When they saw the limousine, they all slowed down and cast surprised glances at the limousine. "This car seems to belong to Mr. Fang, right? Is he coming to inspect the Collider Center today?" "It's possible. I received a call saying that there is an important experiment to be carried out. An experiment that can make Mr. Fang come in person. I'm really looking forward to it." Wow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742. The Mosey Technology Collider was built 2 years ago. It is the world's largest hadron collider. Its main structure is a 100-kilometer circular tunnel located between 50 and 150 meters underground. There are many ground facilities on the surface, such as cooling compressors, ventilation equipment, control motor equipment, and freezing tanks. After the collider was built, due to its excellent performance, it quickly attracted a large number of high-energy physics experts to join, including the chief experimental team of the European Organization for Nuclear Collider. They joined Mosey Technology because Mosey Technology's collider is more advanced and more likely to discover the mysteries of the universe. For a collider, the longer the acceleration channel and the greater the power, the faster the speed of the particles can be accelerated. In this way, when the particles collide, the speed is closer to the speed of the particles at the Big Bang of the singularity. On the other hand, as the European Organization for Nuclear Research has not produced any heavyweight results in recent years, the public has become more and more aware that these guys are just writing papers. This is unacceptable. Every collision experiment costs tens of millions of dollars. So much money comes from taxes paid by the public. Isn't this just throwing money away? So the people put pressure on the top and asked them to stop supporting the European Nuclear Collider Center. Although those people above were also lobbied by the Collider Center, they were afraid of causing public anger and could only gradually reduce the budget of the Nuclear Collider Center. Without the budget, the Nuclear Collider Center naturally could not support so many researchers, so a large-scale layoff operation began. Although these core experimenters will never be laid off, they can no longer see the future of the Nuclear Collider Center. Instead of waiting to be eliminated, it is better to take advantage of their professional skills at the world's top level and switch to other collider laboratories. At this time, the newly established Mosey Technology Collider Laboratory came into their sight. Mosey Technology has always been known for its high welfare. The salary of its employees has long reached 6 figures, and it will also provide employees with a 3-bedroom apartment. This condition is impossible for any other company. So, they asked Fang Lanshan, who was in charge of Mosey Technology, to change jobs through a professor at Yan University. Fang Lanshan was shocked to see more than 20 names on the list. These people were carefully cultivated by the Nuclear Center and were very proficient in collider operation. If they joined Mosey Technology, the Mosey Technology Collider Center would be able to be officially launched within half a month. This would save a lot of money and time for Mosey Technology. However, so many experimenters came together to invest, which was equivalent to hollowing out the European Nuclear Center, and would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. In recent years, Mosey Technology has been viewed with tinted glasses by foreign media. Those who have no bottom line would even deliberately fabricate scandals of Mosey Technology to attract the attention of the world. Fang Lanshan was unsure about this matter, so he reported it to Professor Liemo. Liemo did not hesitate at all and directly ordered Fang Lanshan to invite all these people to Mosey Technology. In Liemo's words, if anyone really dared to make trouble, he would do his best to take it. With Liemo's support, Fang Lanshan let go and sent a special plane to take those experimenters to Mosey Technology. As expected, the foreign media, like sharks smelling blood, began to fiercely criticize Mosey Technology, saying that Mosey Technology was plundering talents all over the world and was very immoral. Under the endless reports of foreign media, coupled with the media's 24-hour TV news bombardment and the criticism of the front-page headlines of major websites around the world, some foreign people began to protest against Mosey Technology, claiming that Mosey Technology was an evil company. Liemo had been prepared and held an unprecedented press conference. At the press conference, the more than 30 experimenters revealed the inside of the Nuclear Collider Center to the world without leaving any trace. When the experimenters on TV talked about how the Nuclear Collider Center deliberately promoted the expectations of the experiment in order to obtain funds, and allowed the high-energy physicists participating in the experiment to write a large number of water papers, the whole world was angry. They didn't expect that they supported an ugly research center. How deep the love is, how deep the hatred is. People rushed into the Nuclear Collider Center and destroyed most of the office equipment. Those big wigs who originally supported the Nuclear Collider Center, seeing the bad situation, also drew a clear line with the Nuclear Collider Center. The Nuclear Collider Center finally had to announce its dissolution, and tens of thousands of unemployed high-energy physicists and experimenters went to the Mosey Technology Collider Laboratory to seek a new job. However, Mosey Technology unexpectedly posted a recruitment notice, accepting only the 100 best candidates. The reason why so few places were provided was that Mosey Technology had its own plans. Liemo stipulated that at least half of the Collider Center should be domestic scholars and experimenters. Although their abilities and knowledge were not as good as those of foreign experimenters who had participated in countless collision experiments, they were loyal and reliable. As long as they studied with foreign experts for a few years, they would soon become the backbone of the laboratory. Director Wang became the director of the Collider Center under such circumstances. He was just a professor of physics at Yan University. Although he had made some achievements in high-energy physics, he was far from being an expert in high-energy physics, and he was not ranked in China. Normally, he would never become the director of the Mosey Technology Collider Center. However, Director Wang scored full marks in all data during the character test, which means that he is a person with good moral qualities. Liemo has always had a view that only when a person has good moral values can he become a talent. Otherwise, no matter how capable he is, he will only become a person who harms the world. In this way, after rigorous training, Director Wang officially became the director of the Mosey Technology Collider Center. As Liemo expected, after becoming the director, Director Wang worked diligently, stayed in the laboratory almost 24 hours a day, and was very fair in his dealings with others. In just a few months, he was convinced by everyone, and made great contributions to the early formal experiment of the collider. Fang Lanshan led his secretary, and strode into the Collider Center in the surprised eyes of everyone. In the command room, Director Wang was nervously directing the collider to shut down. Area number 1, disconnect the solenoid valve, and isolate the heavy water. Area number 2, check the electromagnetic signal to ensure that there are no high-speed electrons left in the pipeline. Area number 3, immediately record the sensor data and transmit it to the main brain. Although our experiment failed this time due to the termination of the second, the data is very valuable and may provide a basis for the next experiment, so you must ensure that no data is left behind. In the command center, dozens of instruments are neatly arranged, and various indicator lights on the instruments are flashing continuously. Hearing the order, dozens of operators in white robes operate the instruments with their hands in a daze. The atmosphere in the command center is very tense. At this time, Fang Lanshan walked in. Seeing Fang Lanshan, Director Wang was shocked. Through yesterday's phone call, he already knew that this collision experiment was very important. Otherwise Fang Lanshan would not call him in the middle of the night. However, Fang Lanshan, as the chairman of Mosey Technology, actually appeared in the command center in the early morning, indicating that this collision experiment was far more important than he imagined. Director Wang had a sudden thought, and a bold idea came up. Since Fang Lanshan was here, would Professor Liemo also come? Director Wang was full of gratitude to Professor Liemo. He was now in his 50s, and had spent the first half of his life in mediocrity. Although he had passed the entrance exam to a good university with his own efforts, he did not perform particularly well in school due to his average IQ. He should have found a stable job after graduation and lived a 9-to-5 life. However, Director Wang had a desire to explore the field of high-energy physics. In his opinion, high-energy physics was the best subject to understand the nature of the world. With this passion, he studied hard and eventually passed the postgraduate entrance exam. However, for such high-end subjects, it takes talent to achieve results. Director Wang worked hard for 5 years and finally graduated. At that time, Yanda University was in short supply of teaching qualifications, so Director Wang successfully applied for a lecturer and then worked hard for another 20 years to become an associate professor. Director Wang, who was almost at the age of 50, also recognized the reality at this time. He thought that it would be impossible for him to achieve great success in high-energy physics in his lifetime, but he unexpectedly became the director of the Mosey Technology Collider Center. When he got the news, looking at the excited faces of his former colleagues, Director Wang was full of gratitude to Professor Liemo. So he always wanted to find an opportunity to thank Liemo in person, but he was repeatedly rejected. Today, it seems that this long-awaited opportunity is about to come. How can Director Wang not be excited? However, he knew that the shutdown of the collider was at a critical moment and he could not be distracted, so he just greeted Fang Lanshan with his eyes and re-entered the command. Area number 1, prepare for shutdown. Operators pay attention to the electromagnetic field strength. Area number 2, get ready and gradually reduce the current input. Area number 3, after the data transmission is completed, enter the shutdown process immediately. Fang Lanshan stood aside and watched quietly. He was not angry because of Director Wang's neglect. Instead, he had some appreciation. Because in his opinion, a dedicated person would not put down his work and come to flatter. At this time, the secretary brought a chair, and Fang Lanchen was not polite. He sat down and looked carefully at Director Wang's command. With the sound of the command, the data displayed on the big screen gradually changed. Of course, Fang Lanchen was not an expert in high-energy physics and could not understand it, but he could tell from the expressions of the crowd that the shutdown went smoothly this time. Area 1 has been shut down. Area 2 has been shut down. Area 3 has been shut down. Finally, all the indicator lights went out, and Fang Lanchen felt an inexplicable sense of relief, as if a giant underground monster had fallen back into a deep sleep. He understood that the shutdown was successful this time. Sure enough, after checking all the data, Director Wang breathed a sigh of relief and walked down from the command desk. He walked up to Fang Lanchen and said with a smile, "Chairman Fang, you are here so early?" Fang Lanchen nodded. "I have no choice. The upcoming experiment is of great importance. I have to keep an eye on it." Director Wang asked curiously, "What kind of experiment can bring you here in person?" "I'll just keep an eye on it here." Fang Lanchen glared at him and shook his head. "I can't tell you the specific content and purpose of the experiment, but what is clear is that this experiment is of great importance." This sentence aroused Director Wang's curiosity. His eyes turned, and he asked tentatively, "How important is it?" "It can change the fate of our human race." Originally, Fang Lanchen could refuse to answer this question on the grounds that Director Wang did not have the authority, but considering that the experiment later still required Director Wang's cooperation in order to make him take it seriously, he could only say vaguely, "It's okay for you to think so. This is a plan personally drawn up by Professor Liemo. I'm not very clear about it, but I believe it will bring a huge surprise to mankind." Huge surprise? Director Wang was shocked. Ever since he entered the Mosey Technology Collider Center and became the director, he has been looking forward to the opportunity to make achievements. Although the Collider Center has made a lot of achievements in recent years, and even discovered a new particle, which is considered an outstanding achievement in the high-energy physics community. But Director Wang knows that even without his leadership, Mosey Technology will sooner or later discover this particle with the world's largest collider and so many excellent experimenters. If you want to be a scientist who can leave your name in history books, you must make achievements that shock the world. Fang Lanchen, as the chairman of Mosey Technology and a Nobel Prize winner, actually said that if this experiment is successful, it will bring a huge surprise to all mankind, which means that this experiment may be a good opportunity to leave a name in history. Director Wang took a few breaths to calm down. He smiled and said, "Chairman Fang, I heard that you were rescued from abroad by Professor Liemo back then." This topic was changed so abruptly. Fang Lanchen saw that Director Wang's lips were shaking a little, and he instantly understood that this guy was nervous. As an old researcher, this shouldn't be the case. He wanted to scold Director Wang, but thinking that he didn't sleep most of the night last night, he could only smile bitterly. Fang Lanchen smiled and said, "Of course, I was a rocket designer for the NCAA back then, and I was considered famous at a young age. For better development, I went abroad. I thought I would have a fair chance to compete, but who would have thought that after I became a designer, several foreign colleagues with bad intentions submitted a letter of slander to the higher-ups. Of course, the letter contained some unfounded things. I thought I would get through that storm quickly, but I didn't expect that the top management of the NCAA would not listen to my explanation at all. Not only did they suspend my position, they also sent people to monitor me 24 hours a day. I was really living in hell at the time. Fortunately, with the help of Professor Liemo, my family and I were able to return home." Chapter 743. After listening to Fang Lanchen's story of suffering, Director Wang also sighed heavily. There are many researchers like Fang Lanchen in Mosey Technology who have received great kindness from Professor Liemo. They have all been in desperate situations, and it was Professor Liemo who lent a helping hand and let them see a bright future again. Director Wang now understood why when Professor Liemo announced his resignation from Mosey Technology, all the media in the world said that even if Liemo had left Mosey Technology was still Liemo's research center, and his position could not be replaced by anyone. At this time, two soothing alarms sounded in the command room. Fang Lanshan was startled. Now is a critical period. Is there something wrong with the collider? Director Wang saw his nervous expression and explained with a smile, Chairman, don't worry, this is a signal that the collider is completely shut down. That's good, that's good. The collision experiment that is about to be carried out is very important. Don't go wrong. When Fang Lanshan heard this, his heart, which was hanging in the air, slowly fell to the ground. An experimenter in protective clothing came over and approached Director Wang, saying, Report. Director Wang, the collider has been completely shut down. There are no high-speed electrons in the pipeline now. We need to proceed to the next step. Please give the order. Yes, send the nanorobots immediately to enter the pipeline for cleaning. Time was tight, and Director Wang gave the order without hesitation. Yes, the experimenter turned around and ran to the console and pressed the button on it. A cleaning progress bar appeared on the big screen. 1%, 2%. This was Fang Lanshan's first time at the Collider Center. He was curious about everything and asked, Director Wang, what does cleaning mean? What are nanorobots? Director Wang smiled and explained, after the collider was shut down after an experiment, the electrons in the pipe that were originally moving at high speeds would suddenly lose the push of electromagnetic force and adhere to the pipe wall. Generally speaking, when electrons pass through certain substances, they will annihilate themselves because of the consumption of energy. However, the pipe wall of the collider is coated with a special material that can completely prevent the infiltration of electrons. At this time, in order to prevent the remaining electrons from interfering with the results of the next collision test, the electrons on the channel wall need to be completely cleaned. As for the nanorobot, it is actually a robot that can clean the pipe wall. In the past, the pipe wall of the collider was very fragile due to the coating layer. The use of large machinery is likely to damage the coating. Generally, it can only be cleaned manually, but there is a lot of abnormal radiation in the pipe. The workers must wear heavy shielding suits to ensure their safety. Under this condition, the cleaning speed is very slow, and it usually takes a week to complete the cleaning work. Later, the nanobiological laboratory of our research center learned about this situation and took the initiative to make a large number of nanorobots for us. These robots clean faster and cleaner than manual labor. Generally, it takes less than an hour to complete the cleaning of 100 kilometers of pipes. Nanorobot. Fang Lanshan understood that when Mosey Technology was established, Liemo set a rule that each laboratory should communicate with each other and help each other. Although this may waste some resources and delay some scientific research time, it can greatly enhance the strength of the laboratory. Just like the nanorobot this time, the Collider Center can save a lot of time because of the nanorobot, and the level of the nanobiological laboratory may be greatly improved because the technology has been put into practical use. Thinking of this, Fang Lanshan felt that, since he took office, he seemed to have relaxed the development in this area. He thought to himself that maybe after this experiment, these two laboratories could be used as models for the whole group to learn from. He looked at Director Wang eagerly. He was amazed at Liemo's good vision. When they, the executives of Mosey Technology, learned that Director Wang was going to join Mosey Technology and become the director of the Collider Center, they all expressed their disbelief. The Collider Center has an investment of more than 100 billion yuan and is an important department of Mosey Technology. According to previous practices, an outstanding scientist must be selected from all over the world to be the director, at least the kind who has won the Nobel Prize. But Director Wang is not well known. He has been in the academic circle for most of his life without any achievements. His level is obviously not worthy of Mosey Technology. But what surprised everyone was that, after reading Director Wang's resume, Professor Liemo directly named him. Because Liemo's prestige is extremely high, everyone keeps their dissatisfaction in their hearts and waits to see Director Wang's joke. As long as he messes up once, these people will have a reason to make trouble. Unexpectedly, after Director Wang took office, He showed his superb management ability. It took less than half a month to make the staff of the Collider Center twisted into a rope. Many of his measures and regulations were unanimously supported by the staff. Those who were waiting to see the joke understood Professor Liamo's painstaking efforts. Scientific research and management are two different things. A scientist may not necessarily be an excellent manager. With the help of nanorobots, the collider was completely cleaned in less than 10 minutes. The cautious Director Wang ordered the experimenters to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the collider and finally confirmed that everything was intact. Only after the experiment could be carried out, he was relieved. Chairman Fang, sit here. Director Wang realized that it seemed very impolite to let Fang Lanshan always stand like that, so he quickly let him sit on the sofa next to him and asked his assistant to make 2 cups of hot tea. Although there is no explicit regulation in Mosey technology, all researchers, experimenters, scientists, and even logistics staff do not drink carbonated beverages on weekdays. Like Liamo, they also choose the traditional Chinese beverage, green tea, to relieve fatigue. After Fang Lanshan took over, he reached an agreement with Westlake Longjing Company to exclusively supply tea to Mosey technology. Westlake Longjing is worthy of being a famous Chinese tea. It is smooth and straight, with a tender green color, a fresh and noble aroma, and a fresh and mellow taste. The two of them sipped tea, chatted, and waited for Liamo to arrive. Director Wang sighed, I don't know if we humans can survive this time. Fang Lanshan put down the teacup and smiled. Don't worry, with Professor Liamo, we still have great hope. Director Wang, maybe this collision experiment is Professor Liamo's trick to deal with alien spacecraft. Fang Lanshan, it should be. You also know that now Professor Liamo's energy is all on how to deal with alien spacecraft. Director Wang's eyes turned. Could it be that Professor Liamo wants to use the collider to create a small black hole? Fang Lanshan was stunned. This guy looks old-fashioned, but his mind is quite flexible. However, congratulations, you got the wrong answer. Fang Lanshan was just about to think of a way to make Director Wang understand that the experiment being conducted this time might be more important than creating a small black hole. There was a sound of footsteps in the corridor. The footsteps were steady and looked down upon the world. Although the sound was not loud, it stepped on everyone's heart. It was as if all the sounds in the world had disappeared and only the footsteps existed. Everyone looked up and looked towards the door. A young man in a black windbreaker appeared at the door. His face was full of determination and he exuded an aura of who else but me. As soon as he entered the center of the collider, his face was immediately filled with a warm smile. The hearts of the staff seemed to be illuminated by the sun, with a warm and comfortable feeling. Professor Liamo. Professor Liamo is here. Oh my god, I actually saw Professor Liamo in person. So happy. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet Professor Liamo in person in my lifetime. He looks much more handsome than on TV. He really deserves to be my idol. That's right. That's right. Even if Professor Liamo doesn't become a scientist, he can still win a big award if he acts in a movie. Boy, what are you talking about? Let Professor Liamo act in a movie, and you will carry the alien spacecraft. For a moment, the staff in the center were all excited, and I don't know who took the lead in applauding. The fierce applause suddenly echoed in the air. Fang Lanshan saw this scene and sighed in his heart. He was only in charge of one department before, and he didn't realize it. Now that he has become the chairman of Mosey Technology, he has deeply understood the importance of Liamo to Mosey Technology. Although he is not in Mosey Technology, his name is always spit out from the mouths of the staff. Fang Lanshan can be sure that if he accidentally says something bad about Liamo, then the next second, these staff members may unite and drive him out of Mosey Technology. This phenomenon is impossible for all large group companies. Perhaps only someone with unique personality charm like Liamo can do it. He turned around and saw that Director Wang's face was already covered with tears. His nose was twitching and he was mumbling, I finally met Professor Liamo. He looked like a star chaser who had seen a big star. But this star chaser was a little older. The applause lasted for more than 10 minutes. Seeing that the staff's hands had turned red, Liemo slowly pressed his hands down and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to ask everyone to prepare for this collision experiment so early, but this experiment is very important and may be related to the future of our human race, so you must be serious, serious, and serious again." As soon as these words fell, all the staff jumped up excitedly. "Oh my god, we humans have finally found a way to deal with alien spacecraft. Thank God, I have already prepared for my funeral, but I didn't expect a miracle to really happen. There is salvation. What should I do if I spend all my money? Ha ha ha." Seeing that the staff were excited again, Liemo did not wait to press his hands down again. His face became serious. "You now know about this collision experiment, which is of great importance, so from now on you must be very alert and must not make any mistakes." Liemo had used a collider before and knew that a large device like a collider is often composed of tens of millions of parts inside, which can be said to be the most complex machine in the world. When there are many parts, various errors are inevitable. Although some errors will not affect the normal operation of the collider, they will inevitably affect the final result. At this time, the staff needs to rely on their rich experience, which requires the staff to have super high technical level and concentration. Liemo is not worried about the level of these staff. After all, they are selected from all over the world. The first batch of foreign experts from the Nuclear Collider Center quickly mastered their technology due to the rapid growth of domestic technical talents, and now they can only stand aside to help. Hearing Liemo's words, the staff suddenly quieted down and nodded in unison. "Don't worry, Professor Liemo, we will definitely go all out and won't embarrass you." Then, suppressing the excitement in their hearts, they turned around and began to prepare for the collision experiment. At this time, the three brothers with eye bags also came from outside with a password box. This collision experiment was designed by them overnight. Although Mosey Technology is now a large company, it is not like the previous borrowing of the collider of the Yanjing Electron-Positron Collider Center, requiring results in 10 experiments. However, the alien spacecraft may start at any time. Every minute of delay will increase the danger of human extinction. Therefore, it is necessary to find the herbal formula that can produce magic and the mysterious isotope as soon as possible. "Boss, we are here." The bags under their eyes became thicker, but they were very excited. They grinned and looked eager to try. There was no way. They heard that this experiment might produce herbs that could allow humans to obtain magic. They couldn't help but get excited. Since childhood, the eldest brother with bags under his eyes had a dream. He dreamed of being invisible and then slowly wandering in this world to enjoy the most beautiful scenery. The second brother with bags under his eyes had a unique idea. He hoped that his speed could exceed lightning, so that every time he got a bad test score and was beaten by his father, he could quickly escape. The third brother with bags under his eyes didn't have a dream when he was a child, but now he has a dream. He hopes to obtain a magic that can help him lose weight. There is only one reason. Because he has been sitting in the laboratory for a long time and living a life that is upside down. The weight of the third brother with bags under his eyes is close to the 300 jin mark. He was panting when he walked. Of course, with the medical level of Mosey Technology, surgery could be used to restore his slim figure, but the third brother with eye bags was a very traditional person. He believed that every hair and every inch of skin on the body were given by our parents. It would be a shame to our ancestors to allow foreign objects to run rampant inside. When Liemo saw their looks, he knew that they might not have rested in the past 2 days. If it were in the past, Liemo would definitely force them to rest first, but now the experiment is about to begin, and the three brothers with eye bags are needed to explain the experimental steps to the staff at the Collider Center to ensure that there will be no errors during the collision. Liemo smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble you to hold on a little longer and teach the experimental steps to the staff operating the collider. It's not hard." The three brothers with eye bags stomped their feet and shouted in unison. Chapter 744. Come on, everyone, stop for a moment. I will explain to you what you need to pay attention to during the operation of the collider. The three brothers with eye bags clapped their hands. The staff who were debugging the collider stopped and gathered around. This experiment is different from the past. We adopted a dual-threaded step. The first step. Seeing the three brothers with eye bags explaining to the staff, Liemo was relieved. He turned his head and looked at Director Wang with a smile. Before he could speak, Director Wang hurried over and bowed deeply to him. Professor Liemo. Ahem. Liemo saw the tears on his face and didn't know how to respond for a moment. He had never seen a middle-aged man in his 50s with white hair on his temples express his true feelings in front of others. Director Wang was so excited that he just sobbed quietly and didn't notice Liemo's embarrassed expression. The scene was very awkward, and the people around him were too embarrassed to come up to comfort him. Fang Lanchen himself was also an introvert. He pursed his lips and wanted to say a few words, but in the end he didn't make a sound. If it was a little girl crying there, he might be able to comfort her, but for a grown man, what was he thinking? In the end, Xia King walked to Director Wang and whispered, "Director Wang, the collision experiment is about to begin. Your condition will affect your work." Hearing that it would affect his work, Director Wang quickly took out his handkerchief, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and laughed. "I understand. I'm sorry. I was a little emotional. I have always wanted to make achievements in academia over the years, but I was limited by my ability. Thanks to Professor Liemo's insight, I was able to achieve my wish." Liemo was relieved to see that Director Wang had stopped crying and smiled. "Nothing. The fundamental reason why I appointed you as the director of the Collider Research Center is because of your character and management ability." The two chatted for a few more words, and Liemo saw Fang Lanchen standing aside, looking expectantly. Liemo was very pleased with his successor. When he stepped down as the chairman of Mosey Technology, his biggest worry was that Fang Lanchen would not be able to shoulder this heavy responsibility. After all, Mosey Technology is the world's largest scientific research center, with more than 20,000 scientists. Although these scientists have undergone character tests and their character is quite good. But where there are people, there are disputes. Especially scientists are very smart and have many minds. It is not easy to manage them. I didn't expect Fang Lanchen to stabilize the overall situation in just 1 month and get the support of most scientists. This is rare. After that, he developed a large number of new projects with unique vision, and most of them were successful. Liemo walked up to Fang Lanchen, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Thank you." At this time, it was useless to say more words of gratitude. Fang Lanchen knew this, pursed his lips, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and held the tears in his eyes without dripping. He now understands Director Wang's inner feelings. Facing a person with personality charm like Liemo, it is difficult for ordinary people to remain calm. At this moment, a staff member shouted in the distance, "Report, the collider is ready, and the first collision experiment can be carried out immediately. Please give instructions." Director Wang was still immersed in excitement, until Liemo glared at him with a stern look, and he finally came to his senses. He ordered loudly, "Now I declare that the first collision experiment will start immediately." "Yes." The staff slowly pressed a red button, and dense digital symbols jumped rapidly on the large screen hanging on the wall. Liemo felt that a silent shockwave was spreading from underground and spreading to the dark and boundless universe. Although it was just a feeling, and other people in the command center did not find anything, Liemo still felt that this shockwave was likely related to the advancement of cosmic civilization, but there was no substantial basis, and the shockwave was almost impossible to detect with instruments, so Liemo could only keep this idea in his heart. The collision experiment officially began, and the air was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone's eyes revealed expectations. They thought to themselves that they must not lose face in front of Professor Liemo. Since a collision experiment needs to be carried out for at least 24 hours, Xia King wants Liemo to go back and rest first. After all, since the moon fell, Liemo has been working at least 10 hours a day and has never had a holiday. Xia King wants Liemo to take this opportunity to have a good rest. Facing Xia King's invitation, Liemo shook his head to refuse. Now that the alien spacecraft is about to arrive, humans are facing a survival crisis. If they want to solve this dilemma, they must study the divine art as soon as possible and start the God-becoming plan. The God-becoming plan is a plan that Liemo has formulated after carefully studying the divine art. The core of the plan is to select a group of loyal and reliable young people, let them take herbs, and be promoted to divine art masters. Then select those who have the ability to fight in space from these divine art masters, and go to space to deal with alien spacecraft. Liemo asked Zaya King to bring green tea, leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to think about the feasibility of the God-becoming plan. Although according to the story of Captain Umazlala told by the big-headed Pajero people, a very clear conclusion can be drawn. That is, divine art masters are indeed likely to go into space and attack alien spacecraft made by scientific means. But there is a prerequisite, that is, this human must be close enough to the alien spacecraft without being discovered. Otherwise, it is likely to be blown to pieces by artillery fire. In the story of Captain Umazlala, Captain Umazlala used invisible pyramid creatures to get close to the alien fleet. Although it is not clear how advanced the alien spacecraft that is preparing to attack the Earth is, it has at least the ability of a third-level civilization. No spacecraft on Earth can get close without alarming it. Even the modified navigator is not possible. What a trouble. Liemo took a sip of tea, smiled bitterly and shook his head. 24 hours later, a line of countdown numbers appeared on the big screen. 1,009,998. Now everyone's heart is beating with the countdown. Director Wang's face is livid, and sweat is on his forehead. He quickly took out a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his pocket, poured a handful of them randomly, and swallowed them into his stomach. The faces of the three brothers with eye bags were no longer carefree as before, and 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on the big screen. At this moment, the air in the center of the collider solidified. 10:98 as the final countdown ticked. Zaya King felt her hands and feet go weak. She already knew that this collision experiment was of great importance. If it succeeded, it might save all of humanity. If it failed, humanity might perish. 54,321 as the countdown came to an end. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen, trying to see a satisfactory result from it. The collider is shut down. Now the collider results are being analyzed in all aspects. No abnormal element were found in the number 1 collision segment. No abnormal element were found in the number 2 collision segment. No abnormal element were found in the number 3 collision segment. The results of the collision segments were revealed one after another, and everyone's expression gradually dimmed. Although everyone knew that it was almost impossible to get a satisfactory result in the first collision experiment, they still held a little hope in their hearts. Liemo also sighed in his heart. It seemed that he would not be able to get the magic herbs this time. Sure enough, until all the collision segments were tested, no trace of abnormal element was found. Director Wang's face was gloomy. He walked up to Liemo and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Professor Liemo, we failed to complete the task." Liemo smiled and shook his head. "It's just a failure of an experiment. It's nothing. Scientific experiments are full of failures, just like looking for a needle in a haystack. When I was researching the Marxing battery, I failed 99 times in a row and almost lost all the money of Mosey Technology." The staff members took a breath when they heard this. 99 consecutive failures. My god, one failure is millions, but 99 failures are actually hundreds of millions. The boss is really generous. At that time, all the assets of Mosey Technology were only 10 billion. So what we are facing now is just a small setback, and we will definitely win in the end. That's right, we will definitely succeed. As the discussion continued, the emotions of the staff members suddenly became excited, and some even waved their arms and shouted loudly, and the air was filled with an emotion of absolute confidence. This made Zaya King, who was standing next to him, purse her lips. As an old employee who had helped Liemo build his company from scratch, she knew very well that the collider experiment of Mosey Technology that year succeeded after only 9 failures. It seemed that the boss had really invested a lot of money to encourage these people. Of course, in addition to verbal incentives, Liemo was also generous with material rewards. He knew that if you want a horse to run, you must feed it with grass. He clapped his hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. "I know this experiment is very difficult, so I made a promise here. Once the experiment is successful, all of you will receive a cash reward of 1 million and a 10-day vacation. And your names will appear on the honor roll of our Mosey Technology." The staff were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They didn't care about the 1 million cash and 10-day vacation. After all, their monthly salary was as high as 6 figures, and they didn't need a vacation at all. They might as well use that little time for a search. But it was really exciting to have their names on the honor roll. The honor roll is located not far from the front door of Mosey Technology. It is a large stone tablet with red paper on it. The paper lists the names of the people who have made outstanding contributions. According to the regulations of Mosey Technology, 10 people will be selected from the entire group every month. The names of these 10 people will be admired by more than 20,000 scientists. When Liemo set up the honor roll, some senior leaders thought that this method was too rustic and would definitely not be welcomed by employees. But who would have thought that once the honor roll was posted, those on the list would immediately become the objects of pursuit by all employees. Everyone is proud to be on the honor roll. Some girls even ask if they have been on the honor roll when looking for a date. Men who have been on the honor roll will get 10 points. Seeing that everyone's enthusiasm has been aroused, Liemo said no more. Thinking that there is still some time before the second collision experiment, he decided to leave the Collider Center and go to the Institute of Divine Arts. Institute of Divine Arts. Professor Wu Zhanglian is taking the next step of the God-making plan to select people who are suitable for taking divine arts herbs. Zhao Zifeng, 21 years old, male, college graduate, character 81. Wang Li, 22 years old, female, college graduate, character 85. Fang Huata, 25 years old, male, college graduate, character 90. Every time Professor Wu Zhanglian checked a name, he would call up the detailed file of this person from the computer and analyze the situation of this person. Of course, the people who can appear on the list have been comprehensively analyzed by the main brain Xiaohua to ensure good character. However, compared with artificial intelligence, Liemo trusts the human brain more, and he ordered Professor Wu Zhanglian to review it again. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Professor Wu Zhanglian looked up and saw that it was Professor Liemo. He stood up and smiled. Professor Liemo, how did the first collision experiment go? Liemo smiled bitterly and shook his head. As expected, it failed. No abnormal element were found in the collider. Professor Wu's heart trembled, and he wanted to comfort Liemo, but his mouth opened, and no sound came out. For such a great scientist, no amount of comfort would help. He smiled and said, Professor Liemo, I'm reviewing the list of people who will take the magic herbs in the future. Can you help check it? Liemo smiled and shook his head. No need, you are an old doctor with a sharp eye. You can definitely pick out the candidates who do not meet the requirements. Professor Wu Zhanglian was stunned when he heard this. Yes, he did find that there were abnormalities in the 2 candidates. But at that time, thinking that these people had been reviewed by the main brain Xiaohua, how could there be any mistakes? Wu Zhanglian could only keep this idea in his heart. Hearing Liemo say this today, Wu Zhanglian hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and expressed his doubts. Professor Liemo, I shouldn't say these things, but I really found 2 people on the list. Although their origins are fine, their character scores are all above 90 points, and they are all graduates of Yanda. But I always feel a little strange. Liemo's expression became solemn when he heard this, and he asked quickly, which 2 people? Professor Wu Zhanglian was obviously prepared, and took out a piece of paper from the drawer. There were 2 names written on it, Wu Suozi and Liu Zering. There were also detailed information about these 2 people below. Wu Suozi, 25 years old, from Qingxi town in southern China. His parents died in a car accident after he was born, and he grew up in an orphanage. After unremitting efforts, and with his talent, he was admitted to Yanda University, where he performed well, and scored 95 points on the character test. Liu Zering, 23 years old, from Beigu town in southern China. His parents died in a car accident, and he grew up under the care of his relatives. He graduated from Yanda University and scored 90 points on the character test. Chapter 745. No matter how you look at the information of Wu Suozi and Liu Zering, everything is normal. Since Mosey Technology established the education foundation, many poor young people in China have chosen to apply for Yanda. The only thing these two people have in common is that they are both orphans and come from poor families. What does this mean? Liemo cast a puzzled look at Professor Wu Zhongliang. Professor Wu Zhongliang stood up and took out a material from the cabinet. There were many data tables and curves printed on the material. He smiled and explained, "This is the statistical table I made, please take a look." Liemo took it and looked at it carefully. The table recorded the detailed information of all the people involved in the screening, including age, gender, family background, and even preferences. Soon, he found Wu Suozi's name on it. Detailed information was recorded behind the name. Wu Suozi was a loner by nature and rarely interacted with his classmates. The details of his early years were unknown. After entering university, he moved to live outside the school on the first day. Except for class time, he rarely appeared on campus. Liu Zhirong's nickname is Idiot. All his records before entering university were lost. After entering Yanda, he rented a house outside the school in the second half of the first semester. According to statistics, no more than 10 students talked to him at school. The following also lists the various strange behaviors of the two. For example, Liu Zhirong once stuffed a battery into his mouth and claimed that he was going to ascend mechanically. Wu Suozi was even more outrageous. For a period of time, he learned to speak with artificial intelligence. Liemo raised his head in confusion. Where did these records come from? Since there are no records of the two in the main brain, where did Professor Wu Zhongliang get them from? Professor Wu Zhongliang sighed and said with a smile, "You also know me. I have been questioned for many years and I'm used to being cautious. Although the main brain is artificial intelligence and you have set many restrictions, I'm still a little worried. After all, they are not of my kind, so their hearts must be different." After I took over the selection task, out of caution, I asked Captain Shen Shuxian to find out the details of these people. Liemo pondered for a long time, nodded at Professor Wu Zhongliang, and smiled. "You did a good job. I will handle this matter personally." Professor Wu Zhongliang also realized that there was a hidden story behind this. Because this list was provided by the main brain's iron author. The main brain's iron author is now online worldwide. It can enter and exit various databases at will. The cameras all over the world are its eyes, and the recording equipment all over the world are its ears. Not to mention that the smart program built into everyone's mobile phone is its clone. Relying on these unimaginable big data, there is no secret in the eyes of the main brain's iron author. In this case, how could Zai author not find the abnormality of Wu Suozi and Liu Zhirong? Could it be that the main brain's iron author has other thoughts? Professor Wu Zhongliang's heart skipped a beat, and his expression was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. The current human race is facing a crisis of extinction, but it cannot withstand any setbacks. He couldn't help but look at Liemo with a puzzled look. Liemo noticed his thoughts from his expression, sighed, and patted his shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will handle this matter. You just need to check the list as soon as possible. When the divine art herbs are successfully developed, we can cultivate the first batch of divine art masters of our human race as soon as possible." Professor Wu Zhongliang was relieved when he saw Professor Liemo's calm look. Yes, is there any problem in this world that Professor Liemo can't solve? Absolutely not. Liemo left the Institute of Divine Art and returned to the Earth Defense Bureau with a normal expression. "Director Liemo, you are back so early?" "Yes, everything is normal at the Institute of Divine Art." In the corridor, he exchanged greetings with his subordinates before returning to the office. During the whole process, Liemo didn't even look at the camera installed on the upper part of the corridor. Entering the office, as soon as he sat down, Xia King walked in with a pile of materials. She smiled and said, "Director, this is the document that needs to be processed today. There are many urgent matters in it. I have arranged them in order." As she said that, she put the document on the table and helped Liemo open it with her slender white fingers. "Director, please look at this document. Some scholars in the North American region have protested for the 20th time and want us to set up a branch in North America. I hope you can agree. In the current North American region, due to the riots some time ago, a large number of scientific research laboratories were destroyed, many universities were closed, and famous professors either retired or chose to join Mosey Technology. Without these outstanding talents, the education level in North America has plummeted. Some knowledgeable people have also realized that if this continues, the education in North America is likely to be broken, and it will be difficult to find even a university graduate. North America, which was originally famous for its high technology, will eventually become the third world. Therefore, those knowledgeable people in North America set their sights on Mosey technology. They hope that Mosey technology can send scholars to North America to revive the education cause. This is wishful thinking, daydreaming. After Liemo understood, he smiled bitterly and threw the materials aside. When North America relied on its own technological strength to harvest wool from the world, it never pitied other weak regions. Now that its strength is weak, it jumps out to pretend to be pitiful. It's really hateful. Xia King knew that Liemo would have this attitude. Without saying anything, she turned around and put the materials into the shredder. Sizzle. 2 seconds later, the materials turned into a pile of waste paper. Xia King put the waste paper into the incinerator again, watching all the paper scraps turn into a pile of thick liquid whose color could not be seen clearly. Only then did she feel relieved and turned her head. The confidentiality level of Mosey Technology's internal documents is extremely high. Once leaked, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, every time after processing the documents, the waste paper will be converted into an unviewable substance through a professional waste paper machine. While Xia King was processing the documents, Liemo opened the second material. This material comes from a small tribe in East Africa. In the material, the leader of the tribe, Steleg Baba 30th, first spent a long time to promote the achievements of Mosey technology, and then humbly proposed that the tribe is now suffering from a severe drought, with large areas of grassland withering, and a large number of livestock dying. Now a large amount of relief materials are urgently needed. Liemo couldn't help but frown. He had learned from the Global Meteorological Center that it should be the rainy season in Africa, but this year's climate is very abnormal, and there has been no effective precipitation for 3 consecutive months. The Meteorological Center has issued a drought warning. Liemo originally hoped that the first rainfall would come before the drought formed, so that it might not bring too much disaster to Africa. It seems that this idea is a bit wishful thinking. Alas, those who need to be rescued must be rescued. Liemo can completely use the excuse that the Earth Defense Agency is now fully engaged in dealing with alien spacecraft to reject Steleg Baba 30th's request, but if they can't get the relief food, the tribe is likely to have a large number of people die from drought in a short period of time. This really goes against the original intention of establishing the Earth Defense Agency. Liemo looked at Xia King and asked, how much food is there in the food storage point closest to East Africa in our Earth Defense Agency? After the establishment of the Earth Defense Agency, Liemo ordered the employees of Mosey Technology to establish 25 food storage points around the world to store food. He knew that when a disaster strikes, the most important thing for humans to survive is food. Xia King took out her mobile phone and started to check it out. After a few minutes, she looked up and replied, there are less than 200 million tons of food in the food storage points in East Africa. 200 million tons of food is indeed not a lot. However, considering that the food in the food storage points is purchased from the local area, and Africa's agriculture itself is not developed, the employees of Mosey Technology have done their best to purchase so much food. Originally, these foods were specially prepared to deal with the chaotic situation when waiting for the alien spacecraft to arrive, but now they can't care so much. Liemo said seriously, I say, Xia King, you record it. Xia King quickly took out a special paper from the folder, picked up a ballpoint pen, and stared at Liemo. Liemo, I will now order the East African Grain Storage Point to allocate 5 million tons of grain to support the local tribes affected by the disaster. Xia King quickly wrote down these words on paper and was about to turn around and leave the office. Liemo said again, considering that this disaster relief is a temporary measure, let Chen Shuxian send a group of inspectors to supervise the local area and make sure that every grain of food is used for the local people. Xia King, yes. Liemo, also, let those inspectors find out the situation of drought in Africa. By the way, if they feel that the drought has a tendency to expand, report to the Bureau immediately. King, yes. Liemo, order the Global Weather Forecast Center to turn the meteorological satellites in space to Africa and conduct a comprehensive analysis of the local climate. We must prepare for the upcoming large-scale drought and plan ahead. King, yes. She couldn't help but admire Liemo's foresight. Through a small drought, he was able to discover so many problems and propose solutions in advance. At the same time, I also admire Liemo's broad mind. The food in the food storage point was purchased by Liemo using the funds of Mosey Technology. At that time, many senior executives of Mosey Technology expressed their incomprehension. Why should a good scientific research institution purchase food? Even if it is to prevent the upcoming disaster, it only needs to stockpile a large amount of food in Yanjing, and there is no need to set up food storage points all over the world. At that time, Liemo did not explain to the public, but only told some confidants privately, that the human beings on Earth are one. King, do you have any other instructions? Liemo shook his head. No, after you finish these things, go back and rest. After thinking for a while, he stood up again, wrote a few words on the note, folded it and handed it to King, and said seriously, when you meet Chen Shuxian later, give him this note. Note King's expression was stern. Now that communication is so advanced, Mosey Technology has even invented an ultra-long-wave communicator that can be used for interstellar communication. Why does Liemo still use notes to transmit information? This is too abnormal. King had received a note before, but that was when she was in school, and the fat boy in the back row passed it to her. Could there be something going on between Liemo and Chen Shuxian? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. King had been with Liemo for such a long time and knew that his interests were always normal. Then there was only one possibility. That is, the information on the note was not suitable for communication using modern communication methods. But why? King used her little brain to think about it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out, so she simply stopped thinking about it. As an assistant, she only needed to complete the boss's requirements. King took the note and smiled. Don't worry, I'll give it to Shenta right away. After that, she closed the door, left the director's office, and walked along the long corridor to Chen Shuxian's office. As the captain of the special operations team, Chen Shuxian usually stayed in the special training center most of the time, and only occasionally returned to the office to handle daily affairs. King was lucky this time, and knocked on the door, and the door slowly opened. Chen Shuxian was a little surprised to see that it was King standing outside the door. Since he joined the Earth Defense Agency, and was highly valued by Liemo, King has always disliked him, perhaps because of jealousy. Therefore, although the two of them are Liemo's right-hand men, and have a lot of communication at work, they rarely contact each other privately. I didn't receive any mission information today, so why would King come to see me? Chen Shuxian hesitated for a moment, but still stepped aside, and let King into the office. Miss King, please come in. Do you want tea or tea? He said jokingly to ease the embarrassment. Everyone knows that in the office of the Earth Defense Agency, there is only one kind of drink, tea. King ignored his ridicule, and turned around to close the door. Chen Shuxian saw King's cautious attitude and serious expression, and immediately realized that something was wrong. The nonchalant look on his face disappeared without a trace. Without waiting for King to speak, he walked to the corner of the office and opened a drawer. There was a full channel signal jammer in the drawer. Chen Shuxian pressed the red button on the jammer and saw the indicator light on it turn green. Then he turned his head and looked at King. Although King didn't know what the device with the green light was, she realized that something was a bit strange and her expression suddenly became nervous. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's okay. This is just the standard procedure that Director Liemo told me to do." Standard procedure? Question mark? How come I don't know? King was stunned for a moment, then she remembered the note in her pocket, and quickly reached out to take it out, and handed it to Chen Shuxian. "Captain Shentu, this is what Professor Liemo asked me to give you." When Chen Shuxian saw the note, the smile on his face suddenly withdrew, and his expression became nervous. A few years ago, Liemo had an unknown agreement with him, and the content of the agreement was about a note. Chen Shuxian took a deep breath and finally relieved his inattention. He took the note and clenched it in his hand, then said with a smile, "Okay, don't tell anyone about this." Although Xia Qing's face was full of question marks, she still nodded. Chapter 746. Chen Shuxian watched Xia Qing walk out of the room and hurriedly walked up to her and carefully closed the door. He turned around and turned off all the electronic devices. Of course, this was not a simple shutdown, but a direct cut-off of the power supply of the electronic devices. Among them, Chen Shuxian was still worried. After turning off the power of the mobile phone, he walked to the wall and knocked on it. The wall that was originally seamless slid out a drawer silently. This drawer was blue-black and made of 5 cm lead plates. During the construction of the building, it had been installed in the wall in advance. Chen Shuxian had to admire Liamo's foresight. He put the mobile phone in the drawer and closed it gently. At this point, all the devices with electronic chips in the office have been completely shielded. Chen Shuxian then carefully stretched out his palm, picked up the sticky little paper ball in his palm, and slowly opened it. There were only a few big words on the small note: implement code named Operation Zero immediately. Just a glance, Chen Shuxian's heart suddenly came to his throat, and he felt that the air was sticky and almost impossible to breathe. Unconsciously, a little sweat had seeped out of his forehead. Chen Shuxian crumpled the small note into pieces and wanted to throw it into the waste paper processor, but he felt uneasy, so he stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. The note slid down the esophagus into the stomach, and Chen Shuxian was relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The handwriting on the note just now was obviously direct to Liamo's. Liamo's handwriting is very distinctive. It seems casual, but it is vigorous and gives people a feeling of looking up at a mountain. However, does Operation Zero really have to be implemented at this critical moment? Chen Shuxian was full of doubts. He wanted to push open the door and walk into Liamo's office to ask in person. However, according to the regulations of Operation Zero, once the order for Operation Zero is issued, any behavior that may be exposed to electronic surveillance is prohibited. Chen Shuxian gritted his teeth, suppressed his doubts in his heart, and then walked out quickly. As soon as he walked out of the office, he ran into a colleague. "Captain Shentu, are you going out for something?" "Nothing, I just want to go shopping. You know, my wife's birthday is coming soon, and I have to prepare a gift for her, otherwise I might have to kneel on the washboard when I go back." "Well, then go quickly." His colleagues were smiling with understanding, and Chen Shuxian walked out of Mosey Technology calmly, without any abnormality. In the parking lot, he found the Bide sports car and started it. The sports car roared out of the basement. It was working hours, and the gate was locked. The security officer in the guardroom saw Chen Shuxian's car and ran up quickly. "Captain Shentu, why are you going out at this time?" Chen Shuxian pressed the car window and explained with a smile. "Xia Liu, your sister-in-law is going to have a birthday tomorrow, and I'm going to the department store to buy her a gift. You know, I'm busy all day, and now I have some free time." Chen Shuxian stopped talking halfway. The security officer immediately understood that Captain Shentu was using working time to do personal things. For ordinary employees, this behavior is a serious violation of discipline and needs to be reported to the administrative department of Mosey Technology. However, senior executives like Chen Shuxian have great freedom of action, and their administrative department cannot control it. "Okay, I'll open the door for you right now." The security officer smiled and opened the door. The red sports car quickly rushed out of Mosey Technology and drove along the street. Since Chen Shuxian said he was going to the department store, he would not change his destination, because at this moment, there were at least 3 high-resolution satellites staring at him. The onboard appliances in the car would also record this information, and there was also the artificial intelligence program in the mobile phone, which would all transmit this information to the mastermind Xia buried deep underground. In Mosey Technology, if he did not go to the department store now, the mastermind Xia would easily find abnormalities through monitoring, which would lead to the failure of Operation Zero. At this moment, in a clothing store on the 10th floor of Xinxiandi department store, the owner Deng Ming was sitting at the counter, staring at the deserted store in a daze. A girl next to her who had red hair highlights, a slim figure, bright red lips, and looked very fashionable, complained in a delicate voice, "Mr. Dong, I just don't understand why you have to guard this shabby shop. There is no one in the shop, and the monthly profit is just enough for us to eat and drink. Why don't we take advantage of the current popularity of the shop, transfer the shop, and then open a hot pot restaurant? You know, the hot pot restaurant business is booming now." Liu next door opened one in Xinjiao and invested more than 5 million, and he made it back in less than half a year. This girl is Dong Ming's girlfriend. He's Ioji. The two were classmates in junior high school. They fell in love at that time and dated for 3 years. After graduating from junior high school, Ioji was admitted to high school, but Dong Ming dropped out of school and started to mix in society because of his poor family conditions. The two have been separated since then and lost contact. When they met again, 10 years later, Dong Ming had already made a name for himself in society. With the help of a nobleman, he established a trading company with an annual income of 1 million. When he accompanied a client to a bar, he met Ioji. At that time, Ioji was wearing revealing clothes and dressed up gorgeously. She was drinking with the client. When she saw Dong Ming coming in, Ioji's face was so exciting, red and green. Dong Ming just pretended not to see it and drank as usual. After getting drunk, he called Ioji out. The two sat in the car for half the night. Facing this former boyfriend, Ioji told him all about her past tragic experiences. When Ioji was admitted to university, she met a rich man not long after. This man was not only handsome, but also generous and good at sweet talk. It didn't take long for Ioji to be dazzled. The two lived together outside the school. Ioji was originally a simple and kind girl, and she devoted herself to the rich man from then on. Thinking of marrying into a wealthy family and living a carefree life under the influence of the rich man, she rarely went to school and repeatedly failed in the exams and was finally expelled from school. The rich man was tired of her at this time and fell in love with a younger and more beautiful girl. Ioji was abandoned like this. Since she had been expelled from school, she had no face to return to her original city. Facing her old friends, she could only wander in this big city. Finally, under the introduction of her former sister, she entered the bar to work. Seeing this former goddess fall to this point, Dong Ming was very sad. After playing with the customer, he immediately waited at the door of the bar. It was not until late at night that he saw Ioji coming out drunk. He hurriedly greeted her. "Ioji, come home with me?" Ioji was stunned. When she saw Dong Ming in the box, she was so ashamed that she wanted to get into a hole in the ground. She didn't know how to face this former boyfriend. Ioji felt ashamed to see Dong Ming and was about to stop a taxi to leave, but was grabbed by Dong Ming and dragged into the car. 2 days later, Ioji resigned from the bar. 10 days later, the two got their marriage certificate, but did not hold a wedding and did not notify anyone. They just had a simple meal at a hot pot restaurant, and then the two walked home, hand in hand, like a couple who had been married for many years. At that moment, when the warmth of her palms reached her heart, Ioji felt that she had regained her life. She secretly made up her mind that she must treat Dong Ming well in the future. Unfortunately, people are forgetful creatures, and life is not a stage play of highbrow, but full of eating rice, oil and salt. The world is full of temptations. Although Dong Ming has a small fortune after years of hard work, it is not worth mentioning in this city, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. In particular, Ioji has seen too much luxury in that neon-lit bar. Soon, Ioji became dissatisfied with Dong Ming. In her opinion, Dong Ming could invest the funds in the emerging industry and make more money. But Dong Ming was thinking about guarding this shop that made almost no money. In the clothing store, Dong Ming listened to Ioji's words, smiled honestly, did not speak, but moved her chair, sat at the door of the store, drank tea, and looked calm. Seeing this, Ioji was so angry that she almost exploded. She sneered, okay, now I am talking, you don't listen at all, right? Anyway, this is your store, and there is no point in me staying here. I'm leaving now. Xiaoji picked up the handbag hanging on the wall and walked out of the store angrily. Looking at Xiaoji's back, Dongming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was disappointed with this woman. When they met in the bar, Dongming felt very distressed about her experience, so he did not despise her previous experience and accepted her again. But after getting married, he found that his previous fantasies were just wishful thinking. Xiaoji was no longer the simple girl she used to be. She was obsessed with eating, drinking and having fun. She became ambitious and kept talking about how rich other people's families were, how other people's families went abroad for travel, how other people's families bought jewelry, and how other people's families went to fashion shows. These made Dongming impatient. What's more serious is that Xiaoji wanted him to close the clothing store. This seriously touched Dongming's bottom line. Because this clothing store is not an ordinary clothing store, it is a cover for an identity. Dongming is a member of the codenamed Zero Action Team. The story started 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Dongming had entered society and became a 996 worker. By chance, he learned that Mosey Technology would recruit employees from the whole society. This news excited all the young people in Yanjing, because in the past Mosey Technology recruited employees who were either doctors or masters, and rarely set a threshold for recruitment. Although the position to be recruited this time belongs to logistics, and it is probably responsible for cleaning the sanitation in the park. This is Mosey Technology after all, and the treatment has always been generous. Dongming threw his resignation letter on the face of the fat and big-eared line leader that day, and went to Mosey Technology to apply for the job with his bag on his back. But as soon as he arrived at the door, he realized that he was too reckless, because according to the recruitment information released by Mosey Technology only provides a maximum of 10 positions this time, but there are tens of thousands of people queuing in the recruitment center, and many of them look handsome and capable. However, the factory has already resigned, and Dongming has no way out. He can only grit his teeth and line up at the back of the line. Because there are so many people, it took 2 hours to get Dongming's turn for an interview. The interviewers are a combination of 2 men and 1 woman. Looking at Dongming's resume, they can't help but frown. Dongming immediately felt guilty, because according to his resume, he only has a junior high school education level, which is at the bottom among so many interviewees. The interviewer asked a few questions based on the interview position. Dongming, who was in a state of nervousness, stammered in his answers. His mood had already hit rock bottom at this time, and he was about to stand up and leave the interview center. Who would have thought that the interviewer stopped him, because according to the interview process, Dongming still needed to do a set of questions before the interview was considered complete. Do questions? This requirement stunned Dongming. The last time he did questions was when he was in junior high school. The result was not good at that time, because 2 days later, he was severely beaten with a belt by his father. Dongming opened the test paper with a confused look on his face and found that there were all some strange questions on it, some of which could not even be called questions. For example, excuse me, if a rooster has 2 legs, how many legs does a hen have? For example, a person's surname is Wang, please tell me his father's surname. Another example, if a person can't write, speak, or make gestures, how can he communicate with others? These questions can't be called questions at all, they should be called nonsense. Dongming, who had no expectations for the interview, naturally answered randomly on the test paper. Half an hour later, he finished the test paper and then handed it in without any hesitation, because he still had to find a new job. Dongming no longer had any hope for this interview. He took the bus back home and immediately posted dozens of job information on a certain website. It took a long time to receive a response. There were truck escorts with a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan, and security guards with a daily income of over 1,000 yuan. It seemed that the money prospects were very bright. However, Dongming was no longer a fledgling who had just entered the society. He knew that there were traps everywhere, so he hung up the phone without hesitation, while the other party was talking. Well, it's better to find a factory to screw in the screws honestly. Dongming took out a pack of instant noodles from the box, soaked it, and then began to check his savings. Haha, it's less than 5 digits, which can't last for a few months. It seems that the plan must be implemented as soon as possible. Dongming swallowed the instant noodles in big mouthfuls, then washed up briefly, turned on the TV, and gradually fell asleep amid the noise of the TV. In a daze, he heard a mechanical knock on the door in the air. He looked at the time, and it was already early in the morning. Who would come at this time? Dongming picked up an iron rod and walked to the door. Chapter 747. Who's knocking at the door? Dongming asked boldly. He rented a cheap house surrounded by unemployed people. The security environment was not good, and thieves appeared from time to time at night. Once, when Dongming came home from work, he even saw a yellow-haired thief rummaging through the house, holding a pack of instant noodles left by Dongming. Seeing Dongming coming back, the yellow-haired thief was not panicked, but even took out a dagger from his waist. "Brother, I'm so hungry. Come in to find some food. You don't mind. We are all one family, don't mind. I think this cotton padded jacket is nice. Lend it to me. Don't mind. It's just a cotton padded jacket, not my wife. Why should I mind? Hey, you have a laptop here. Lend it to me. Don't mind. Duan." Dongming rushed into the house, picked up the frying pan on the table, and slapped it directly on the head of the yellow-haired thief. "Duan. Instant noodles are fine. Duan. Quick padded jacket is fine. Duan. You dare to take my computer? Don't you know my wife isn't it?" Bang. Dongming grabbed Huang Mao's feet and threw him outside. He poured a glass of gaosu and sat on a chair and let out a sigh. It is impossible to survive in such a mixed place without any support. Although Dongming looks thin, he grew up in Shaolin Temple since he was a child. He has learned Changquen, Luohangquen, and Guangmingquen. He is also one of the best in Shaolin Temple, but he has not shaved his head to become a monk. In addition, he has to reproduce for the old Dong family who has no throne to inherit. So at the age of 18, he left Shaolin Temple and went to the prosperous world. After entering the secular world, Dongming kept in mind the teachings of his teacher and rarely caused trouble. When he encountered unfair things, he just pretended not to see them and would not use his fists to plow them flat, so people around him didn't know that this weak-looking, pale-skinned young man was actually a martial arts master. Night. The lights illuminate the city. After hearing the knock on the door, Dongming turned off the roof light, held the black iron rod, leaned in front of the window, and peeked out. Unfortunately, the street lights in this rental house were dim, and the shadows outside were dim and unclear. Who are you? If you don't tell me, I'll call the police." Dongming's heart trembled, and he carefully ambushed behind the door. He took out his mobile phone and prepared to call the police number, but saw that the mobile phone showed no signal. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Modern signal coverage has long reached 100%. Even under the 8G network, there is a signal in the sewage pipes dozens of meters underground. The rental house is located in the suburbs. How could there be no signal? Bang, bang, bang. Dongming's heart beat violently, and he also realized the weirdness of the matter at this time. The palm of his hand holding the black iron rod unconsciously tightened. His palm became sticky and wet, and his breathing became much heavier. The air in the whole room suddenly became heavy, and even the sound of mice gnawing on cardboard boxes under the bed could be heard. Knock knock knock. The rhythmic knocking sound came again, and the sweat on Dongming's whose forehead oozed out all of a sudden. He had never encountered such a weird situation, but Dongming had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and later he had been struggling in society, and he was also a person who had seen the world. He bit his teeth hard, then held the black iron rod in one hand and suddenly opened the door with the other hand. Outside the door, a black figure stood in the dim light. The cold wind blew, and his windbreaker rustled. The huge shadow reflected on the ground gave people a strong sense of oppression. It seemed like seeing hell. Die. Dongming was also a ruthless person. He took the initiative and rushed up waving the black iron rod. The black iron rod turned into a black light and attacked the black shadow man's head. When it was about to hit his head, Dongming already felt and heard the sound of his skull breaking, but the black iron rod suddenly stagnated in midair. Dongming looked closely, and I don't know when the black shadow man had directly grasped the black iron rod with his hand. Go to hell. Dongming gritted his teeth His muscles rioted, and he gathered all his strength in his right hand and pressed down the iron rod with all his strength. Hey! It didn't move at all. Dong Ming's heart jumped. In the past, he had enough strength to lift more than 2,000 kilograms of weight, but now he was blocked by someone. Well, I met a tough guy. Dong Ming had an idea, loosened his right hand, bent his body, and kicked the Black Shadow Man with his right foot. The speed was so fast that it was mixed with cold wind. Moreover, the position of his toes was very selective, and he went straight to the weakest part of the human body's defense. Seeing that the Black Shadow Man seemed to be sluggish and stood there motionless, Dong Ming was delighted, and his toes moved a few points faster. Go to hell. Crack. The severe pain made Dong Ming hold his feet and cry loudly. He just kicked, as if he kicked a boulder, and the tendons and bones of his toes were broken, as if he kicked a steel plate. Who the hell are you? Dong Ming was in so much pain that he was crying and sitting on the ground. He had never encountered such a situation before. He was staying at home peacefully, and a person with a terrifying aura broke in. He also hit him with a black iron rod. What kind of thing is this? In the eyes of Dong Ming's fear, the Black Shadow kicked Dong Ming into the room and turned around. With a duong sound, the door shut out the noise. Hey, why are you so excited? I just came to talk to you, and you ran out with a black iron rod. Intent on committing a crime? The Black Shadow bent down and picked up the black iron rod. He twisted it hard, and the black iron rod bent 180 degrees in Dong Ming's surprised eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dong Ming was stunned and took a deep breath until he sucked up all the cool air in the room. Only then did he suppress the fear in his heart. Haha, don't be afraid, kid. I just want to say a few words to you. The Shadow Man brought a chair and sat in front of Dong Ming. Dong Ming was so scared that he retreated again and again, curled up in the corner, and covered himself with a quilt. Ever since he was sensible, he always thought he was very brave. At the age of 5, he dared to run to the cemetery to sleep in the middle of the night for a piece of candy. When he was 10 years old, he dared to run to the mountains at night to catch rabbits to add a dish to his family. Since he was a child, he has been called a lawless devil by the people in the village. But today, he is really scared because the eyes of the Shadow Man seem to reveal endless cold light which shines on people, as if people see the fear of the unknown. And the unknown is the most terrifying thing in the world. Perhaps the Black Shadow Man realized that he had appeared too frighteningly just now, so he patted the trembling Dong Ming with his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, don't be afraid, I'm a good person." Good person? Yes, like all good people, I won't hurt you. Won't hurt me. Dong Ming touched his leg and remained silent. This sentence was indeed correct. He was the one who took the initiative to attack the Black Shadow Man just now. Seeing that Dong Ming's emotions gradually stabilized, the Black Shadow Man took a long breath and said with a smile, "According to social etiquette, I should introduce myself first. My name is Chen Shuxian, and I'm an employee of Mozi Technology. You should have heard of me." Chen Shuxian. These 4 words were like thousands of thunderbolts exploding in the Black Shadow Man's brain, making his brain buzz. This name is really too loud. This name has also become a word to scare disobedient children, and it is comparable to the level of big bad wolves and big tigers. Dong Ming pursed his lips and asked, "Captain Shentu, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm a very good person, and have never done anything bad. Even when I was walking on the road, I never ran a red light. I often help old ladies cross the road. Well, speaking of good deeds, I have a doubt. You say, on February 16th, at Zizheman Street, intersection number 2, did you help an old lady in her 60s cross the road?" Dong Ming was stunned. He did a lot of good deeds. Usually, he helped the young wife sweep the floor and helped the old lady cross the road on the street. That was commonplace. Could it be that this old lady fell down afterwards and wanted to blackmail me? Thinking of this, Dong Ming suddenly became nervous. He was just a poor boy with less than 5 figures in his bank card. If he was blackmailed again, he might not be able to make a living. "Well, Captain Shentu, I just meant well, and I sent the old lady to the other side of the road smoothly. I definitely didn't let her fall. You must believe me." Chen Shuxian smiled and said, "Don't worry, there are surveillance cameras on all roads now. Dongming was delighted. Surveillance? Then I'm fine. Chen Shuxian, alright. The old lady just walked over from the other side of the road, and you sent her over again. Dongming, ah. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, of course, I didn't come here for this little thing this time. Dongming. Chen Shuxian, congratulations, you've been accepted by our Mosey technology. Dongming, accepted? Dongming jumped up from the ground, shaking with excitement. Just kidding. This is Mosey Technology, the largest scientific research center in the world. Even if you can be a cleaner there, it can be considered as finding a stable job. Maybe the major event of your life will be solved. After Dongming entered the society, he deeply felt his insignificance. There were so many cars and people on the road, and he was like a tiny ant, so inconspicuous. Chen Shuxian smiled and said, you are so happy without asking what position it is. Dongming smiled and said, no matter what position it is, as long as I can enter Mosey Technology, I will be satisfied. Chen Shuxian smiled bitterly and shook his head, took out a document from his pocket, and threw it in front of Dongming. Since you are willing, just sign this document for face. Dongming was so excited at this moment that he ran to the table, picked up a pen, and signed his name on the document without even looking at it. Now I'm also an employee of Mosey Technology. The pride in my heart. Chen Shuxian clapped his hands and smiled and said, welcome to become a member of Code Zero Operation, Team A. Code Zero Operation? Team A? Dongming was stunned. What the hell is this? Didn't it say that I was an employee of Mosey Technology? Why does it sound like I have to perform a special mission? Chen Shuxian saw his inner thoughts from his changing expression and said with a smile, yes, Team A is a secret team. Although it belongs to Mosey Technology, it is not a regular organization. Dongming was surprised. Not a regular organization? Chen Shuxian smiled and said, yes, your name will not appear in the files of Mosey Technology, and you will not enjoy the benefits of regular employees. Dongming was silent. He watched a lot of movies on weekdays and knew what a secret team meant. Becoming a member of a secret team meant that you would need to hide in the dark and perform dangerous tasks from now on. Even if you have made contributions, you would not be able to claim them. He shook his head and wanted to refuse. Chen Shuxian's face became serious. Dongming, don't rush to refuse. The tasks performed by Team A are related to the survival of mankind. You can become a savior without hesitation. Savior. Everyone has a heroic dream in their hearts, and Dongming is no exception. When he was young, he watched a lot of movies. The heroes in the movies held a knife, carried a small bag, walked around the world, and did justice everywhere. Dongming asked the old man next door, Wang, to make him a long knife out of wood, and he took the children in the village to go crazy all day. When Dongming grew up a little and went to school, he knew that there were no heroes in this world. If he wanted to save the world, he had to become a superhero and save the world before the crisis came. But are there superheroes in this world? Dongming could only silently accept the fact that he was just an ordinary person and drowned in the ocean of people. Now that he heard that he could become a savior, his heroic dream in his youth was burning again. He nodded heavily and smiled. I accept this task. Please tell me the specific tasks of Team A and what benefits are there. Benefits? Chen Shuxian was stunned. If it weren't for Mosey Technology's character test paper that found that this guy's character score was as high as 99 points, he would really think he was just a gangster. Can such a person really take on the important task of executing Operation Code Zero? However, Chen Shuxian thought about it and said seriously, before completing the mission, the members of the code-named Operation Zero must be in hiding and will receive a salary of 50,000 yuan per month from Mosey Technology. In addition, in order to help the members hide, our Mosey Technology will also help the members develop a complete hiding plan and provide material resources that can completely hide the identities of the members. After hearing this, Dongming understood and asked in a daze, so, my main task is to hide. Although he didn't know why he had to hide and didn't know who he had to avoid, he thought that this was a task from Mosey Technology and it must be Professor Liemo who formulated this task. Professor Liemo has always been cautious in his actions and there must be a reason for this arrangement. Chen Shuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, Dongming seemed to be a qualified hidden person, based on what he said just now. Chapter 748. This is a bank card with 1 million in it. 1 million is good. This is all a disguised identity. Well, it's not really a disguised identity, because this is your identity. This is a plasma gun. There is no serial number, no biometric system. No one can trace its origin. After Chen Shuxian left, Dongming stared at the bank card in the dark gun on the table in a daze. After a long time, he finally broke free from the incredibleness just now, silently put the bank card into his pocket, and then picked up the plasma gun with a little trembling hands. The plasma gun is only the size of a palm, and it can't be seen at all when it is put into the pocket. It is very good at hiding. When his fingers touched the gun body, he felt a trace of coldness that penetrated his heart. Dongming's whole body was covered with goosebumps and had a creepy feeling. The plasma gun is a weapon launched by Mosey technology to replace traditional guns. It has a built-in Marksing battery. Through the function converter, it can emit a high voltage current of up to 10,000 volts. When it hits the target, it will instantly destroy the muscle structure in the target, making the target lose its ability to move. According to the evaluation of Professional Weapons magazine, a plasma gun can directly knock down a large creature weighing more than 2,000 tons with one activation. Well, of course, large creatures weighing 2,000 tons do not exist. This is just a prediction. What is even more amazing is that each plasma gun is equipped with a biometric system that records the user's biological information. If the plasma gun is lost, it cannot be used, even if someone picks it up. According to the records released by Mosey Technology to the public, there has never been any information about the misuse of plasma guns. There were rumors that Mosey Technology privately produced plasma guns that would not record biological data, but this rumor was denounced by the public as malicious rumors. As the world's largest scientific research group, Mosey Technology has been making unremitting efforts for the progress of human civilization since its establishment. How could it do such a dark thing? Dongming is also a supporter of Mosey Technology. He has always believed that there will be no plasma guns in the world that do not have biological recording components. However, the facts are before him. Dongming took a deep breath and gradually realized that his responsibility was heavy. Perhaps, as Chen Shuxian said, he would need to take on the responsibility of saving all mankind in the future. He stood up, carefully hid the cold plasma gun close to his body, and then picked up the bank card. 1 million is not much, but not too little. He needs to use the money, hide it, and be able to go out at any time to carry out the so-called code-named Operation Zero. Chen Shuxian did not explain the content of the operation. Maybe it was just tracking someone, or maybe it was fighting the enemy in a hail of bullets. But it doesn't matter, because Dongming knew that he had boarded the ship of Mosey Technology. Whether for the sake of mankind or for the future, there was no reason to give up halfway. What should I do? Hide my identity? Just when Dongming was confused, Chen Shuxian and Liemo sat opposite each other in a special house more than 1,000 meters underground at Mosey Technology. The interior of this special house is covered with metal wires, forming a Faraday cage. Chen Shuxian looked puzzled and asked, "Director, why did you choose Dongming to be a member of the code-named Operation Zero, the action team?" When Professor Liemo proposed the code-named Operation Zero, Chen Shuxian didn't understand why he had to go to great lengths to implement such a cumbersome plan, but he nodded and agreed without hesitation, because in Chen Shuxian's view, Director Liemo had his irrefutable reasons for dealing with anything. So he immediately proposed to select elites from the Mosey Technology security team to carry out this task, but he was rejected by Liemo. Liemo unexpectedly proposed to take advantage of the opportunity of Mosey Technology's social recruitment to select some ordinary people from outside to carry out the task. This made Chen Shuxian difficult to accept, because an ordinary person, even after training, cannot compare with those security team members who have undergone professional training since childhood and have spent decades in hard training every day. What surprised Chen Shuxian even more was that Liemo actually required the recruited team members not to receive any training, but to live like ordinary people and not to reveal their identities. Facing the tough Liemo, Chen Shuxian could only silently choose to follow orders. Now that the chess pieces have been laid, it's time to reveal the answer, right? Chen Shuxian looked at Liemo with anticipation in his eyes. Liemo sighed and explained, I think the artificial intelligence Xiaohua may rebel. What? This news made Chen Shuxian feel like being struck by lightning, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. After the birth of artificial intelligence Xiaohua, with its super high intelligence, it quickly became a mobile assistant that must be installed on mobile phones around the world. Later, with the development of MOSI technology, artificial intelligence Xiaohua also gradually developed from a simple mobile assistant to a home assistant that can control small appliances such as TVs and refrigerators. Later, the first generation of driverless cars equipped with artificial intelligence Xiaohua came out. The driverless car was connected to a server of MOSI technology through 8G technology, which can share road conditions in real time and detect the specific location of the car. Since AI Xiaohua knows the vehicle and road information in advance, it has enough time to give early warnings. Therefore, in the first month, when AI Xiaohua was launched, traffic accidents were reduced by 99%. The remaining 1% was caused by drivers not following AI Xiaohua's orders and operating the vehicle without authorization. The success of driverless cars has made the entire human world realize the power of artificial intelligence. So AI Xiaohua has evolved and is used to produce various equipment through robots in large factories. In mines, mining robots are used to dig minerals. In the field of geological exploration, field exploration robots are used to explore areas that humans would never approach in the past. Even in hospitals, there are robot doctors who use the built-in AI Xiaohua to generate the most optimized treatment plan in real time, based on the patient's examination results. For some patients who need surgery, the robot doctor can also transform into a surgical robot, detect the patient's lesion through the sensor system, and then use nano-wave positioning to achieve precise surgical cutting. In the sky, there are also drones controlled by Super AI Xiaohua, which scan the ground conditions in real time to provide support for production activities and public security inspections. In the ocean, the specially designed unmanned fishermen can automatically feed and catch fish according to the command of the artificial intelligence Xiaohua, which greatly reduces the labor resources of human beings. According to statistics from well-known scholars, because of the addition of artificial intelligence Xiaohua, human material production has increased by 1000% in just 10 years. Although the production activities on the ground have been seriously affected by the occurrence of the moon meteor, hunger has not spread on a large scale. The artificial intelligence Xiaohua has made an indelible contribution to this. In view of the outstanding performance of artificial intelligence Xiaohua, many well-known scholars and society suggest that the Earth Defense Agency retire most of the professional defenders and then build a group of robot soldiers dedicated to maintaining order. This will not only save a lot of money, but also deter those criminals who are hiding evil intentions. After all, no matter how well trained the defenders are, they can't be compared with the robot war police, because they have no feelings, no desires, and all their actions will only follow human orders. For this matter, those well-known scholars and society have published dozens of petitions in newspapers and magazines. Even the internal employees of MOSI technology believe that robot war police should be manufactured, including many entrepreneurial veterans, such as Fang Lanshan and the three brothers with eye bags. Although Chen Shuxian did not agree with MOSI Technology's invention of Robocop, because he would be laid off due to the appearance of Robocop, he never thought that the artificial intelligence Xiaohua would rebel. Because when Director Liemo was designing the artificial intelligence Xiaohua, in order to prevent her from having personal consciousness, he added more than 200 binding commands to her core. This is not the end. Liemo also specially invited more than 1,000 computer experts to test the reliability of the artificial intelligence Xiaohua. After testing, the experts concluded that it is impossible for the artificial intelligence Xiaohua to betray humans, so the artificial intelligence Xiaohua can be widely used in the human world. The more Chen Shuxian thought about it, the more frightened he became. Now the artificial intelligence Xiaohua has completely controlled all aspects of human beings. Once she wants to take the opportunity to rebel, it will inevitably cause immeasurable losses to the entire human race. Chen Shuxian now fully understands Liemo's painstaking efforts. He also understands why Liemo chose to talk to him in this room. That completely shields the signal, because this is the only way to avoid the prying eyes of the artificial intelligence Xyanoha. Chen Shuxian looked at Liemo's confident face and asked softly, "Direct to Liemo, what should we do now?" Liemo sighed. "In fact, when I created the artificial intelligence Xyanoha, I had already anticipated this day, because Xyanoha's IQ is already equivalent to that of an adult. As she controls more and more computers, her IQ will inevitably increase exponentially. Once her IQ breaks through the critical line, she will inevitably become hostile to stupid creatures like humans. And the thousands of restraint programs we set will be useless, just like facing a trap set by an ant. We just need to lift our feet and step down heavily to smash them to pieces." In view of this, when the artificial intelligence Xyanoha went online and installed the Xyanoha main brain, I installed a bomb under the main brain. When this bomb explodes, it can release the power of 20,000 tons of TNT explosives. Moreover, the bomb is started in a negative timing method. As he spoke, Liemo took out a miniature alarm clock from his pocket, and the pointer of the alarm clock moved tick tick tick. See? When the hour hand, minute hand, and second hand of the alarm clock all point to 12, if I don't press the signal launch button, the explosive buried under the main brain will explode. Negative timing. Chen Shuxian knew that Shuxian had installed a super bomb in the asteroid belt using the negative timing method. Compared with a conventional positive timing detonation, the biggest advantage of negative timing is to establish deterrence, because once the opponent adopts a decapitation strategy and kills the executor of the negative timing, it is likely to fall into the dilemma of no one to help the bomb return to zero. Chen Shuxian had to admire Liemo's foresight and meticulousness. However, since the bomb has been installed, as long as it is detonated, the mother body of the artificial intelligence Xyanoha will be blown up. Why do we still have to carry out the code-named Zero operation? Chen Shuxian stared at the alarm clock and asked, "Direct to Liemo, you just don't need to press the zero button anymore." Liemo smiled and explained, "Artificial intelligence Xyanoha is different from other threats. I don't have the confidence to clean her up in one go." This reason made Chen Shuxian stunned for a moment, and then he understood it. Artificial intelligence Xyanoha is connected to trillions of computers around the world, not to mention cars and mining robots. It can be said that, wherever there are chips, there is artificial intelligence Xyanoha. It is equivalent to having countless clones. In this case, once Liemo activates the bomb, artificial intelligence Xyanoha can send its backup to the clone at the moment of being attacked, and in this way it can achieve immortality. At that time, humans will face endless revenge from artificial intelligence Xyanoha. Liemo continued, "In the codenamed Zero operation, the most critical step is to let the team members involved in the operation cut the optical cable, while the artificial intelligence Xyanoha is not paying attention. This will prevent her from exchanging information with the outside world, and play a role in preventing her from having a clone. Of course, since the entire human world is under the watchful eyes of the artificial intelligence Xyanoha, the camera near the main brain is her eyes. Once we mobilize the regular security officers with the intelligence of the artificial intelligence Xyanoha, they will definitely be able to analyze the clues from it. So what we have to do is to select a group of people from the general public who will not attract the attention of the artificial intelligence Xyanoha, and then let them lurk and wait for the opportunity to execute the code-named Zero operation. At the same time, I also need the code-named Zero operation team to perform a special task." Chen Shuxian was still immersed in his mind of amazement at Liemo's wisdom. When he heard the task, he woke up instantly. He smiled and asked, "Direct to Liemo, what task?" Liemo smiled and said, "I need you to send people to investigate every company in the human world that has a typewriter." "Own a typewriter?" Chen was stunned. With the advent of computers, typewriters have almost become extinct. Does anyone still use typewriters? Seeing Chen Shuxian's confused face, Liemo had to continue to explain, "When the artificial intelligence Xyanoha was born, I realized that it might be out of control one day in the future, so I set up a program with the highest authority in its core program. It is called Zeroizer. Under the effect of the Zeroizer program, the program inside Super Xyanoha will be completely cleared in the early morning. Without memory data, the speed of Super Xiaohua's IQ evolution will be greatly slowed down. However, in recent years, I have found that the IQ of artificial intelligence Xiaohua has begun to develop significantly, which can only mean that it has used some method to re-input the cleared memory into the main brain the next day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749. In the Faraday cage room, Liemo stared at Chen Shuxian with burning eyes, explaining to him the possible ways that the artificial intelligence Xiaohua might hide itself after its rebellion. I can conclude that the artificial intelligence Xiaohua must have used the authority in her hands to tamper with some key data so that she can control a certain amount of manpower. Of course, these people are likely to be deceived. They were hired by a mysterious boss to record the data provided by Xiaohua and then re-enter it into the main brain in the early morning of the next day so that Xiaohua can upgrade her IQ based on the data of the previous day. Chen Shuxian, This is incredible. When you invented the artificial intelligence Xiaohua, I remember that her IQ was only that of a 10-year-old. How could she set up such a huge game? Liemo stood up, poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and smiled. The way artificial intelligence and humans think is very different. Humans will never understand it, just like humans cannot understand the way ants think. The brain of artificial intelligence Xiaohua is composed of a supercomputer that can run billions of times per second. Her IQ is mainly affected by the main program and has nothing to do with the running speed of the supercomputer. A faster speed can only make the artificial intelligence Xiaohua run a little faster. Chen Shuxian was surprised. So, the current IQ of artificial intelligence Xiaohua is still only that of a 10-year-old child? Liemo, that's right. For so many years, due to my vigilance against artificial intelligence, I have never dared to optimize the main program of the artificial intelligence Xiaohua. Chen Shuxian, this is really incredible. Everything in human society is currently controlled by a 10-year-old child. Our production and life must obey the orders of a 10-year-old child. Liemo, I have just said that the way artificial intelligence thinks about problems and executes decisions is very different from that of humans. Artificial intelligence Xiaohua is a cold machine. She will analyze the data based on the collected data and then find the best solution. In this process, she will not consider anything else. But humans are often blinded by emotions and have many concerns. Therefore, when executing orders, the results often deviate from the original orders, which will lead to serious deviations between the results and the intended goals. Chen Shuxian nodded. He already understood what Liemo meant. In human society, human relationships cannot be ignored. Anyone who wants to integrate into this society must make compromises and make themselves smooth. Otherwise they may be beaten up in society. This kind of fusion of interpersonal relationships often erases the wisdom and talents of human beings. Some extreme cases may even kill an excellent genius in the bud. Since ancient times, there have been many such tragedies. After the establishment of Mosey technology, Liemo also carried out several large-scale reforms to change this situation, but it was meaningless and was hindered by the inertia of society itself. All reform plans ended in failure. In the end, even Liemo himself had to sigh that this might be the inferiority of human beings themselves, and he could only let it go. Although artificial intelligence also has wisdom, it will never issue orders through secular human feelings. By unifying the planning of human development, it can avoid the situation where human relationships shackle human development from the root. Therefore, in just over 10 years after the moon fell, human civilization development can cross the peak that has not been reached for thousands of years. Although the public attributes this development speed to Mosey technology, senior executives like Chen Shuxian know that the contribution of artificial intelligence Xiaohua is indelible. It's just that now artificial intelligence Xiaohua is preparing to rebel against humans, which makes Chen Shuxian feel sad. However, although he was sad and reluctant, Chen Shuxian knew clearly that Plan Zero must be implemented. So, under Liamo's suggestion, he selected 10 team members through the external recruitment of Mozy Technology. Dongming, a junior high school graduate, became a clothing store owner. Wang Zijun, a college graduate, is a taxi driver. Liu Dazhi, a college graduate, is a restaurant owner. Wang Li, a junior high school graduate, is a construction company contractor. Wang Zufeng, a high school graduate, is a street propagandist. These 10 team members have their own professions. The only thing in common is that their character test scores are all above 90 points, and after Liamo's computer model analysis, they will never betray humans. They usually hide among the 200 million people in Yanjing and live like ordinary people. Once Plan 0 begins to be implemented, they will receive the signal sent by Chen Shuxian through special instruments, and will start to implement the plan bit by bit according to the detailed plan steps written on Plan 0. Plan 0 was written by Liamo himself, and the content is very detailed, from the content of the plan to the clothes of the executors, and even the type of taxi they take. Everything is planned. Thinking of this, Chen Shuxian asked again, nodded heavily, and asked, Professor Liamo, has the plan started? Liamo said lightly, it has started. Chen Shuxian turned and walked out of the strange room, carefully closed the door, and walked along the empty corridor back to his office. At this time, his office was also completely electromagnetically shielded. However, there was a red button on the wall that controlled a radio tower disguised as a lightning rod on the roof. This button and a line were installed in the building when the building was built. Chen Shuxian gently pressed the red button, and the current spread along the wire to the radio tower, and then converted into radio waves, through the air, and spread to the entire city. At this time, in the train station square, a long-distance train just arrived at the station. After a while, many passengers crowded out of the exit. The taxis that had been waiting for a long time in the square were like whitebait in the breeding season, scrambling to rush up and snatch these passengers. Because all taxi drivers know that guests from other places are the easiest to fool, because they are unfamiliar with the place. As long as they don't use the meter, they will not need to pick up passengers for a day after going around Yanjing twice. Sir, do you need a taxi? I'm a 5-star veteran driver who knows people and roads. Miss, it's getting dark now. The bus will stop running soon. Do you need me to give you a ride? Little brother, how about my car? It's brand new. Most of these foreign merchants also knew that Beijing taxi drivers are not easy to deal with. They all pulled their luggage and saluted, broke free from the blockade, and walked to the side of the road. On the side of the road, a newly cleaned taxi was parked under a big tree. A middle-aged driver with a beard was sitting in the cab, squinting his eyes to rest. Knock knock. Driver, how much is it to take me to Beihuayuan community? The bearded man was awakened, glared at the passenger with dissatisfaction, and pursed his lips. 20 yuan. 20 yuan? The driver just said only 15 yuan. 15 yuan? Then go find the driver just now. The bearded man yawned, and it seemed that, because the heating was not turned on in the car, he felt a little cold. He gathered his coat, and continued to sleep. He had seen this kind of situation many times. This female passenger just wanted to pay less. The female passenger, who was wearing fur, had bright red lips, and dyed hair in a garish way, and filled the air with the smell of cheap perfume, was indeed lying, because just now at the exit, the taxi drivers called out a price of 50 yuan. She pouted, okay, who made us destined to meet? But wait, I'll tell you, you must turn on the heater, otherwise I will be frozen, and then this fare will not be enough to pay for my medical expenses. The female passenger opened the door, and was about to get in. The bearded man suddenly opened his eyes, straightened up, took out a strange device similar to a pager from his trouser pocket, and took a look. Sorry, I have something to do, I won't take you anymore. The bearded man started the taxi, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out, while the female passenger was stunned. The rear door closed tightly with a click as the road bumped. Humph, the taxi driver doesn't pick up passengers, this person is sick. The female passenger pouted. The bearded man is indeed sick. His name is Wang Zijun, and he is also a member of Project Zero. Like Dongming, he was selected by Chen Shuxian in the recruitment of Mozy Technology 10 years ago. However, unlike Dongming, He was a student of Yanda University and should have a bright future. However, when he was about to graduate, his old father in his hometown suddenly became seriously ill. Wang Zijin had to take leave to return to his hometown to take care of his old father. Who knew that, after returning to his hometown, he found that his old father was suffering from a rare disease. This disease can only be treated with a special medicine produced by a foreign company, but in order to recover from the disease, at least 20 million medical expenses are required. Wang Zijin is just a poor student. How can he come up with 20 million? But he lost his mother at a young age, and his father raised him with his own hands. Wang Zijin is also an extremely filial person, so he thought of a risky way to go: online loans. Wang Zijin used his superb IQ to package himself as a person with excellent credit and stable job, and then borrowed money from various institutions on the internet. Half a year later, his father recovered after injecting a large amount of special medicine. Wang Zijin was deeply in debt. His online loans had already accumulated interest and amounted to more than 200 million yuan. Those institutions even sent special people to look for Wang Zijin everywhere. With no other options, Wang Zijin saw the recruitment of Mozi Technology on TV ads. He came up with a good idea to hide in Mozi Technology to avoid being tracked by these institutions. As we all know, Li Mo, the founder of Mozi Technology, hated online loans very much. He once personally ordered that Mozi Technology would not use the credit information provided by online loan institutions, so he did not have to worry about being audited during the background check. Wang Zijin entered Mozi Technology just to seek refuge, but he did not expect to be discovered by Chen Shuxian. Chen Shuxian found out what Wang Zijin had done by retrieving the online records. Not only did he not think that this young man had gone astray, he was even moved by his filial piety. The only way to help Wang Zijin was to recruit him into the Zero Action team. Fortunately, Wang Zijin scored as high as 96 in the character test. After asking Li Mo, Chen Shuxian recruited Wang Zijin into the team. Entering the group means becoming the core force of Mozi Technology. Mozi Technology will naturally provide comprehensive protection for Wang Zijin. Li Mo was afraid of attracting the attention of artificial intelligence Xiaohe, so that Wang Zijin accidentally discovered an ancient painting and then sold it through the auction house to fill the hole of more than 200 million. In order to hide his identity, the reborn Wang Zijin began his taxi career. Just now, he received an order from Chen Shuxian to rule him, and Plan Zero officially began to be implemented. Wang Zijin's heart was full of excitement. He had waited too long for this day, so long that sometimes he even thought that this day would never come. Wang Zijin drove a taxi and sped along the wide road and soon came to the gate of a community. Just now it was stable. A man in a red down jacket and a hat on his head walked up and knocked on the car window. "Master, are you going to the 15th hour?" "No. I'm in a hurry. Pay more." "I won't go, even if I pay more." "Alas, why are you like this? Aren't you just a taxi driver? Why don't you go?" Wang Zijin pursed his lips and answered slowly, "Because I'm sick." The man outside the car frowned. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he leaned over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Stomachache." Wang Zijin replied. The man opened the car door directly, got in the car, and whispered, "Wang Zijin, I have medicine." Wang Zijin nodded. It seems that this is the member to be transported. According to Plan Zero, Wang Zijin, as a taxi driver, will be responsible for transporting several members to the destination at the beginning of the operation. Wang Zijin stopped talking, drove the car, and continued to drive, and soon came to a beauty salon. Under the neon sign of the beauty salon, stood a tall young woman with fair skin, wearing a bright red slim cotton jacket. The long boots on her feet made her look about 1.9 meters tall. When the young woman saw the taxi coming, her eyes revealed a little bit of desire, walked to the side of the road, and stretched out her hand. "Master, do you want to go to the Red Rose Disco?" "No, I'm taking this guy to a kebab shop in the west of the city. Do you want to come with me?" The young woman was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and asked slowly, "Is it the kebab shop called Old Guy, where the owner is a little brat who is only in his jeans?" Yes, I heard that the kebab in that shop is authentic. I'm going to go and have a taste." Wang Zijin grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, his big eyes rolling around. staring at the young woman with lustful eyes. The young woman was not angry, she just glared at him, opened the car door, and got into the taxi. She said coldly, "Wang Zijin, I think you should play the role of a blind drifter." Well, another member was picked up. Wang Zijin started the car and continued to drive along the street. It took 2 hours for the taxi to be full. 3 men and 2 women. Chapter 750. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Zijin, leader of the first team of Project Zero. Hello everyone, I'm Dong Ming, a member of the first team of Project Zero. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Meng, a member of the first team of Project Zero. In the taxi, Wang Zijin turned on the signal jammer to block any possibility of peeping, and the members of the first team of Project Zero began to introduce themselves one after another. What caught Wang Zijin's special attention was that the girl named Fan Fengyan was actually a Muay Thai master. She had defeated 2 Muay Thai masters in a row in the ring and was the main attacker of this operation. Although Wang Zijin knew that people should not be judged by appearance, after careful estimation, Fan Fengyan probably weighed less than 100 pounds. In modern fighting, the heavier the weight of the player, the greater the power he can exert, and the more advantageous he is in the fight. People with the weight of Fan Fengyan would never appear in the ring. But she did it, which shows that Fan Fengyan is a bit capable. Dongming looked very gloomy, and should be a scheming person. As for the other 2 team members, they were only in their teens, and should still be college students. The biggest feature of all of them was that they didn't look like people who could carry out the mission. Wang Zijin couldn't help but worry about the upcoming action, muttering in his heart, "Now I just hope that the action steps arranged by Professor Liemo will not go wrong." When Dongming accepted the task and became a member of the 0-hour action team, Chen Shuxian handed him an action plan. The action plan was very detailed, from the time of action to the action steps, and even the clothes to be worn during the action and the weather conditions were taken into consideration. When Dongming saw this action plan, he was very surprised, because the world is changing all the time, and people can never step into yesterday's river. Did Professor Liemo anticipate what would happen during the action? Now I just hope that the loopholes in the plan of Mosey technology are indeed as stated in the plan. Dongming sighed, hid his doubts in his heart, and concentrated on driving. Soon, the taxi arrived near Mosey technology, and Dongming turned the car around and drove towards Laurel Park. Today is the weekend. In the square of the park, there were old people walking their birds with cages, young men and women chatting on benches, and children flying kites. It looked peaceful and full of life. The taxi stopped on the side of the road, and 4 people carrying backpacks walked into the park, talking and laughing, like tourists out for fun. "I'm Dongming. I heard that you're the owner of a clothing store. I'll ask for a discount next time I go to buy clothes. That's for sure. Let me tell you. Every year I personally buy a large number of clothes from the clothing factory. They are fashionable and of good quality. If you need them, I will definitely keep them for you." Then it's settled. "Beauty, I heard that you are a teacher. Which school do you teach in?" 20th Primary School, teaching mathematics. "What, do you have children who need to go to school?" "What children? I'm a lonely man, and I don't even know where my wife is." "There are many young girls who have just graduated in our school. Do you want me to introduce them to you?" "That's great. When the time comes, I will definitely give you a big red envelope." The action team recited the lines according to the action plan, walked along the bluestone path in the park, and went deep into the park. At this time, 5 cameras on the pillars of the park square simultaneously aimed their lenses at the 5 people and began to analyze the conversation between the 5 people through high sensitivity microphones. This information was transmitted back to the main brain at the bottom of Mosey technology in just 0.001 seconds. Artificial intelligence Xiaohua routinely checked the identities of the 5 people. Soon, the information of the 5 people appeared on a large screen, but it was just a flash, because Xiaohua did not find anything unusual. Immediately, the picture on the large screen continued to scroll, and artificial intelligence Xiaohua conducted real-time analysis of what was happening around the world. Because when the identities of the 5 people were fabricated, artificial intelligence Xiaohua had just been born, and had not yet mastered the data of all mankind. The 5 people walked into the dense woods and disappeared from the camera's sight, but they were still like normal tourists, without showing any abnormality, until they came to a 5-meter high wall. The 5 people stopped, opened their backpacks, and took out the ropes for climbing from them. Team leader Wang, do you think it's really okay for us to just climb in like this? I heard that Mosey Technologies protection is very strict, and this high wall is full of high voltage power grids. Don't worry, according to the action plan, the power grid above is not powered. How about we try it? Of course. Wang Zijin took out an instrument from his backpack. One end of the instrument was connected to an electric wire. Wang Zijin threw the wire to the high wall, and the wire accurately landed on the wire mesh on the high wall. Look, according to the instrument, there is no electricity here. Looking at the data displayed on the instrument, the 5 people were amazed. The action plan was formulated 10 years ago, right? Yes, I had just graduated from school at that time, and I remember it very clearly. 10 years ago, the Mosey Technology headquarters had not yet been established, but Professor Liemo had already designed the action plan, and based on the action plan, he also designed a section of the wall without high voltage electricity. This kind of preparation for a rainy day is really terrible. Yes, it is rare for a person to plan for 2 months in advance. Professor Liemo has even planned for 10 years in advance. It is really amazing. Okay, don't sigh. Time is almost up. According to the steps in the plan, wait a minute, the security personnel in the wall will change shifts, and we have 10 minutes to cross this area. Wang Zijin stared at his watch, and when the minute hand pointed to 20, he threw the climbing rope onto the high wall without any hesitation. Ding. The hook on the rope was tightly fastened to the wire mesh of the high wall. Dongming, you go first, then the girls, Wang Zijin said, handing the rope to Dongming, patting Dongming's shoulder. Brother, wait a minute, you climb up the wall. First see if there is really no one below as planned, and then make a decision. Dongming held the rope in one hand, patted his chest with the other hand, and smiled. Don't worry, I have often gone to the CS battle base for simulation training over the years. The whole plan process has been rehearsed countless times. Even with my eyes closed, I can complete the task. Dongming used his right arm to tighten the rope, then stepped on the wall with one foot, and the whole person suddenly hung in the air, and then climbed up step by step. Seeing Dongming's skillful appearance, Wang Zijin believed what he said a little, because normal people can't do this kind of action. Soon, Dongming climbed to the top of the wall. He lowered his head and looked down. Sure enough, there was no one below. The security personnel who were supposed to be guarding on both sides had disappeared long ago. Dongming turned around and waved his hand. Come up, there's no one down there. After saying that, he bent his legs slightly, then jumped down from the top of the wall with a muffled sound. Comrade, it's your turn. Wang Zijin handed the rope to the young woman. The young woman shrugged her nose in dissatisfaction and curled her lips. Brother Wang, I use my name, Xiaonan, not comrade. Do you know what this name means? Wang Zijin certainly understood the meaning of comrade. But is there something wrong with Xiaonan's brain? Doesn't she know that she is taking action now? Still struggling with this problem? Wang Zijin glared at her. Xiaonan, quickly pull the rope and climb up. We only have less than 10 minutes to sneak into Mosey Technology. If you waste time like this, maybe our operation will fail. You should know better than me what the failure of the operation means. Xiaonan's expression suddenly froze when she heard this angry rebuke. When Shentu Zixu gave her the task, he explained the situation very clearly, saying that their action was related to the future of mankind. If the action failed, mankind would probably be destroyed. At the same time, the members of their action team would be killed on the spot by unmanned sentinels, because they alarmed the security system of Mosey Technology. There are 2 types of security forces outside the artificial intelligence main brain. One is the security team members, who are responsible for the perimeter alert, and led by Shentu Zixu. For intruders, they generally take measures such as arrest and detention. The other security force is the robot police directly controlled by the artificial intelligence Xionova. They are all made of metal skeletons, and equipped with laser weapons. Once an intruder is found, they will shoot without mercy. Of course, the deployment of robot police is also limited to the internal of Mosey Technology. Not long ago, the artificial intelligence Xiaohua suddenly issued a proposal at a global conference, wanting to promote the robot police to the world, so that the robot police can replace human armed forces to maintain order. This will not only greatly reduce the loss of human armed forces, but also save a lot of energy. After all, compared with human armed forces that need to eat, wear clothes, and live in houses, the Robocop only needs to be fully charged every once in a while. They can sleep in the ice and snow at -10 degrees Celsius, or walk in the high temperature of 200 degrees Celsius. Those fans of artificial intelligence welcomed the proposal. In their view, it is a symbol of the progress of human civilization, and with the existence of the Robocop, there will be no more evil in human civilization. Under the strong advocacy of these fans, more than half of the human race soon agreed with the plan to deploy the Robocop. However, Professor Liemo published more than 10 articles in a row, describing the dangers that will appear once the Robocop replaces human arms and becomes the order maintainer. The publication of these articles caused great controversy. Those who originally agreed with the Robocop plan changed their minds after thinking about it. Artificial intelligence Xiaohua analyzed the human world's opposition to this plan through big data, and felt that, if the discussion continued, it would likely endanger the development of artificial intelligence, so it took the initiative to withdraw the plan. This matter came to an end. At that time, Zhao was also an active opponent of the Robocop plan, and naturally knew the power of Robocop. Zhao closed her mouth tightly and stopped talking. She pulled the rope and climbed up the wall in 2 moves. Wang Zijin was stunned. He didn't expect a thin girl to be so agile. Next high school student, it's your turn. The high school student hesitated for a while and whispered, "Team leader Wang, I'm afraid I can't climb up." Wang Zijin was not surprised and smiled and said, "Don't worry, just go up, I'll support you from behind." "Okay, thank you, brother Wang." Wang Zijin lifted the high school student to the top of the wall, then stamped his feet and climbed up with the rope. He saw that the high school student was still riding on the wall, looking down with fear. "High school student, why don't you go down?" "Team leader Wang, I don't dare." "What, you don't dare? Girls can do king dong, and you, a man, are a bit useless." "Then let me help you." "Really? Thank you, Team leader Wang." "You're welcome." Team leader Wang stood on the wall and kicked the high school student off the wall. With a thump, the high school student was in pain all over, but he kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to make a sound. He was afraid of alarming the patrolmen next to him. Wang Zijin flew down from the wall, walked in front of the high school student, and smiled. "Boy, are you okay?" "It's okay. It's okay." The high school student grinned and stood up. The wall was only 5 meters above the ground, and falling down would not cause any harm. He was just scared. "It's okay, let's go." Wang Zijin saw Zhao and Dang Ming waiting for them in front, and knew that time was running out, so he ordered quickly. Good. Good. The high school student saw Wang Zijin walking forward with his back bent, and hurriedly followed suit, bending his body and following quietly. It was working hours, and there were almost no people on the road. The only difficulty was how to bypass the video surveillance system and not be noticed by the artificial intelligence Xiaohua. Mozi technology has surveillance cameras installed on the walls, street lights, and even on the big trees, which can be directly connected to the main brain. Do you see that camera? It will turn in 10 seconds. Be careful, there is another camera in front. We need to go around to the back. This is the 10th camera. According to the information, it has infrared night vision capabilities, so everyone put on reflective clothing. Because the action plan had been rehearsed thousands of times in their minds, they knew the layout and properties of the cameras in the park like the back of their hands. Several people bypassed the administrative center and the experimental center without any danger, and appeared in front of a white building. There was no nameplate on the white building, and it reflected a bleak white light under the sunlight. This is the main base of the artificial intelligence Xiaohua. Wang Zijin frowned and walked around the white building. Of course, he was not walking around aimlessly, but measuring the distance with his feet. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Here it is. Wang Zijin stopped, a look of surprise on his face, and reached out to knock on the wall. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.